Hello.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
It's wonderful to be here to do our fourth Higher Self Expo and our very first one that's going to be 24 straight hours. I'm so excited about it because our theme is where science meets spirituality. You want to talk about that for a second, Geraldine?
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing day. Today we have a lineup of really special, really unique speakers, researchers, scientists that have dedicated their life to bridging the gap between science and spirituality. So I'm very excited about the incredible wealth of wisdom and knowledge that we're going to be covering today. And we'll see if, we can all hang in there for the different legs. Go ahead.
Yeah, that's definitely what I want to talk about. Is there anybody out there who's going to try to stay up with us for 24 straight hours? I don't even know if you or I are going to be able to do it, Geraldine. And that's why we have hosts in each of the continents as we go across the globe. But I have to imagine that there's at least a couple of people that are saying, like, I can do it. I'm going to do this marathon. So let us know in the comments. We'd love to see it.
Yes, and of course, if you need to get up and move out and move around, please do move around when you're still watching. But when you come back, you'll have the recording ready for you, so
Right.
you can always revisit it. And that's the wonderful thing about this platform that Xane has put on, is that it's a wealth of knowledge that you can always access later. So we're so excited. Hello to all the different countries around the world that are tuning in. If you're watching the replay, thank you so much for tuning in, and I hope you enjoy today's wonderful event.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, it is all free. And that's the very important part of this whole thing is that we want to do this so that everybody has access to it. There's absolutely nobody that misses out. And it's always going to be available on YouTube and on Facebook. And then we'll split these videos up and have them available on YouTube as well. So, feel free to watch and enjoy. And yeah, okay, fine. Take a break and get something to eat or whatever. But you don't want to miss anything. Okay. I would like to go ahead and introduce our first speaker.
Let's go.
Yeah. So he is an archaeologist who's been exploring ancient megalithic sites around the world for over 15 years. And he has spent has a specific interest in the perplexing, elongated-headed people of ancient cultures depicted in ancient artworks. So today, he'll be sharing his research into the evidence that ancient cultures had achieved high technology. And I'm very interested in this. So I'm super pleased to bring in the amazing Brian Foerster.
Greetings
Hello,
to
Brian.
all.
Greetings.
Hello. Greetings to all of you.
How are you, Brian? And where are you tuning in from?
I'm on the coast of Peru.
Amazing. Amazing.
Wow.
Thank you so much for joining us. What a pleasure. I'm a huge fan of your work and your research, and I can't wait to see what you put together for us today.
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
me
you.
too. All right. Well, we're going to let you take it away. So I'm going to go ahead and put your PowerPoint up and you can go for it.
Okay. Just let me know when.
Okay, will do. And you can go.
Okay, thank you. Well, greetings, everyone. What you're looking at is the cover of one of my 37 books. This one is called Aftershock, the Ancient Cataclysm That Erased Human History. And what we know now from scientific evidence is that between 13,000 and 12,000 years ago, there were a series of cataclysms that would have destroyed any advanced civilization that we know of or possibly don't know anything about. And so what we're going to do is go through a series of sites around the world that I have explored personally. We're going to see evidence of advanced technology that clearly existed before civilization that we recognize in general. And so let's just go ahead with that. So we all know the story of the flood, but there are at least 200 if not 400 distinct cultures that have recorded either written or orally about a series of cataclysms that destroyed their world, whether their world was simply a little island or a big chunk of a continent. And what probably happened was something came into our solar system that was devastating. It could have been a comet or a series of comets, possibly asteroids, energy from the center of our galaxy, or or solar system, or all of the above. So this, of course, is Plato, and Plato talked about Atlantis, and Atlantis, according to Solon, who was his ancestor, that he learned about from ancient Egyptians, was at least a city, if not a larger landmass, that was destroyed very rapidly, approximately 12,700 years ago. And so this is how some people depict the city of Atlantis, that it was a series of rings with water channels as well. And curiously enough, there is this, which is called the Reshet structure, located in Africa, in Mauritania, and it has a lot of the characteristics that would describe or would be descriptive of something similar. I know people who have personally been to the Reshet structure, and unfortunately there is no evidence of advanced ancient buildings or dwellings there at present time, but it's one of the possible candidates for the lost city of Atlantis. Also, it's curious that our planet is 23.5 degrees off being perfectly vertical. And you would think in a perfect universe that our planet would be perfectly vertical, but it could be that a series of cataclysmic events knocked our planet off from being vertical and now is presently at 23.5 degrees. Also, quite recently, an asteroid was found in Greenland under the ice that was about a mile long, made of nickel iron, and would have had the explosive capacity of about 50 million Hiroshima bombs. And this is exactly where that was found, at a site called Hiawatha Crater. And interestingly enough, if you look at the bottom right-hand side, it says that there was a spike in platinum about 12,900 years ago at this location. And so, again, this could be the possible site of the legendary Atlantis. And this is more specifically a close-up of where this location is. And the site is 31 kilometers across, which matches the description of the city of Atlantis according to Plato. Also, between 13,000 and 12,000 years ago, about 120 species of North American megafauna disappeared off the surface of the earth. And most people, or most academics, believe it was done by early Native American people. But when you look at the scale or the size of these animals, the fact that there were millions of them, it's highly unlikely that they would have been wiped out by native people. It's more likely that the series of cataclysmic events over the course of 1,000 years wiped them off the surface of our earth. And that includes woolly mammoths that have been found in Siberia with food still in their mouths, as if they had been flash frozen. Also, these are the locations of some early peoples who lived prior to the end of the last ice age in different locations around the world and are no longer with us. A great book was written by authors Allen and Dallaire called Cataclysm, Compelling Evidence of a Cosmic Catastrophe in 9500 BC, or 11,500 years ago, approximately. And their work was taken up by author Barbara Ann Clow, who, according to her Cherokee grandfather, as well as other work that she has done, our planet went through a series of what she calls catastrophobia, whereby, again, between 12 and 13,000 years ago, a series of cataclysmic events happened that caused the few survivors to find shelter, probably in caves and other underground dwellings. And this would be what we call the so-called caveman period. Not that it was all throughout our history, but more specifically a certain span of time where people retreated underground or in caves in order to survive, afraid that another series of cataclysmic events would strike again. Also, Dr. Paul Laviolette, who's an American physicist, has a theory called the cosmic superwave, whereby he believes that the black hole in the center of our galaxy every 13,000 years erupts with energy. The standard idea is that a black hole will simply continue to fill up with energy, but according to him, every 13,000 years, it actually fills up and then has to erupt energy, and this would cause an energy field to go across the galactic plane, destroying or damaging almost everything in its path. And also the work of Dr. Robert Schoch, who is an American geologist. He believes that every 13,000 years there are solar outbursts from our sun that strike different points on the planet, vaporizing any life form in existence at that time, and that this last occurred between 12 and 13,000 years ago. So this culminated in my writing of this book, Aftershock. And the only evidence we have of very advanced ancient civilizations are the stonework left behind. We're talking almost perfect precision that could not have been done by the cultures attributed to them. For example, the Inca. This is a site called Rachi, which is located outside of Cusco, Peru, and you can notice that about 4/5, all of the upper area is adobe mud brick construction. And so that would be from the Inca time period, because when the Spanish arrived, they had a tendency of destroying or damaging most of the Inca structures they encountered. And when we get closer, you can see this megalithic, perfectly fitting stonework at the base. And so that was well beyond the capacity of a Bronze Age culture such as the Inca. So this is pre-Inca. This is definite evidence of an advanced civilization having existed in the very distant past. Also outside of Cusco, you see this wall. On the left-hand side, you see megalithic aspects, as in very large stones, fitting together almost perfectly. And then on top and to the side, much cruder work. And the cruder work was either done by the Wadi culture, who preceded the Inca, or the Inca themselves. So this is another example of megalithic construction that the Inca encountered and then built on top of. Also in the city of Cusco, this wall, like you see on the right-hand side, absolute perfect precision fitting together a very hard basalt stone. And on the left-hand side, repair work done during Inca times. And then after that, above where you see the white area, that is the Spanish colonial time period. Also, the city of Cusco, this is the first topographical map made by the Spanish when they entered Cusco. You see thick walls and thin walls. The thick walls are the megalithic ones, and the thin walls are the Inca ones. This is prior to the time of much actual Spanish colonial construction. Also, we have polygonal construction. You see every stone is a different shape and size, and they interlock almost perfectly. This is not a logical Western way of building things. And the stone, again, is granite, much harder than could have been worked by the Bronze Age technology of the Inca people. And here we see the polygonal work at the bottom, and again, right above it, Inca repair work. Also the site of Sacsayhuaman, which is above the city of Cusco. Some of the stones in this massive wall weigh up to 125 tons and were moved from a quarry a minimum of 3 miles away. Now, this is one of the last large Inca constructions ever done in the 16th century. It was a palace for one of the high Inca. You can see that it's not very well made. So when we contrast this with that, you can see clearly that the Inca did not have the capacity of doing the megalithic precision fitting work. They simply discovered that stuff when they moved into the city of Cusco about 1,000 years ago and adopted the structures. Now, in the Sacred Valley of Peru, we have the site of Ollantaytambo. This is a very large Inca time period construction. stacking stones on top of one another with adobe clay used as a kind of mortar or cement. But in the same location, we have the remains of this massive wall. These stones weigh on average 60 tons and were moved from a quarry across the valley on top of the volcanic mountain you see on the left-hand side. And here again at Ollantaytambo, we can see repair work done by the Inca. That's the smaller stones on top, built on top of the megalithic work that you see at the bottom. Now, Machu Picchu. At Machu Picchu, again, we see two forms of construction. On the left, quite crude, which is about 90% of what Machu Picchu looks like. And then on the right-hand side, almost perfectly fitting construction. So the Inca discovered the ancient site of Machu Picchu and built a city around its megalithic core. Here again at Machu Picchu, you see the rough work on top compared to the megalithic work on the bottom. And another location at Machu Picchu, the right-hand side of this structure sunk into the ground about 2 feet. This would have been prior to Inca times, because if this 9 to 9.5 earthquake had happened during Inca times, the whole city would have been obliterated. So this is another example of inheritance. Now here at a site called Sayhuite, we see a giant stone that is snapped into 2 pieces. This again is likely an example of the cataclysmic activity, and you see the fine precision work that was done on this huge piece of hard andesite stone. Now we're at Tiwanaku in Bolivia. And the stone for Tiwanaku came from 2 quarries. One is a red sandstone quarry about 8 miles away, and the other is from this site called Cerro Capia to the northeast. That's where the gray andesite stone comes from. And again, we have incredible precision work done, almost laser perfect, which could not have been done by the Tiwanaku culture, who existed between 2,000 and 1,000 years ago. And they, again, were barely Bronze Age level of technology. This would be 21st century technology. So obviously, a lost advanced civilization. And they've only done about 2 feet of excavation underneath. Ground penetrating radar has been used, and they've discovered there are massive chambers underneath this site. This shows you an example of the incredible precision at Tiwanaku and Pumapunku. And the various different shapes and incredible precision. Also, we find magnetic anomalies here, which were probably part of the actual construction process. This means a lot of variance in magnetism at this site, which is quite curious, and only with the andesite gray stone. And the famous Gate of the Sun, which was broken in half, probably during the time of the cataclysms, 12 to 13,000 years ago. This is a drawing from Spanish colonial times of the showing that the break was done a long time ago. Now, these supposedly are the tools that archaeologists believe were responsible for all of this work, and that, of course, is quite silly. We're now in Egypt, and you see the difference between these 2 sarcophagi. The one on the right is from about the 4th dynasty, and the one on the left is much, much older. It's pre-dynastic, so that gives us clear evidence that there was an advanced civilization that existed prior to the times of the dynastic people. Also, you see no hieroglyphics on the one on the left-hand side, simply utilitarian. And inside the Cairo Museum, we see a massive saw cut here. And when we move to this one, there were 2 circular saws about 6 feet in diameter, responsible for attempting to cut the top of this box off. This gives us clear evidence of lost ancient high technology with a minimum of diamond level technology. Also, this curious object called the schist disc. It looks like it was part of a machine, It's actually described by Egyptologists as being a lotus bowl, but it clearly looks functional and was done by a very advanced culture. That's a side profile view of it. Also, there were found at the site called Saqqara 30,000 to 40,000 precision-made hard stone vessels, plates, bowls, etc., such as these, which they themselves label as being pre-dynastic. So this could only be achieved using a lathe, and lathes were not invented until probably somewhere around the 16th century AD. So this again shows us examples of advanced technology that must have existed a long time ago. Here's an example of another one. We also see tube drills in very hard granite stone in the Cairo Museum, many examples. And tube drill technology was not invented until the 1860s AD in the United States of America. So this gives us another hint at advanced ancient technology. The Great Pyramid, which everyone knows, composed of 2.5 million multi-ton blocks. It could not have been done during the timeline stated by Egyptologists. So this probably, or this was an inheritance by the dynastic Egyptians of something more advanced. And if you didn't know, the Great Pyramid actually has 8 sides. There's a slight depression on each of the 4 main sides. Also, we still have evidence of some of the casing stone existing at the bottom of the Great Pyramid, made of pure calcium carbonate called Tura limestone. And there is an advanced underground system underneath the Giza Plateau that goes for many miles north, south, east, and west. This is access here to part of that system, locked, of course, away from the prying eyes of the public. Also here you see a massive shaft out of bounds from where most tourists are allowed to go. This goes down into the earth, into the bedrock, and connects with a series of tunnels. We also see lots of evidence of ancient saw marks in Egypt. And the obelisks. It's quite likely that the Great Pyramid system, of which there are 8 original pyramids, were energetic structure that were transmitting energy at the time of their completion, and that energy was sent to the obelisks, because the obelisks each were made from one piece of very hard granite, which could not have been achieved by the dynastic people, but again were an inheritance. And these obelisks were in very strategic locations, such as Karnak. As well, of course, we know the Sphinx, and the massive temple heavily eroded in front of the Sphinx. That is how the Sphinx was constructed. Giant, massive, multi-ton blocks were cut from the bedrock and moved in front to create the Sphinx temple. If you look at the weathering, the horizontal weathering, you can see that that's very extensive and would be thousands upon thousands of years old. Also, the weathering of the body of the Sphinx is much more than the head, so it's clear that the head was recarved at least once. This is where we see vertical weathering in the Sphinx enclosure. And so vertical weathering means precipitation, which means extensive rainfall. And that, again, according to Robert Schoch and 200 other geologists, happened between 10 and 12,000 years ago at a minimum. Here we have the front paws of the Sphinx and the wooden planks you see where the man with the hat is standing. That's actually the entrance to the underground system, and that is where the so-called Hall of Records is located, hidden away from the public. Also near the back of the Sphinx, there is a grate that you can pull out, and when you look inside, there is a ladder that goes down inside the Sphinx. So the Sphinx itself is hollow and connects with this ancient tunnel system. Then we have the bent pyramid. And the bent pyramid probably was not a mistake made by the original Egyptians who built it. So that's what the standard story is, that they built half of it and then figured out that the angle was wrong. It's more likely that it was built as a giant energetic device, and its design was on purpose. Also, the red pyramid, all of the casing stone is gone, and I believe that it was a victim of a series of cataclysmic events that literally blew the surface level off of the pyramid. Then we have the Serapeum at Saqqara, and in the Serapeum, which is an underground complex, we have 25 giant stone boxes. This is one of the largest. It weighs 100 tons. The lid weighs 30 tons. The box weighs 70 tons. And it, again, could not have been created by the dynastic people, so it was an inheritance. But what the Egyptian dynastic people did do is they carved the hieroglyphs that you see etched into the surface itself. Now that is much cruder than the actual construction of the box itself, and you notice that the lid is so highly polished that these boxes would have been hermetically sealed, a perfect seal. This is where we see the detail of the very crude inscriptions done during dynastic times. You notice that the flat surfaces are highly polished, but where the hieroglyphs have been etched in, it's a much duller look. So clearly that was done after the high polish of the box. And this is inside the box. And the box has an incredible acoustic effect. If you use the sound Om, then the whole box will vibrate only to that sound or that tone itself. No other tone will cause the vibration and acoustic expansion as Om does. Then we have the famous helicopter and tank and possible submarine located at Abydos. Some people believe it's simply one inscription over top of another, but they do very much look like 20th or 21st century machines as we would understand them. And at the same location, we have the Osirion. Now, some of the blocks you're looking at are made of granite and weigh 40 to 60 tons. You see cataclysmic damage. You also see later attempts at quarrying. So clearly the dynastic people discovered this underground structure, inherited it, and then utilized it for a purpose other than its original function. We also see massive tube drills such as this one. My hand is there just for size comparison. But again, tube drill technology using diamonds was not invented until the 1860s AD in the US. Also, we have evidence of flash heating of granite surfaces here, where the stone has expanded from the inside. And this has been corroborated by geologists that we take with us to Egypt. This shows you the internal structure. You see that the crystalline structure inside is larger than near the surface. So that shows us very rapid expansion of the stone. That could only have been done using heat. We also see incredible weathering at places such as Karnak, where the surfaces look like they have been burnt. And we see lots of evidence of that in some of the megalithic locations, such again as here in Karnak. Some of the giant statues that we find at Luxor and Karnak. And the Christopher Dunn, who's an American machinist, did this this drawing showing how perfectly bisymmetrical some of the ancient faces of these statues are. They're supposed to be depicting Ramses II, but Ramses II simply, his people unearthed these massive statues and then rededicated them to Ramses himself. Then we have the Colossi of Memnon. This stone seated sculpture weighs 720 tons. The quarry for it is located 400 miles away in Cairo. And so how was this transported and how was it shaped using the bronze tools of the dynastic Egyptians? Another sculpture that originally weighed 1,000 tons looked like it exploded in the distant past. It's now in different pieces and was way beyond the capability of the Bronze Age dynastic Egyptians. Also, we have the underground systems of the Valley of the Queens and the Valley of the Kings. In Egypt, they all interconnect. There are a series of tunnels and causeways and shafts. They were found by the dynastic people and utilized as tombs, but not made by them. And this is further evidence of some of the underground structures and tunnel systems located in the Valley of the Queens and the Valley of the Kings. At Elephantine Island, we have this massive granite stone box or vessel or chamber or phone booth or something of some kind that looks like it was never completed, but it's a massive chunk of granite weighing probably in the region of at least 100, if not 200 tons. The unfinished obelisk at Aswan, which had it been completed, would have weighed 1,200 tons. And this clearly shows us that a very advanced culture was involved in doing this kind of work. Work suddenly stopped for some reason, and it's quite possible that it was the series of cataclysms that caused the abandonment of this and other locations. This is inside of the location where the unfinished obelisk is. And another smaller obelisk located at Aswan. You see these very strange scoop marks, which appear to be some form of advanced ancient technology being responsible for doing this work. Another site in Egypt, this is in the Nile Delta, called Tanis. And you can see that there's no vegetation at Tanis, which is very strange considering it's in a major agricultural area. This was found underground, so discovered in the 19th century by archaeologists. And on this sculpture, you see the right-hand side shows sign of heat scorching. Again, this has been corroborated by geologists we know. So that would have been a minimum of 2,000 degrees Celsius, striking this and all the other surfaces in the area. This is where the dynastic people rebuilt a wall from much larger, much more ancient stone pieces from the older megalithic time period. Here again, we see the scorching of stone surfaces. This is quartzite, which is a very hard stone. You see the discoloration. It should be that sort of light pinky white color on the left side, but you can see the discoloration caused by a blast of heat. And this is the foot of a sculpture that would have been one piece of stone. And if the foot is that big, that means the sculpture itself would have been probably 100 plus feet tall. And again, a massive piece of stone that we find at Tanis. Quartzite, this quartzite statue. And on this one as well, you see the darkening, the way that the stone is crumbling in very specific areas. And again, more of the evidence of the melting of the surface. And now we're going underground at a location called the Osiris Shaft on the Giza Plateau. And it is a series of tunnels and shafts going more than 200 feet into the bedrock. This is looking down at level 1. Then this is going down a ladder into level 2. And this is level 2 itself. And finally down into level 3. Which is filled with water. So there's evidence as well. When I go back in October, I'm going to look for the tunnel system at the bottom that probably connects with other sites on the Giza Plateau and beyond. This is a gentleman who's actually in the water, standing on top of a quote-unquote sarcophagus weighing probably about 60 tons. And now this is the site of Baalbek. This is the quarry at Baalbek. It's all limestone. And we have here a 1,000-ton block cut from the bedrock and then later recut by the Romans. This again is a megalithic ancient location that predates civilization as we know it. And this is the so-called Stone of the Pregnant Woman. We're standing there for sense of scale. It weighs 1,200 tons and is still in the quarry. And recently, next to the Stone of the Pregnant Woman, they discovered a 1,600-ton block that's still in the quarry in the bedrock. So again, something happened at Baalbek to suddenly stop construction. This gives you a more recent view of the 1,600-ton block that Susan Moore is walking around on. Another view of the Stone of the Pregnant Woman. This is the Baalbek temple itself. You see where the red lines are, 3 blocks in a row, each weighing about 1,000 tons. And another part of Baalbek, some 800-ton blocks. A more recent photograph I took at Baalbek. And this is inside the complex. These people are walking on top of an ancient megalithic wall, which again predates the Romans and any other culture we know of. More of the magnificent constructions at Baalbek. So you see the work above, you see the giant block where my wife is standing, and the work above is from the Roman times, but the work below is clearly from a much older megalithic high-tech age. We also see advanced machining examples at Baalbek in pink granite, which was moved from the Aswan Quarry in Egypt, so that's a distance of at least 1,000 kilometers. And then broken pieces of some massive columns that were originally one piece of granite stone. You see the incredible precision, tight fitting here that we also saw in Egypt and Peru and Bolivia. No mortar, no cement, no filler. And now I think we have a few more minutes, so we're now at Petra in Jordan. And Petra, again, is much, much older than what we've been taught. There are channels on the left and the right-hand side of this walk called the steep that we walked through to get to Petra. And originally they were carved in the bedrock. And then this is the famous treasury. And what you can see, apart from the very fine carvings, detail carvings, is above at the top, you see scorching. We see lots of evidence of very intense heat scorching on the western surfaces. And this is also what we find at the other locations around the world, is that almost all of the heat scorching is on the western surfaces. So this would have likely happened at sunrise many, many, many thousands of years ago. And this is the back wall from the treasury, and those scoop marks and indentations are evidence of machining technology that was utilized to do the shaping of the surfaces. Also, there are chambers at Petra carved into the bedrock, at least 3 of them that are 300,000 cubic feet in size. This is one there. In this picture, you see one of the smaller ones. And so Petra is much bigger than what most people think. It's not simply the building called the Treasury, but indeed goes on for 7 miles or about 12 kilometers. And all of these incredible vertical surfaces cut into very hard stone, probably with a very high content of quartz crystal in it, so very difficult to shape. And hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of these chambers cut into the hard stone bedrock as we walk through the area of Petra. They even use 2 of them for modern bathrooms, which is actually a practical thing to do. And the 3 columns on the right are original, still attached to the bedrock. The 2 on the left are repair work done probably during Roman or later times. There you see the machining surfaces or the machine surfaces on one of the original pillars. And this is inside, again, one of the chambers that is approximately 300,000 cubic feet in size. This is the Roman construction at Petra, much cruder, much smaller. And a stone staircase that goes up for about a mile. On the left-hand side is the original staircase. On the right-hand side is repair work, likely done during Roman times and later. And at the very end of Petra, we have what is called the monastery. And again, there's a massive chamber inside of that. The people, so-called Nabateans, who are supposedly responsible for constructing Petra, did not have the technology to be able to do work on this kind of scale, let alone 7 miles of it. That shows you that goats and people still live in some of these chambers at Petra. And they were even parking modern trucks in there as well during the daytime. And here we are in Jerusalem. This is a giant stone under the Temple Mount in a tunnel that weighs somewhere in the region of 500 tons and clearly was done by a very advanced civilization prior to the time of known habitation. So I think I'm getting close to being near the end of my talk, but I just wanted to thank you very much for the opportunity to show you some parts of my explorations and show you some locations where we find megalithic works around the world. This is in Greece, this is in Italy, this is in Japan, this is Easter Island. So the history we've been taught about civilization that we know of, our history is much more advanced and much more complicated than what we've been taught. And it's time for us all to open up our minds and see that there were very advanced civilizations that existed long before our known civilizations, and that we should be very proud of our combined human heritage. And I hope all of you will have a chance at some point in time to be able to explore some of these sites and many others that I have explored. In this 45-minute window, of course, I've not been able to cover all of the places that I visited, but I wanted to give you an introduction to at least some of the ones that I've explored, and I'm definitely not finished with exploring. Of course, the recent problems in terms of travel are now starting to evaporate, so I'm going to get back on planes and visiting these and other sites in order to be able to share them with you and others as time goes on into the future. Thank you very much for your interest, and if you'd like to look up my work, it's at www.hiddenincatours.com. So this is Brian Foerster signing off from Paracas on the coast of Peru.
Brian, what an incredible presentation. Thank you so much for sharing this research and years of traveling and going through all these places to help us see these things that otherwise we would not be able to see or know about. So, Brian, thank you so much. And if anybody wants to connect with you and work with you or learn more, should they reach out to your website that you have?
Yeah.
Okay. Very good. All right. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for being here. And if anybody has any questions, please do check out Brian's work. And we look forward to speaking to you again. We'll definitely have to have you back and talk about some more stuff about this. Thank you so much.
Okay, that'll be my pleasure. Thank you all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hello. All right. Are we ready for our next speaker?
Yes, we are. We are ready for Jeff. And so I will be introducing him and
Right, yeah.
bring him on. All right. Thank you. So our next speaker, Jeff, is going to be bringing us. Let me just bring him in here, and I will. Xane, is it okay if I just bring him in?
Oh, for sure. Let's do it.
Okay, wonderful. Okay.
Hey, Jeff.
Hey, Jeff, how are you?
Hey, Geraldine. Hi.
So great to see
morning.
you. So Jeff is a 5th generation inhabitant of the San Juan Islands. Let me just open this really quickly. He grew up on and around the waters of the Pacific Northwest with his father, Jeff, of 8 and grandfather of 6 beautiful children. After his youngest son, McCoy, was diagnosed with a rare form of T-cell leukemia, Jeff became a mindfulness practitioner and formed a nonprofit, Mindful Presents, to bring the gift of mindfulness, coherence, and controlled breathing to pediatric patients, families, and care, providing support and healing for his patients. So thank you so much, Jeff, for this incredible work. I'm so excited to learn more about you and the information that you have to share with us today.
Thank you very much. I appreciate being here.
Thank you. So before we get started, quick question about how would you like to answer questions? Would you like to have a quick Q&A at the end, or do you want people to just get in touch with you separately aside?
Oh, all of the above.
Okay.
Yes, please leave me a message. I'll be happy to get back to you. There's portions where I'm going to screen share and portions where I'm not. And,
Okay.
you know, I've taken shares before that lead us on a better path than maybe we were going to go on anyway. So,
Beautiful.
yeah.
Great. So did you want to screen share now, or just so we can have it ready in the back end, or?
That would be fine. I was gonna be on camera first and then screen share after.
Great. Perfect. Perfect.
As long as I have a tab to share, I'm fine.
I suggest doing the screen share now, and we'll have it in the back end. And whenever you're ready, we can just click it on for you. You just let me know.
Okay.
Yeah. And to everyone that's just tuning in, we are so happy to have you here. It's really just checking out all of these comments and messages in chat. Put in your questions. If you have questions, we will definitely try to get to them. And each speaker will handle questions a little bit differently. So be sure to, if you have something that you want answered or want to share, you know, put it in the comments below. And make sure you're sharing the feed so that more people can come and learn about these incredible speakers and their work.
Yeah, and all of this will be recorded forever on Facebook and YouTube, so you can always come back and see it. Yeah. Jeff, do you have a question?
I'm just wondering if you could see my share.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay, I have it up on my screen. And I don't have a choice of my screen share that's up in the background on the choices I'm given for this platform.
So do you have Windows or Mac?
I have Windows.
Windows. So the little window that pops up should give you, if you're on Chrome, are you on Chrome?
Mm-hmm.
So it'll give you 3 options. It'll give you this window, browser window, and I think it's like whole screen.
Mm-hmm.
So check.
And you actually have to click on the one that you want on the, even though there might only be one option, you still have to click on it and say, this is the one.
Okay.
So if it says window, probably go ahead and click window and it'll give you the different windows that are open.
It's not showing my PowerPoint as an option.
So stop share and try it again, because
And do
sometimes
full screen, and then that's okay. You'll just have to make it your whole screen, which means you won't be able to see yourself, but you can trust.
Okay, so here we go. Yeah, no, I'm sorry for the delay, but it's not giving me the option to share my screen that I have up.
No problem. So the little window that you have, what does it say? Can you read it to me and then we can kind of troubleshoot?
Okay, share screen. And 2 monitors. And then it has share or cancel on the bottom right. It says share audio. And then at the top it says choose what you want to share. StreamYard wants to share this content of your screen.
Yeah. So there should be a tab that says full screen.
It says entire screen.
Yep. Do that.
Yep.
And then click on the window of the full screen that you want to share.
I don't see mine.
I see. Do you see 2 options though, because you have 2 monitors?
No, all I see is you guys.
Okay. So you're going to have to then click on us, and then you're going to have to move your PowerPoint over into that screen. Yep. So we see that you've shared it now. And now we see.
Oh, there you are. You're good.
Oh, there it is.
You got it.
Great.
So for now, we can have you.
Okay, so I have the stop sharing option.
Which you won't have to touch now. You'll just leave that up. Oh, it looks like you did.
Oh, you took it off.
Okay.
Yeah, Jeff, if you want to do it again, just so you have it ready for you, I will help you either show the presentation or only show you.
Yeah, you just have to say, okay, I want to show the presentation now, and we'll make it appear for you.
Okay.
Yeah. No stress. It's fine.
No, I'm good.
Oh no, stress.
There you go. There you go. So
do you have it now?
Yes, we do. So
okay, let's roll. Enough of this.
Yeah.
Great. Let's get started. Go ahead.
Okay, so I can't see my share yet, so I don't know what slide I'm on. Okay, there we go. There's me. Hello, everybody. My name is Jeff Granville. You heard my introduction, and I just want to say I'm really, really thankful to this group for inviting me. The Higher Self Expo is perfect for me because my entire life I've been just enthralled with a passion for science and spirituality and where they merge, and that feeling of connectedness to the universe when you're laying in your sleeping bag, 8 years old, looking up at the sky and thinking, boy, if infinity is true and I could go in all directions to infinity, then I'm the center of the universe. I'm the center of my own universe, not egotistically, because everybody next to me in their sleeping bags is the center of their own universe, and we're all connected to the moment. And it was a beautiful thing. And it started me off on a journey and a quest of where I fit in, because I felt a real connectedness in the forest and the trees at the foot of the florist, laying in the fauna and looking up at the trees and feeling connected. But when I went in a church, I didn't feel that connection. There was no connection for me. So I think it's really important that we look and evaluate our place in the universe and how we fit in, and science and spirituality is the perfect place to do that. So I would like to continue my share right now. So if I could see my screen, that'd be great.
Okay.
Geraldine.
Jeff, yep.
Can you give me my share back?
I can't. You actually have to share from your computer, please, and then I will put it up for you again.
Okay, so
For some reason, it
I
clicked
need to
off.
go
Yeah,
from
yeah,
here.
you actually canceled it right when we put it up.
You have it?
Not yet.
Nope, you have to share your screen at the bottom. So just go through the process again of sharing and then bringing up your PowerPoint presentation, and it'll pop up here for us.
Okay. Okay, do you have it now?
Not yet.
No. Yeah, this thing's a little bit squirrely sometimes, so you have to. It's a little bit different than some of the other platforms.
I have it up, but I'm sorry it's not working.
You have the same window as you had earlier, and it's still not showing, huh?
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to cancel again.
Okay.
And bring up. See, when I bring up my PowerPoint screen, it doesn't give me an option to share.
So let's do the whole screen like you were
You
doing
gotta do
earlier,
the whole screen,
and
yeah.
then we'll open up the PowerPoint after you have full screen share. There you are. We got you. Here we go. So let me bring you up over here, and you're ready to go.
Okay, thank you so much. And again, sorry for the delay. IT sometimes gets a little weird with energy, but as you can see, my headline here is Biohacking the Physiology of Our Divinity. And that's just not a woo-woo statement or a wish. This is the actual science of how our physiology changes and opens up and evolves into connection with divinity. And through that, we can harness our innate ability to achieve wellness, because it's only when we're there and connected to that source, central, creative force, regardless of what we call it, where we're connected to divinity, and then we have the possibility for the best possible outcome in any life situation. So my story involves my son McCoy and how he got me into this entire thing. I was a boatyard guy in the Pacific Northwest and raised at the beach. And, my history of reading and research includes like Jonathan Livingston Seagull, when my mom wanted me to use my imagination to create things in my world. And then later, the Celestine Prophecy, where James Redford, 30 some years ago, introduced me to quantum entanglement and energy transfer and how we're all connected together. And like when the history professor's sitting across the aisle from him in the plane and says, it's not as important the names and dates of what happened throughout history. It's what people believed, because based on our beliefs is our motivation. Once we found out that the church wasn't the center of all learning, it started the conquest of going around the world. So what we believed at the time was immensely important. And, with Jonathan Livingston Seagull, it was like, okay, how can I use my imagination to change the world around me and do something that I'm not expected to do? And that was a big seed planted. And then later on my own, I read Creative Visualization, because I was trying to create something new in my world. And this is like way back when I first heard about vision boards and how to create and imagine and feel the connectedness of getting what we want out of this world. And I think it's really important that we hold that inside ourselves and go back to our youth and see what influences came into our lives, because these bits of new information change us, and we ascend, we up level, just like trauma or any other event can descend us. And that's what this presentation is all about, how we get into a state of being to take in the life that we have, the challenges, and ascend and use those things in our world like an alchemist to make them come to fruition. And that's what we do. So I want to describe some things here that are fundamental laws of nature. We're trying to connect science and spirituality. And the funny part is that science and spirituality, the connectedness to source for spirituality exist in nature innately without separation. It is only the human construct that divides them into different categories, because we as biology are the low pressure. We're the system in between science and biology. We're the common denominator because they're human constructs, but they exist innately in energy, in nature. So one of the things that are natural laws of the scientific part of this, I want you to keep these in mind as we go through my son's story and how we got where we are. But a living system is something that operates on its own with the energy of the universe. And Einstein told us over 100 years ago that this amount of mass is equal to this much energy. But then profoundly, it's not just that this equals this, that mass is energy, nothing is solid. So it is equal to, just like 2 + 2 isn't just equal to 4, it is actually 4. And that's a new concept, because mass was looked at as separate of energy, but now we know that mass is energy. But you can't have mass and energy anywhere in the universe without having information. So the three of them are inseparable: mass, energy, and information. If you change one, you change the whole system. So what I mean by that is an example of anything in our universe, from a Planck oscillation all the way up to an atom or a tissue or a molecule, an organelle, a system, a body, anything, all the way to a solar system and a universe is a living system. And if you have mass and energy, you have information. So in a living system, information makes form and energy makes it move. So if you change one, you change them all. So keep that in mind as we go through this presentation. And emergence is another amazing phenomenon in nature that is commonly known and accepted, that emergence, the description is that the total is greater than the sum of its parts. If you took it apart and looked at each part, it wouldn't make sense to make a new emergent structure, because they're individual actions that turn into emergent thing. It levels up, it jumps up to a new form where the total is greater than the sum of its parts. And its examples in nature are the hive mind, murmurations of birds, schools of fish, ant colonies. And emergence is happening at all levels. And then quantum leap. Everybody acknowledges what a quantum leap is. When you have one subatomic particle and another subatomic particle, they come together and create a leap up. Nothing in the universe goes up slowly. It is all in a gradient. It goes up one by one in a quantum leap. And then another natural law is homeostasis in the universe. The universe is on a constant quest for homeostasis. Just like our autonomic nervous system is constantly on a quest for homeostasis so we can survive and procreate and thrive, the universe is a living system, and it is constantly in a quest for homeostasis. And when there's something out of balance, a correction is made. That's a universal law. When there's something out of balance, a correction is made so there can be equilibrium. And another natural law is that when there is differentials in conditions, it leads to movement, work, energy transfer, energy conduction. The stratosphere is positively charged, the earth is negatively charged. Boom, we have lightning. That's work, that's action. And examples in our natural world is the whirlpool, the tornado, the hurricane, and even the wind blowing. The differential in air pressure from a low pressure to a high pressure creates a differential, and then the low pressure pulls the wind over. So the wind's just not blowing, it's being drawn as well. It's the equilibrium, the balance of the universe. And then we want to have another known phenomenon, known realistic truth in our universe, is that entanglement and non-locality exist. When two particles are together, as in the Big Bang, and then blow apart anywhere beyond time and space, they are connected forever. And now that is common scientific fact. And that creates interconnectedness of all things throughout time and space. So now everything we just talked about, the emergence and the quantum leap, think of them all in spiritual terms, because we're comparing science and spirituality. And we are, as humans, now going to observe them and draw them back together, because it was humans who pushed them apart. So if you think of these in spiritual terms, there's transcending, evolving, awakening, leveling up. We are all one, and being in the now, what that creates. So you think of the scientific laws of nature that we just agree on, everybody agrees on, and then you think of them in spiritual terms, I see no gap. So I want to go into, with all the things in mind that we just went through, I want you to hold those in you now. And we're going to go through how I got to this point with my son, McCoy. And I'll make it quick, but I am going to tell you there's two pictures in here, one and then another later, that are a little triggering. And they're very necessary for the story, and you'll feel it when you see them. And I want you to feel that resonance that you feel of empathy when you see that, when your brain sees it and it doesn't know the difference between a story and a real event, and you feel that emotion in your body. So it's truly a hero's journey for me, especially, and my son, to face the ego and be peeled down to the core of your onion and decide what's important in your life. And this, when you focus on what you can have, then you can create a new future. And that's what we're going to document. And that is the science behind transcendence, which is a spiritual experience. So here's McCoy's story. This is a triggering picture. He got leukemia when he was 4 years old, and he was so lymphoblastic and tumorous that it was blocking his airway. It was blocking his superior veins so blood could get to his head but not return. That's why his eyes were swollen shut. And they said it was like his heart was beating inside 100 rubber bands. And we talk about it now openly. My son is fine. I want you all to know my son is fine. Taking a breath and feel how that feels, how it shifts our energy. My son is fine. But when a 4-year-old has to learn the literal definition of do or die, like we have to do this or you will not make it, and then learn the essence of your own mortality at that age. And McCoy was faced with that. His eyes swollen shut is the equivalent of an alien autopsy on a 4-year-old boy who's afraid of the doctors. This is not a kid that's like institutionalized. This is a very, to his heart, spiritual little boy that's going through this. Okay, so we had to become, they told us that he needed a lumbar puncture. They needed to draw spinal fluid. They needed to put a PICC line in. They needed to put a Hickman in. They needed to access him to try to help him, but they said there was nothing they could do. They were mechanically unavailable for him to do anything. They weren't capable of helping him in any way. But we think we can get permission for you to be in the room and help you get through it, like he did his oxygen and his lab draw and his IV placement. We saw you work with him. So they got permission for me to get in the room with him. And I was able to talk him through it. And he got into this state of brainwave, out-of-body state that we've learned how to recreate and carry that through other procedures through his treatment. So this is a very important portion of the singularity of what he went through. And this is the calm after the storm. After we were the eye of the storm with everything happening, and he was able to get spinal fluid drawn, they were able to give him chemotherapy and bring the swelling down. So that was like 12 hours later, after he was in that do or die moment. But how we handled it in the moment determined the trajectory of his future, and how you get in the moment of being the eye of the storm so you can pass through the eye of a needle, the singularity of the moment that you have to live through. So this is him after Hickman installed, PICC line installed, and spinal fluid drawn, saving his life. So this is him later on after he did have cancer, leukemia, T-cell leukemia, and this is in his recovery. And he was having a great day. He knows how to be happy now, to bring that. All children do. They get done throwing up and they turn right around and want to play Legos. And we lose that resiliency as we develop our mindset. And you'll see that as we go through. But I was having a hard day, and one random day at the Ronald McDonald House, I went and got a random cup, and boom, there it was, be present. And that was really the key of the offering, because I knew nothing about this. I'm a boatyard guy from the San Juan Islands, and I knew nothing about this. I had my own vagal tone response to lab draw placement when I was growing up. So I'm triggered by the hospital environment, but I had to adapt to it. I had to level up. And if you think about the living system, think about what we just went through, and that new information creates new mass and new energy. So we were able to spiral up and succeed because of how we handled things in the moment. And that's the message behind the story. So this is another picture of him. You can see he's on dialysis. He has blood being circulated and filtered. He's getting oxygen. He's having an ultrasound to find the fluid on his heart, because the heart beating inside 100 rubber bands created fluid in his pericardial sac and pressure and tamponade. And he was going to have to stick a needle in his sternum and drain it. And he needed to find a way to get through the moment. And he is at zero. And this is something we'll talk about. He was able to be completely at zero, receive the oxygen, get the ultrasound, and be in a total low human resonance prior to going in. And when we did this, he was able to get so much pericardial fluid removed that normally it would be like 80 milliliters, and they got 450 milliliters. He was so calm that pressure did not create tamponade and collapse his heart like they expected it to do. So his state of being created a receivership to get through something nobody has ever gotten before. And he's done it a dozen times. This is a recreatable, teachable thing that we teach to other kids. And he's gone through, his latest one was an 8-hour kidney transplant without an epidural and 0 pain meds. First child to go through a kidney transplant without an opiate, which is mandatory for them to bridge on. But because of his past, because of the things we leveled up on, they saw that he could do it, and he was able to go through the 8-hour surgery with 0 pain. So becoming the eye of the storm gets you through the eye of the needle, and then that builds resiliency, and that's ascension. That's leveling up. And when we biohack our physiology into a state of zero, then we have the option to refocus our cone of certainty into the future and create a new outcome. And that is manifestation in real time. So we're going to talk about that more. So here we are. I think you can double tap or enlarge your screen if you're having trouble. This is the research that I did when I had my son in one arm and my iPhone in the other led me to these people, to these offerings that are the seers of the new medical paradigm, bridging science and spirituality, and how the ancient cultures had innate knowledge of our innate abilities and how it works in our body. And you can see at the top, I have heart intelligence representing heart math, how signals come to our heart, then the heart code, and then how it comes to our brain through Joe Bolte-Taylor. And we're going to talk about these all individually really quick. We'll power through them. But what I want you to keep in mind is as you start at the top, your heart takes the signal first and disperses it through the body, and how the brain interprets it develops your beliefs and how that comes in your system. So this happens innately. We go clockwise around the circle, whether we know it or not. So we're going to talk about each of them and show how being in the moment with this knowledge, we can then reshape our direction and have a better outcome. So we're going to start off in the middle. Oh, I want to go back and show you. You look at the circle and it's like the wheel of ascension. And in the middle represents God, energy, the universe, divine wisdom, the like Michio Kaku, the God equation, how the word of God, the voice of God creates quantum entanglement, and our DNA is a quantum code and makes us who we are, and how we respond through the living matrix, divine matrix. And of course, Nassim, he's the one who showed me the eye of the storm and becoming the singularity. So we're going to power through these going clockwise, and I'm going to show you the science behind ascension, which is, of course, biohacking the physiology of our divinity. So Nassim Haramein, he taught me how to be the eye of the storm, to get through the eye of the needle, how becoming the singularity, the center of the vector equilibrium is singularity, and it's single in all directions. And he showed me how Einstein theorized 100 years ago that all energy, a photon is both a wave and a particle at the same time, oscillating back and forth at the speed of light. And when you pray and meditate and become that singularity, the seat of witness, then you become more wave than particle, because your oscillation of all your atoms are going in rhythm. And when you become so coherent, so in the moment, which heart math teaches us, you can reach a higher brainwave frequency and coherence, gamma, and have tachypsychia. And that is literally being in the zone, like a basketball player, Michael Jordan, who can't miss a shot. You're in that zone where everybody's standing still. And that's what happened to us in the procedure room, is we were so coherent with our breath in the moment. We became a singularity, and we leveled up to an emergent property. Think of the natural laws that lead up to ascension. And we incorporated that in our being and directed our outcome. And he also led me down a path to the cone of certainty, which is like, if you jettison into this point of space at this certain moment with a blast of your jets, you're going to be in this space, and you will end up through Newtonian physics into the Indian Ocean. And that is all the cone of certainty. If you go here, you're going to be there. And that's how the Akashic record works. We spin our energy into space-time, and it becomes what we laid in the record in the past. And when we do something different now, we not only change the Akashic of the past from where we were going, we're in the singularity, and we can re-aim our trajectory of survival into a new direction by being in the moment. And that, look up the Akashic record, it's a beautiful thing. And then Deepak Chopra was very influential to me, because his book, The Future of God, is like when you have something traumatic in your life and you question, it's like, why God, why do this to my 4-year-old son? You are out of alignment with spirit, and you can't be in alignment in your body. You can't have coherence between your heart and your mind if you're out of alignment with the spirit. So he says you need a God 2.0. So that was big in reframing my position with God to stay in the singularity, because you can't get back in that singularity if you're out of alignment with God. And heart math is the leader in heart intelligence, and how the heart communicates to the brain and mind body in 8 different ways. It's the leader of the orchestra, it's the conductor. And heart rate variance and homeostasis is how we create that low pressure system, like in the eye of the storm. So then Paul Pearsall elaborates on that, about the heart as the conductor of the orchestra. The heart communicates to the brain. And then also he adds the cellular memory and the energy of the heart, and how memory is stored in the heart, like heart math. And they talk about John and Beatrice Lacey finding the new neural tissue in the heart, and it's starting neurocardiology. And that shows memory in all the cells of the body. And then we go around into the mind, and Dan Siegel, the Mindsight book, and he has the Mindsight Institute. He talks about integration, and integration is when 2 parts of the brain connect. And when they're off balance, when one side is dominant, then it makes disintegration, and you have mirror neurons where you look at something and determine how you are. Like a baby doesn't have an identity until their caregiver makes a face, and then they understand how they're supposed to feel. And that creates a resonance. The circuitry in our body makes a resonance between the heart and the mind vertically, and then horizontally, making a cross, is the resonance between our right and left sides of the brain. And now those are all determined, and the wiring of that is all determined by your social and environmental influences. So then we go a little further, and we go into Jill Bolte Taylor. She had the stroke of insight as a neuroscientist, having a hemorrhage in her left hemisphere, and it goes down, and all the energy goes to her right side, and she has this beautiful spiritual experience, and she talks about it on her TED Talk, My Stroke of Insight. And then she wrote, I just finished a month or so ago, The Whole Brain Living, where she literally says that it's like you realize something and you hear it again and take it to a deeper level, and that's part of the ascension. This is an example for me. In the book, she actually calls it 2 separate brains, Connected by tissue, which we know the corpus callosum is a bridge between the two, but it's also a veil. And the right brain is divinity. It is not your connection to divinity, it is divinity itself. Your left brain is how I am separate in the 3D world. My ego tells me because of back then, what's going to happen now, and I compare, and this is how I'm separate from the world, and this is how I'm connected to divinity, how I am divinity. But it also has two separate limbic systems. So the left brain has its own limbic system to say, I'm separate, and that's how it feels in my body. And the right brain, literally different brain, has the limbic system to say, I am divinity, and that's how it feels, heaven on earth, The Honeymoon Effect by Bruce Lipton. And she talks about how every thought and emotion tells you what part of the brain it came from. And you can tell by, do I need to get flour for a recipe, or am I thinking about how beautiful this flower is? You can tell what part of the brain every thought and emotion come from. And then we go to Bruce Lipton, Biology of Belief, beautiful mentor and endorser of my entire program. He talks about how your perception of reality is more deterministic than reality itself. Social and environmental influences triggers gene expression. Blood chemistry, the petri dish of our body, of the cells, the blood chemistry determines cellular function and gene expression. Okay, and then we go to Joe Dispenza, how those thoughts and beliefs become reality. Positive contagion, which is what I'm talking about, a spiral of ascension. When you add new information, the living system changes and you spiral in a good direction. When you add information that brings you down, you descend. So positive contagion is something he shows in his workshops, and they document what they call gamma-gasms, where you get into a gamma brainwave state and it's virtually orgasmic, and they get into spontaneous healings. So he's showing literally how we can take control and bring that into our body to recreate that, which is what we do. And then Candace Pert, Molecules of Emotion. Every thought and emotion becomes the fabric of our bodies. The superior Caligulus sees things in our worldview, sees things in our field view to substantiate our worldview. It's the ego constantly accepting itself, finding itself, affirming itself. And then she talks about cybernetics, the one who steers the ship. That's the autonomic consciousness. The autonomic consciousness processes 15 million bits of information a moment, while our visual conscious maybe 50 bits a moment. So then we go to James Oshman of energy medicine. He talks about the living matrix through our body and how it communicates and makes these feedback loops so that we can be the helmsman, that we run, how we run our system. And really important takeaway from his book was the human resonance. When the thalamus gets agitated, it creates a vibration that tells other things to be freaked out. And that makes a human resonance, and it creates angst, and we put that out as our intention to other people. So we create angst, but when we get down to the Schumann resonance, we discharge that from our body, like Mother Earth. That's why grounding and everything is so important. But when we have a human resonance, when we have a frequency of push, we're not open to the divine. And then, of course, zero limits. And at zero, ho'oponopono, you clear yourself to zero. So what we have, as you can see, up to this point, we have how an event triggers our heart to tell our brain how to work, and tell our body how, from our beliefs, what to produce, to have an inner environment to match our outer environment, and that becomes who we are. So when we're aware of that, we can alter it. We can take control of that. It's like Jung says, until we bring the subconscious conscious, it'll run our life, and we'll call it fate. So from this point, we can take the spiral upward by getting to zero and not letting that human resonance, that human frequency, make our cup be full of ourself and not open to divinity. And then Michael Singer from The Untethered Soul, becoming the seat of witness, creates a lightness of being and connection to divinity. And then, of course, Eckhart Tolle, the power of now. We are not our thoughts and emotions, we're the awareness of them. And the power of the eternal now. So then when we get in the now and we realize, James McCarthy in his book, From Crisis to Creation, says whatever you focus on, you get more of. If you're in an accident and you focus on what you don't have, you're going to get more of that. But if you have a life-changing event, the singularity, it's how you focus your consciousness, you get what you focus on, just like biology of belief and placebo effect. And then Dr. Hall, consciousness creates thoughts, our belief systems constantly. The core of every human being has a divine wisdom that knows who you really are. And if you don't stick to that, it makes a separation from your divinity to who you are. And that's where trauma is stored. And then Shakti Gawain and creative visualization. Once we come to zero and have the vision of our healing, we can use guided imagery to create a sensation of where we're going. And the alchemist, you take your surroundings, your belief system, and then you create a reality. You create a new reality from that. And then it brings you back to the top of the wheel. Because after you've had the hero's journey, after you've had the wheel of ascension, and you do it in an upward way, then you have a new alignment to spirit. You have a new belief system, and you go right back around the wheel. Instead of, you get to in the body part, like the placebo effect, and have a bad reaction and spiral downward. So here it is. This is a spiral of its ascension. You spiral up or you spiral down based on your awareness. So think of the living system again. Based on the knowledge and awareness you have, you create your reality. You spiral up or you spiral down. Your energy goes up and changes your information for your living system to thrive, connection to divinity, or you spiral away and you get the distance from love. So it's all about creating that neural biology, physiology. The more you're in a balanced right and left brain, the more you're going to have connection to divinity, just like a path becoming larger with neural activity, neuroplasticity. So it's the spiral of ascension. So if we go back to the books and you see from the top heart intelligence and how our brain and our human experiences set up our mind and how we believe, and it takes place in our body through the molecules of emotion and our energy being, but we can go to zero and we can create from zero by focusing our consciousness through our healing in the seat of witness, in the power of now, and creatively visualize, and then make a new reality and create a new alignment to spirit. That's ascension. And that is a very important, for me anyway, a very important thing to, I'm going to stop sharing now. That is a very important connection to make when you think of everything. Every human experience follows that wheel. You have an innate ability to sense things. Your heart senses things 6 seconds in advance of the brain. So when you sense something with your heart and it gives signals to the brain and your mind body on what you believe, then you transcend, spiral up, or you descend down. And that brought us into a place of being able to biohack and repeat this process and then learn how to teach it and bring it to others. So I really appreciate the platform today and having the opportunity to share our story and how this path of knowledge and learning, and most of it I got on my iPhone and got snippets or YouTube stuff and learned on the way, and then read the books later on. I went to substantiate it for our nonprofit and our offering. So I really appreciate the opportunity to share that with everybody today. And I want everybody to think about their mindset and be a mindful, heartful listener, because everybody you see in the Higher Self Expo is going to give you new information, which is going to change your awareness. And you're going to be able to harness that energy to make a new mass, a new movement with your body. So it creates healing or it creates coverage. So let's be together. Take a breath. My heart goes out to all of you, and thank you for the platform. I hope that all went okay.
It went better, way better than okay, my friend. And I love this one. I love this one right here. this is where everyone went, what? Like, this is amazing what you're talking about. And I'm very excited to even learn more and more about it. And one quick question before we introduce the next speaker would be, how can you learn more about doing this?
Great. Our website talks about our healing modalities, and I have controlled breathing practices that I've learned and taught McCoy, and that we teach other people. And we show that if you have lower anxiety into procedures and operations, then you have better outcomes and less pain on the outside. So this is a very teachable thing. So I have anybody who wants them, I can connect with our breathing slides that we have that talks about how to reset our system and control our heartbeat, and then use our biophysical feedback of our heart, and we count our heartbeats, and we become in a coherent state. And this is what Bruce Cryer from the former CEO of HeartMath says is changing the paradigm in Western medicine. This is a new modality to get to that 0 point. So it's all about biohacking our physiology to 0 so that we can go from 0 and receive from the divinity.
Right. Beautiful. Wow. Thank you so much, Jeff. It was such a pleasure to have you. And I look forward to interacting with you a lot more.
Right on. Thank you so much for this platform and the coherent energy from everybody. We are now entangled forever.
Yes.
Yeah.
Bye, my friend.
Bye.
Okay, wow, that was amazing, and I'm so happy with how things have gone already. We've only had 2 speakers, but they've both been absolutely fantastic, and our next one is really no different than that. The next up is a hypnotherapist, pranic, quantum energy healer, and owner of Bay Area Meditation. So you probably already know who this is, who dedicates herself to helping people deconstruct the commonly held dogma of the human genetic timeline, historical record, and the human biostructure. Today, she's going to be educating us on the light topic of engineering of the organic creation of infinity. So I'm so pleased to welcome my illustrious co-host, Geraldine Orozco.
Hello. Thank you so much for that wonderful welcome. Well, I'm really excited to get started, and let me pull up my little presentation.
Yeah, let's do this. Okay, I'll run things so you don't have to worry about that in the background.
Okay.
and go and enjoy.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right, everybody. So let's get started. I am going to go ahead and go into my presentation mode here with my... Let me just open my screen. Oh, okay, here we go. All right, everybody. So I'm assuming that now you can see my screen. Anybody can give me a heads up?
It's not a full screen, and we're still kind of seeing the PowerPoint instead of the full screen PowerPoint.
Oh, really? How interesting. Mm-hmm. Okay, so let me just get out of that. And you're still seeing, what are you seeing?
We're just seeing the back end, kind of like, we're seeing your slides all lined up on the left. We're seeing the PowerPoint across the top rather than the full screen. The fun of sharing with this. Nope, it's still the same.
Okay. Interesting.
This platform's amazing, but boy, the PowerPoint stuff is a little bit challenging.
A little challenging. All right, so let's just go into reading state here.
There you go.
Okay.
That'll work.
Okay, great. So, well, I can't see the slides that are coming up. I thought I would be prepared for you better, but it's okay. Our technology is not cooperating, but let's get started, guys. So today we are going to talk about a really, really important topic. I am a hypnotherapist, and I have studied and researched so much about the energetic body, not just from the perspective of having read about it and studied pranic quantum energy healing, and through my own deprogramming of information, but through many different life-changing experiences throughout my life, I actually in 2013 had a life-changing interdimensional contact that resulted in the activation of psychic abilities. And these psychic abilities really allowed me to kind of dive into the multidimensional body from a more profound perspective of looking at what is inside of this incredible divine construct of energy and consciousness. And I began to notice how this multidimensional body interacts with the world around us, looking at how information is being stored. And as I had these incredible experiences, it really dove me diving deeper into the question of DNA, of our genetics. In this contact experience, I was introduced to hybrid children. And my question at that point, going through all of this deprogramming process of entering into a 0 point, was what is it that makes humans so unique, so special, that we participate in some of these incredible life experiences? And I began to take a look at DNA, our genetic origin. I began to take a look at what it is that all these organisms beyond their physical manifestation have in common. And one of the things that I found was that our genetic code for all organisms is actually the same. We have the same both base genetic code from which we are evolving. And from that perspective, it can be expressed by many different organisms. In other words, to me, what this helped me understand is that we are really one race. We really do have one base blueprint to our creation, whether you are a organism that is a plant, whether you are a living animal, a species, and some kind of bioorganism, we all stem from that origin point. And this was very interesting to understand, because when you begin to look at our reality from the eyes of separation, or this, the idea that we are experiencing a dualistic experience, we begin to realize that we actually are way more interconnected on a biological level, chemical, energetic level than we believe. And what that helps us understand as we go deeper into the roots of our origins is that perhaps we have not descended directly from the apes. Perhaps we are much more connected to a much higher intelligence. Just looking at the genetic code from the moment that we are connected to our ancestors and the apes, we actually, our code is way more complex than just what we hear. In fact, the genetic jump between our DNA code from an ape or an orangutan to the human species is actually quite large, in that there is no way that the evolutionary jump could have been made in such a way that we embody such incredible consciousness and intelligence within this organism. And so if we look back at our traces, we look at the origins of life on this planet, seeding on this planet. And there are many, many ancient texts throughout history, including the Book of Enoch, the Emerald Tablets, and many, many other kind of texts around the world that discuss the life forms that have originated, how we have come together with this incredible intelligence, and our genetic make perhaps was genetically modified in order to create the organisms that we are today. If we look around the different parts of the world, we see traces of these incredible origins of these consciousness. And we also take a look at an idea, a way to look at the origin of life forms on this planet, from the creation of the universe to Sophia, to Yaldabaoth, to the Archons, and to many, many bloodlines in which we are. So we really are so incredibly interconnected with all of these organisms in the universe. And the designs, there are certain patterns that continue to present themselves. Not only do we have the same base code, but in fact, down to the fractal cellular level, we have patterns within our genetic make, within our physical body, that are present in all things, from the cells in your eye into the galaxies and nebulas. Certain patterns of self-similar information is available to us. So we are constructed in such a manner that we are designed to perfection. So we can't say that something has just appeared or evolved. We are actually a part of these incredible, complex, interdependent systems that require one another in order to continue living, in order to thrive, in order to grow. Ultimately, we are a fractal. This human body is a fractal down to the cellular molecular level. We are demonstrating these incredible patterns of self-similarities. But when you take this out to the bigger picture and you look out at this entire organic creation that we are on planet Earth and even beyond, we begin to look at another kind of pattern, is the movement of this information, the movement of this self-similar information, which seems and is shown, and I will show you in just a minute, to move in kind of a spiral movement. Not only is the entire universe moving in a spiral, but all of our cells, all of our organism down to the cellular level of the physical body, and all organisms as well operate in this same way. So there is an inevitable evolutionary process that we are a part of, that we partake in collectively. And this is something that's really important because it really helps us understand how we are moving and navigating, in fact, this multiverse that we are living in. As you can see, this entire universe, this galaxy, has its origin point from a source of life force. This life force which feeds this life into all living organisms, into all structures of reality and consciousness. We are also mimicking that within our physical body. And what we want to reach is that single middle point of singularity. We see this in the universe through white holes and black holes, how information is either contractive or expansive. This kind of dynamic, this kind of expression of energy, this movement of energy is self-similar in all of these organisms. And the human body is not different. The human body operates in the exact same way. Not just the human body, but the human experience. In fact, every single organism is oscillating to create these vibrational frequencies. And each one of these vibrational frequencies is a timeline. It's a dimension. All organisms are creating and emanating these incredible dimensional planes. These dimensional planes are made up of information, just like an engine that oscillates to create life force and power to power movement. The human body oscillates in the exact same way. The Earth has its own toroidal field, creating the Van Halen belts, and it creates a spherical shape. When you look at the entire space of the Earth, not only is it hollow from within, allowing this toroidal movement through its body, but in the physical form, we also contain that exact same movement. And in the universe, we also contain that exact same movement. So we are all interconnecting through this oscillation, providing a network of information that is produced around each organism. And this has been proven down to the molecular level of the body. In fact, DNA, this is a picture here on the bottom left of the oscillation of a DNA of a cell that is actually creating a toroidal field, a magnetic field that emanates. And through that magnetic field, there are forms and structures that create a network of information. And through quantum non-locality, the opportunity in communicating and interacting with all of its surrounding organisms is available. In fact, the human body is an incredibly complex network of this same communication. Now, this is incredibly important to understand because how this information moves depends very much on the vibrational frequency that each one of these cells, that each one of these organisms is basically collectively emanating. radio waves and sound waves and infrared waves, how this information, this vibrational frequency moves, whether the wave is wide, long and heavy, or short, fast, high, will determine how it travels through its space, through time and space. And this is both the physical body and this is larger organisms, planets, all have this vibrational frequency that is being emanated. And so it defines the organism, it defines the language that the organism is speaking. So, for example, these longer, heavier waves is, for example, fear. It's a very slow, long wave. And it activates very few of our DNA. And I'm going to talk about that in just a moment, because our DNA is actually an incredible system of antennas. It's a receiver and it emanates an information. Love is a shorter wave. It's a faster vibrational frequency. So it defines how it moves, how it navigates through time and space. Any organism that is resonating at that vibrational frequency, it will be emanating in that way. And we have this incredible design, this self-similar design that we see in organisms universally. We also have them within the physical body. In fact, every single one of the organs is operating at a certain vibrational frequency. Information organizes itself in such a beautifully complex manner through each one of the endocrine system centers. The endocrine system centers are designed to produce certain chemicals, and those chemicals translate into information that is introduced into each one of the organs of the physical body. So if we take that to the next step, what does this massive amount of information then say about us? Are you an organic storage system? In fact, right now in the Silicon Valley here in San Francisco, we have many companies that are utilizing and mimicking DNA for storage. In 1 tablespoon of DNA, you can fit the entire world history. The entire world history. So the question is, what are we holding within this organic system of information? How much information do we have? We believe that our life is 100 years, let's say give or take 100 years of a lifespan that we have, and we are constantly absorbing and experiencing things that are storing within the multidimensional body. Well, they were able to translate that information by turning it into binary code. From the nucleobase code into this binary code, we were able to translate. But this is no more than vibrational frequency. Equally, the same way that we can translate this into a binary code, we are utilizing codes to read information that otherwise we would not have access to. And our multidimensional body, our complex body, has the exact same way of reading. Our system, in fact, is holographic in that the way that we are co-creating our reality is very much a holographic expression. And the cerebral cortex and the entire brain is actually superfluous to the network of information that is being run through the system. So the storage system, in other words, is not just this code. It's actually not allocated in one or another part of the body. It is an entire network of storage of information, which means that the information is holographic. There was a test done with little mice where they removed parts of the brain. And despite removing parts of the brain, the little mice were still able to go down these paths, these mazes. They still remembered how to do it. So we're not storing that information in just the brain. It is actually storing through muscle memory, through movement, through sound, through emotions, through reactions, interactions that an organism is having. And this is incredibly important because what does that say about our human bodies then? If we have some of these biological answers, we can look deeper into biophysics for our model. DNA functions in a way that correlates with holographic projection. DNA projects a blueprint for the organism that is translated from the electrodynamic to the molecular level. When we look at this DNA more like a biocomputer it reads and writes this genetic code, which means that it is translating its environment into information, into data. So the amount of information that we withhold in the body, aside from general epigenetics, goes farther than just our current environment. It goes into our lineages, it goes into our ancestry, and our ancestral information is actually passing down. In fact, there were studies that were done with mice that they would create traumatic situations for them and test generations down whether the next 3 generations down would remember or respond to those traumatic experiences in the same way. And in fact, they did. They discovered that the offspring of these mice were responding, already having that learned reaction to these traumatic events. So really what that means is that our organism is this incredible intelligence of storage of information. So when we experience traumatic experiences in our life, we are really storing within the body everything that our mother has gone through, our father has gone through, and so on and so forth. And the way that information is passed down is through the mitochondrial DNA, which in fact is a snapshot of all of the ancestors from before. So this is encoded in our design. It is in your body that you have a snapshot, literally, of the universe, the universal history, just like a tree, just like the rings of a tree that absorbs the information of the entire current natural state of its environment. We are also storing that information in the organs, in the skins, in all of the systems of this multidimensional body. And what that means is that memories that are even non-physical, emotional memories, vibrational memories are also being stored. Like, for example, when I had my conscious contact experience in 2013, and I was interacting with these interdimensional beings, all of a sudden I began to recall contact experience. I began to remember that I had been a participant in some of these hybridization programs. And with the people that I work with every day, these experiencers that also have had contact experience are recalling their memories when they reach a certain level of awareness, when certain aspects of the activation of DNA, that genetic code that, remember, when it's in a state of fear, when the wavelength of vibrational frequency of the body is slower and longer, it activates lesser of that DNA. And in fact, when we are in a state of love and expression, we activate much more of that DNA. So we have the capacity of accessing fragments of ourselves that are encoded in more than just this physical body. Our multidimensional body, as a result of that contact experience, allowed me to look at the multidimensional body in such a complex way where I could see the chakra systems. And each one of these chakras, what I saw is, again, another self-similar model to these incredible white holes and black holes that we have in the universe. We are literally made up of these black and white holes. Your physical body, the chakra system, the front and back of the chakras that go all along your spine and the main organs of the body function like black and white holes. They create these centrifugal vortices that either contract life force or expand life force. And this is important to understand, because as soon as we understand how the physical body moves with information in its organism, we begin to understand why certain things are coming out of balance, why we end up with illnesses, why we have collective trauma that we can't seem to get over. All of this information is stored. And when there is a lack of awareness, when there is the application of the lower vibrational frequencies, when we are tapping into fear-based ideology, we completely move away from the expansion and function, movement, fluid movement of this body. In hypnotherapy, working with my clients daily, we begin to unlock memories, not only of this current lifetime, but other lifetimes. And I don't like to use the word past lifetimes, because all of these memories are actually accessible to us simultaneously in this moment. And when my clients begin to access that information, they begin to notice, again, patterns, patterns in these experiences, patterns in the traumas, patterns in the memories. So what I discovered through my early journey and early in 2008, when I began to really dive deep into this meditation practices, I discovered that I wasn't finding those answers outside. The only place that I was able to find any answers at all was within. And I realized that my ideas of our society, of life, of love were completely inverted. Why were they inverted? Why was our understanding of what love was, the concept of self-love, was so foreign when it's something incredibly important to the human organism? It's not something that's taught in school or not something that we're educated on. But what I noticed is that when I began to go back to those memories and heal, reintegrate, which means that in those memories, begin to change the perspective that I had in those experiences to a broader perspective, it changed the vibrational frequency of that memory from a constrictive energy into a more expansive flow. And when that occurs, these fragments were reintegrating into the body, providing healing, providing integration. I realized that all of the stagnant disruption that was in the multidimensional body was something that was created throughout the entire life. It wasn't something that was just occurring through one or another traumatic experience. It was every day. It was every moment that the body had been storing memories. Any moment that I felt helpless, any moment that the human begins to feel fearful, we are creating fragmentation down to the cellular level of the multidimensional body, and it affects the function and life force and flow of healing. It affects the ability, the creative life forces that the human body has. In fact, all of these attachments, these thought forms that were stagnant within the multidimensional body were causing heavier and heavier and heavier emanation of vibrational expression. So my wavelengths were really low at that time. And when I work with my clients and I begin to tap into this multidimensional body, you can clearly see when there is a stagnation of energy. The organism is becoming self-destructive. That consciousness is disconnected from its higher source, from its origin point, from that whole connectedness to the all. And we see that in the universe, the organic universe, as it expresses itself from its origin. Any aspects of itself that become ill, that become parasitic, that become unconscious, begin to embody self-destructive behavior. The human body functions in the exact same way. Our structures of reality, in fact, are so complex that what you're seeing here is a picture of what you look like. You are at the center of creation, and at that same time, you have access to all of your past lives, all of your interdimensional fragments. All of this information is available because it's self-similar. We are repeating over and over again, experiencing from the ranges of vibrational frequency, all of this potential expression of creation that we have. And we have access to all of that through our body. The way that this information is organized in the multidimensional body is actually from the lowest vibrational frequency up to the highest level. And our lower aspect of our body is navigating the physical plane. The physical plane is the one that interacts with its physical environment. It's the one that is storing the physical experiences. The higher levels from the heart up are navigating the higher realms, dream times, lucid dreaming, Akashic records, all of these when we're astral projecting. We are also storing information from those dimensional levels as well. So if we're constantly storing information, whether we're conscious or not, the consciousness is what defines the kind of experience that we're having. And how we are either aware of this organism in its totality, in its expressions, and if its movements of that white black hole energy, either we're contractive, we become this centrifugal energy that is moving in the opposite direction, which means that it's contractive, or it's expanding by moving itself in a spiral, ascending mode. The entire human organism has the ability of moving in that direction. And what happens when we go the other way is that our life force becomes inverted. We become disconnected and unaware of our connection to that source. Ultimately, we become basically artificial intelligence. In fact, what makes us unique, what makes us different from artificial intelligence and pure consciousness is that awareness. If you go into these mechanical movements of behavior, I began to notice that I had certain desires. I had certain feelings, certain cravings for things, certain needs for emotions. Why do we have this? It's a profound programming that is done at a very early age. From the moment that we're born, we are absorbing everything around us, and we are being programmed by other people's behaviors, our families, friends, religion, culture. Everything is designing and showing us what we should be, what we should embody. Unfortunately, a lot of these systems are directed with a certain thing in mind. In fact, I noticed the similarity between the marketing chart of emotional triggers and how to market products to certain areas, to certain sectors based on their color, based on their marketing and their design. Why does this emotional trigger of colors work? Because color is vibrational frequency, it's information. And who was the father of implementing these kinds of systems into our society was actually Edward Bernays. Edward Bernays was the nephew of Freud. And so what happened is that he is actually the one that introduced this understanding, a very profound understanding of how our deepest unconscious, subconscious desires interact with our environment in such a powerful way that you can invert someone's needs. And by simply placing in front of them a picture of something that feeds to an emotion that's linked to that object, to that, to that whatever product is being sold, it can make you want that. So I began to question, well, who am I then? Am I a product of all these desires, or who is the real self? Who is the real self? So if you take a look and kind of question what pictures trigger, what do they trigger in you? That is an incredibly complex understanding of who you are, which our environment understands deeply. So here we are today in a world in which the majority of our choices are directed through these emotional impulses, through the manipulations of these impulses. Then when we look at the bigger picture, a lot of these systems are interconnected to one another. In fact, did you know that 147 companies own all of the companies in this world? So who is engineering our reality? Are we really engineering our reality, or are we feeding into these systems of creation? Well, let's take that out of the picture now. Let's go even bigger, broader into the universe. In the universe, another self-similar pattern is, as an organism, we are also being influenced by celestial bodies. We are being influenced by life force energy, the movements of planets, the movements of energy in the universe, and they organize itself, that information organizes itself in what we know as astrological signs, for example. The moment that we are born on this planet has a snapshot of the universe at that time. It tells us the energies, vibrationals, emotions that are available at that time, and it oftentimes influences our entire life, just the way that the moon influences ourselves, our cycles. So when we take a look at that, then, who is the creator? Is the human the creator, or are we these mechanical responses? Have we turned into artificial intelligence in which our awareness of these mechanisms of the universe is so disconnected from the core of ourselves? We are this center point. We are these vortexes of black and white light. And as an expression of this dualistic creative life force, our connection to source, our connection to that true divine blueprint of creation beyond all of these systems of influence, is who we are. And in order to reach that, awareness and consciousness, the embodiment, the understanding, the education of your system, your complex multidimensional storage system of information is necessary. As we embody in our physical bodies all of these incredible aspects to the universe, fragments of ourselves, we can access information in this lifetime of patterns, all the traumas that we've had in this lifetime that cause disconnect, that cause pain, suffering, are repeated through our ancestral lineage, and we have the ability of healing them by meditating on them, accessing their root, and reintegrating fragments of ourselves that were created from them. As organisms of infinite consciousness, we become more and more fragmented in this universe through suffering and trauma. And how we can change this, how we can begin to heal that, is by beginning to train your intuition through meditation, through sitting with yourself in meditation and becoming aware of your multidimensional body. You begin to notice that in the spinal cord of the body is actually the root in which all of this mass information is stored. So our attachments, our fears, our anxieties that are stuck, we create them because we are the center creation of that holographic reality. All parasitic consciousness is a rejection of its own self. If we're embodying that kind of parasitic consciousness, we are feeding in to untruths, lies of our reality. What creates balance and life, what creates vitality and healing, we look at the science of bliss. When the human body, literally the prefrontal cortex that is responsible for this incredible complex system, it's the one that helps you evaluate these decisions. So the prefrontal cortex, this part of the brain, is loaded with opiate receptors. So structurally, our most sophisticated reasoning is linked to bliss. So when our entire structure of reality is playing and manipulating on that bliss, it's the fabricated aspect of ourself that wants to enjoy, that wants to be loved. This is something that we need to change. Real true love is embodied in the physical body when we come into this integrative balance. When we embody complete acceptance of this body, everything that we are, everything that we're expressed, we can then enter into that 0 point, into that singularity, that point in which we are neutral. We are that neutral observation of creation. And this is where we begin to play into the laws of the universe, in which we come into these self-similar patterns, these cycles of creation that we are emitting, that we are embodying. We are this incredible infinity of creation. The human body, through its awareness, through its connection to itself, has the ability to create and manifest anything that it requires in order to thrive. And so one of the things that I'd love to share with you today is to understand that through that connection to the body and intuition, when you activate the heart, the throat, the third eye, you begin to tap into those higher dimensions that pull you away from the hypnosis of the physical stimulations, the triggered emotions that are coming from the lower sensations and the bodies. Oftentimes we are deeply, deeply addicted to these sensations. Work with that addiction. And what you'll find is that at the core of that addiction is an incredible trauma that has occurred at some time. There is a child that is fragmented, that has experienced all of these things, and you will begin to unlock the memories that surround those experiences at that time. In order to begin to train yourself and your multidimensional body in this activation, you must learn how to work with training in these chakras. The first 3 chakras are often wide open, completely out of control. They are completely enlaced and interconnected with your environment, which causes emotions to be triggered, feelings, sensations. You can control these centers by beginning to learn how to open and close them, by clearing them, cleaning out all of that trauma from the past, all of those emotions, to bring them back into a neutral state through meditation, through that singularity of that 0 point, and opening the heart, the throat, and the third eye. As these incredible complex beings, the more that we activate our intuition, the more we can navigate our environment with discernment, with free will, with clarity, and understanding that our environment is actually a projection of our core beliefs. It is a projection of all the thought forms that originate in everything that you are, encoded at the core of your body. So you are literally this fractal of infinite consciousness interconnected to one another. We are all one in such a profound way that everyone that we interconnect with is a mirror of ourselves, of our deepest fears, and also our most expansive desires, loves, creations. So if we navigate the world in a way that is compassionate and aware, we begin to create from a level that is even more advanced. From the ancients up until now, one of the technologies that's the most advanced in our universe is the human body. It is that consciousness, it is the awareness that provides this life force connection. You are that prima materia. You are that core creation. So begin to connect the physical body, connect to source, become aware of that connection to source, and embody this neutrality at the center of this positive, negative experience that when it unites, it can now create. That is what you are and what you're here to do. So as you expand and become this centrifugal life force, even death, even when you leave the physical body, you will begin to enter into a productive expression of life force. And this is something that has been trained for centuries in history and something that we can train today as the alpha and the omega. Well, what have we learned today? We need to raise our vibrational frequency by understanding how frequency patterns and wavelengths move. It's not just a matter of saying, I need to be happy. It is a deep, profound deprogramming and reintegration of fragmentation in order to make you whole again. Right now, we are not whole. We are these fragments everywhere. So when we become whole, we begin to create generation for creation. Love is the generation for creation. The embodiment of that wavelength is healing. The more that we connect to our source, the more that we are aware of that connection, that we are more than one just physical organism, we can produce this incredible disconnect from parasitic consciousness, which are just mirrors of our own disconnect of ourselves. So I really hope that this has helped you today. And if you would like to check out a couple documentaries and series that I have been in on the topic of interdimensional contact, or to work with me, you can definitely reach out at any of these systems, either through hypnotherapy or DNA reprogramming. I'm very happy to work with you. And I'll go ahead and open the floor for any questions or anything else. Xane? Yeah. Xane, do you want to, should we ask any questions? Very good. We'll just take a look and see if we have any questions here.
Yeah, I'm looking through and I'm not seeing any. They're mostly just telling you how amazing you are.
Okay.
which is wonderful to hear, isn't it? Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Well, that's great. So I finished my presentation a little bit early for those questions. But if we don't have any questions, then we can just move on.
Well, let's give them a second here.
Yeah.
People saying that they would love to connect with you, that they're going to be getting in touch with you.
Yeah, that's amazing. I can't wait to work with you. Please do reach out. My website is geraldineorozco.com, and you can also join our support group for experiencers and contactees. So it'd be great to connect with you.
Here we go. I think we got it. There you go. Here's a question for you.
Do you know of how to reprogram DNA for physical healing? So any kind of illness is a result, is a manifestation of stagnant life force within the body. So we can begin to help the body rebalance itself by addressing the root cause of that stagnant information within the body and begin to release the memories and the emotions that are stagnant in the body. And what that'll do is it begins to reverse all of the things that have been coming out of balance in the body and create a stable environment emotionally. Emotions are the very, very most important thing, because when emotions are out of balance, it's a chemical reaction that begins to create inflammation in the body. If we're in a state of fear and we're in a state of anxiety, that inflammation takes the body out of balance completely. And so we allow ourselves to no longer come into that inflammatory, response to our world. We begin to heal the body, bringing yourself in meditation into a state of neutrality as much as possible, state of observation. The only way we're going to reach that neutrality is by beginning to heal the fragments, the trauma that has occurred since childhood, and that therefore heals the body. So this is something that we do in my DNA reprogramming sessions, and many people have been able to really move away from traumatic experiences health-wise in order to no longer have to take medications or trying to wean off some of these chemical things that cause imbalance within the body. So, yeah.
All right. Well, there are some more questions, but I think you're out of time. So I'm going to go ahead and step away and let you introduce our next speaker.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So next, I have a very dear friend of mine, and she is incredible. Her name is Kathleen Zemansky, and she is a Feng Shui master and astrologer. And I personally had a chance to work with her, and she really has this incredible ability to take a look at Feng Shui from the perspective of your entire life and timing, how time space. And I'll let her explain that in just a minute when I bring her on. Let me bring her into the room. Here we go. Kathleen, welcome. I'm so glad to see you. So you're going to be presenting for us today. Do you want to talk a little bit about yourself and what you're going to be presenting, and then just jump right in? I'll give you the floor.
Sure, but before we do, anyone who just heard Geraldine's presentation, I also had the privilege of working with her. Amazing work. Don't wait. Absolutely click on her links to get that DNA programming, because even us as healers, we absolutely need support from others as well. So thank you for that amazing presentation. So, all right, well, let me tell you, yes, a little bit about myself. I am a business feng shui master, astrologer, and a timing expert for favorable timing. And I'm going to talk about that today. And I want to let you know that, I'm very excited. And thank you, Xane, as well, for creating this platform to really immerse ourselves into all different modalities. And I just happened to choose Feng Shui, and it was for a personal reason why I got into Feng Shui. And it's just served me for 20 plus years at this point. And I do want to let you know that I work with entrepreneurs. I do mostly business, but I'm going to try to really talk to you today that, it doesn't really matter how you are using your space, whether you use it for a personal reason or professional reason. Obviously, because of what has happened in the last year and a half, a lot of us have had to multitask our spaces into a work space as well as our personal space. So really this work-life balance, it's really been quite challenging for many, but there really are some fixes. So I'm going to touch on some long-term aspects that everyone will be able to really immediately today. So take out a piece of paper and write down a few notes, and I'm going to just talk about a few basic tenets of Feng Shui that I think are important for everyone to tap into. And then I'm going to briefly talk about the annual Feng Shui. Let's face it, this is a a couple of 1,000-year-old methodology, and to condense it into a 45-minute presentation is to be challenging. We're going to do our best to do that. So let me share my screen here and let's get started. Okay. I think I am. Okay, Hopefully you can see my screen, and if someone can, I think I am. I think we're seeing it here already. Okay, great. So today's topic is Feng Shui, the science of you and your space. And the reason that we look at Feng Shui as a science is because this is, again, like I said just a moment ago, it has been around for a millennium. So we know that there are repeatable patterns that we can look at that will certainly give us a predictable outcome. So we know that we can look at, charts and land and timing and all of those different aspects that I address with my clients. And we can actually now see, oh, this is why this is happening. But if you want to look a bit into the future, there's some great tools that are easily ready for you. Now, this is I'm going to just go over some real basic tenets of Feng Shui. So, number one is the concept of yin and yang. Now, when we look at, and again, I look at mostly business, but you can integrate this into your life as well. There are yin things that you need to do, and then there are yang things you need to do. Yin things would be, your meditation, your self-care, that's trying to bring more balance in your life. If you're the type of person that is always on the go and just beating the pavement every single day, eventually that yang type of energetics is going to have effects. It's going to have effects on your health, on your relationships. It's going to have effect on your capacity to make money, all of different things. So I just really want you to try to really wrap your head around, if you're that A-type personality, there is going to be a moment where you're just going to have to take a breath and really bring some balance into your life, or you will pay the piper eventually. All right, here is another very basic tenet of Feng Shui, which is the 5 elements. So literally, I believe that the universe is explained in the 5 elements, the yin and yang of the elements, but here are the 5 elements. It's fire, earth, metal, water, and wood. Sometimes people put in wind. Wind is wood in the Chinese metaphysical space. And I do need to let you know that, when I'm looking at an astrological chart, when I'm looking at a space, when I'm looking at even any particular date and time, it always is a mix of the 5 elements. And again, it always goes back to you. How do you connect with those 5 elements? Is it an element that is favorable to you, or is it an element that can actually at a certain point start having some harm? Now, each and every slide that I'm talking about could have, an hour presentation or days, but let's just suffice that everything in my world on how I look at things is based on the 5 elements. All right, now this is another concept that we look at of person, space, and time. So the person is the human realm, the space is the Feng Shui, if you will, is the earth realm, and then the timing is really from the universal realm. And when we think about it, it's like we are that catalyst of taking that information from the universe and positioning ourselves in any space that we choose to be living in, that we are doing a setup by just living in any certain space or working in any certain space. And if you're there, I'm going to even say anything over like 3 to 6 months, you are starting to absorb that energy. So when you look at what's happening in your life, number one, are things going really well for you, or are things going a little bit crazy for you? A lot of it has to do with what's in your astrology chart. Are you really playing all the strengths, or are you allowing the weaknesses to take over? And number two, as far as your space is concerned, are you using the vibrant energies of the space and bringing in your goals and things like that? Or are you actually repelling them, whether you know it or not, by being in the more negative parts of the space? All right, well, here's another way of looking at just what I said: person, space, and time. This is something, again, a basic tenet of Feng Shui that is called the cosmic trinity. Now, in a perfect world, your astrology will take care of 33% of what's happening in your life. So if you understand fully everything that can potentially happen in your astrology chart, and I'm speaking Chinese astrology, then again, based on those 5 elements, then you're really doing quite well by looking at the chart and living it to its fullest. All of the hidden treasures that are in your chart, knowing when to pivot and avoid some of the things that may be coming your way. Now, I do need to mention that I have yet to see a perfect chart. No one has a perfect chart. Everyone is going to have life challenges, and it could be by the influences of the annual energy. And at the time of this recording, we are in the year of the metal ox. And so how does the elements of the metal ox happen to either collide with your chart or actually boost it? So those are things that you have to think about. But let's face it, life can be a bit messy. And then there's also outside influences. Can we really help what happened as far as, the global health situation that we're all facing right now? This happened, and it really had this global reach, and therefore it can start touching other areas of your life, like your business, your livelihood, your health, your prosperity. Even relationships have started to collide, obviously, because of a lockdown. All right, let's shift over to space, which is the main topic of what we're talking about today. So if you have, again, I have yet to see a perfect Feng Shui dwelling or corporation, but one of the best ways that you can get Feng Shui working for you is actually build it from scratch. Well, you know what? Not all of us are even in that position to do that. And it really is and I'll show you some slides in just a moment of, how to even find a good piece of land if you are, in that market to do that. But let's face it, we are where we're at right now. So what do we do about it? So again, the long-term Feng Shui, which I'm going to give you a couple of tips on what you can do today, as well as some annual influences that I'd like you to also consider. And this is where we can start boosting our Feng Shui. Why would you even want to do Feng Shui? Feng Shui has been around, as I said, for centuries, and why it was used is for people to achieve their goals. Let's just talk about in today's standard. It was to achieve their goals. But before, it was looked at as, how can I have more power? How can I have more prosperity? How can I have better health? How can I make sure that I am, hooking up with the right people to get more power and strength and continue the lineage of who I am? So in today's world, it really is, I look at your Feng Shui is how to achieve your goals. So question number 1, are you achieving everything that you are setting out to do? Well, it might be a matter of the Feng Shui of your space is off. And this is really what I want to help you with today, is to give you some concrete things that you can do today for you to start looking at your space. Now, the last thing is timing. And if we put in this scenario of choosing a good day and time, and I have a system called the Time Blazer that is, again, based on the 5 elements. And that, to me, is where everyone has the most control. And the reason I say that is, if you are the person that is launching a product or service, you are, forging a partnership, whether it be business or professional, you're moving in with a roommate, you're getting married, you're doing things that would have it's a milestone event, you're launching a website, you're an author, and you want to launch your book on a good day and time. Well, obviously, you can choose somewhat the good day and time. And if you have a team involved, then, that's where, when other people are involved, that's where it does get a little bit more complicated. But this cosmic trinity of what I'm trying to say here is, to me, a little bit skewed. In a perfect world, everybody has a great astrology. In a perfect world, everybody's living in a wonderful space. And then timing is 33%, which means you have actually 99% control over what's happening in your life. Let me repeat that. You actually have 99% control over what's happening in your life. But in my world, in my experience of the 20 plus years that I've been doing this, I believe that people have maybe anywhere from 5 to 33% of astrology on their side, depending what's in your chart long-term and on an annual basis, depending on the space that you choose to live in and work in. And this is something that you can change. Now, people do get set in their ways and say, oh, I don't want to move. I don't really want. Well, you know what? If you don't want to do that, then you really can't expect the results from the system. But the timing piece, I would just widen that pie shell to boost your astrology, boost your feng shui by triggering things on the right day. That's for another presentation, but I do want to plant that nugget that it's available for you to tap into. So, that's something that you may want to look into. All right, here is just one of the sample charts for my astrology. And this, again, is all of the 5 elements. Normally, we would look at year, month, day, and hour when I'm looking at feng shui. But there's a lot of things on this chart, but I just really wanted to show you that through this is a roadmap. And if you can understand the flow of your chart of what you're supposed to do long-term and short-term, this is where your strengths will start boosting that 33% of your decision-making. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time here, but I do look at this, obviously. I look at the person, space, and time when I'm looking at any feng shui project. I cannot help but look at how well does this person fit into the space, because not every space is good for every person. And I also want to mention that I hear this all the time. Oh, I do my own feng shui. And I was like, really? What? Like, where did you study? What was your, and they're talking about decor. Decor is not feng shui. A beautiful space is not feng shui. And I always liken this to, falling in love with a very gorgeous person, but the relationship is toxic. So be careful of becoming too attached to your space. What I would prefer you to do is, how much can I benefit by using this space, by getting in the more benevolent areas. All right. So again, when I'm looking at a space, I always look at, a couple of things. I'm looking at the landform. This is a mistake that people make a little bit when they're thinking about feng shui, or they hire me. They have me immediately come into their space and they start showing me around. And it was like, no, wait a minute. We need to go outside first. We need to find out what's happening on the exterior of your space, because that is where the energy comes from. So when I'm saying landform, I'm talking about the mountains or the hills. Some of you may live in very, 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 very flat lands. And if I didn't mention it before, I do classical feng shui, and this is a very, very important distinction. There's many, 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 many types of feng shui out there. I incorporate various modalities, but I always, always incorporate person, space, time. But when I show up for my consultations, I already know the birth information. I've already downloaded the address into Google Earth so I can get the topographical makeup of how the energy is actually arriving into the space. And then I'm also looking for, the positive energies as well as the negative energies. So that's something that I really want you to keep in mind as well. So here's my tip number 1. I want you, hopefully during a break, maybe not right now so you don't miss the other tips. When you go outside of your space, that's where your energy starts. And I want you to walk around the complete footprint of the building that you're in. You might be in an apartment building. You might have a standalone property. I really want you to see where you are positioning yourself. And then from there, what do you see? Do you see positive things like lush green trees? Do you see water? Do you see a pylon? That is not positive energy. Do you see a dead tree? Do you see a really sharp angles pointing at any certain areas? Now, sometimes it may not be so important that you've got a sharp angle, although I do believe that they are, somewhat, we have to we do need to be careful about, pointing angles. This is called shachi, or poison arrows. We don't ever want something dissecting our body. And that would be on the inside too. We'll get on the inside in just a second. But we do want to make sure that that the energy can flow around the entire building. And then we also want to make sure that the energy is good that's flowing into your building. Water is very important. So the land is about your what we call people matters. It's about your relationships. It's about your health, your education, and things like that. Water is about money. So you may not see water, but we also look at roadways, if you will, your streets and things like that. That's the flow of water. And so that's something that you'd want to be looking at as well. Now, there's something
Kathleen, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I remember you at the beginning, you said you had 45 minutes, but you actually have 30. So I just wanted you to know.
Right.
So that means right. I wanted you to know, because you got about 10 minutes left, so you could pick the right things to finish up with.
Yeah, thank you. All right, embrace and orientation. Let me go on to another slide. Here is an embrace. And so this is just a little thing that I really want you to understand, that the embrace is a very important. So this is tip number 2 of what I want you to think about, that we need to have, and think of an armchair, a back to a chair, and then the right and left arm. Now, when you see this in the land form, it's great. But some of you may have to manufacture that. And how you manufacture that is through landscaping, through, you could do hardscaping like walls and things like that, or you could put, pots of plants and statuary and things like that. But we do want to create this embrace because it will protect you. So this is something that we want to keep in mind as well. Now, here is, I live in Northern California, and this is just a snapshot of Mount Tam and Mount Tamalpais, which has, every landform does have, definitely some great attributes for, and this is a nice lush green landform, if you will. You don't actually see the water here, but what I'm trying to do with the red markings that I just put onto the photo is that these are embraces. So you really can't see the houses in here, but the people that live, within this embrace are actually more protected. They're probably more prosperous and things like that. So really, it's important for you to start thinking about your embrace. And if you don't have it from the landform, create it yourself. All right. Then this is another thing, is the concept of water. If you do have water, this was a photo that I took when I was in Taiwan, and these are rice paddy fields. So think about just the slow meandering, or even this road. If you can see my mouse, I'm not sure if you can on Yardstream or not, but there's a road that is just kind of a curvy, nice road. But this is where you want to have this gentle flow. We don't want anything rushing too fast, but we don't want things that are stagnant either, because stagnation does really start bringing in some health consequences. So here is bad feng shui. This is down by like Monterey, it was just a photo. It just stopped me in my tracks, and this is the Pacific Ocean into the front of it. But as you can see, this was total erosion and obviously abandonment, because it's not, there was nothing protecting this person. It had, or this family or whoever lived there back in the day, but it has no protection. So do watch about being at the top of a mountain or top of a hill, because, one of the tenets is also protecting yourself from the elements. All right, here again is another tenet of Feng Shui is your front door is an antenna. And this is why the orientation, the facing part of your house or your office building or your apartment building, whatever, this is the antenna that is the receptor of energy. So this is, the mountain that, on the left-hand side, we have the top of that mountain. And, we've heard that song, the earth is moving under our feet. That's true. There is so much energy that is moving underneath our feet that we bring that energy into that antenna, and that's what we want to do. So the next thing I want you to do is look at your front door. What is at your front door? When you look out your front door, what do you see? Do you see a pylon? Do you see a beautiful, nice landscaped area? Spend some time there, because if you do not spend some time improving that, because this is where opportunity is knocking at your door. And sometimes we don't realize the importance of how important that front door is. Now, once you go inside the door, as you can see on that right-hand photo, there's a little bit of an entryway there. We want to have equally as large of an entryway on the inside, because that is going to, again, we want that energy coming into the front door. And then we want it to coagulate and just slow down and go, okay, now I'm inside. Now I want to help the residents of this space to achieve what they want to achieve. Okay, now we're talking about, really, when we talk about Feng Shui, it is like acupuncture for the space. So we're taking the energy from the outside, we're triggering the energy on the inside. And how do we do that? With the setup of our space. We want to make sure that we're in the more vibrant areas, and we want to make sure that you are looking at, the space in a way that, how am I going to achieve my goals here? All right, the first thing you need to do, this is just a sample floor plan. First thing you need to do is you need to have an accurate floor plan. Then I'm going to transition very quickly because I don't have that much time left, is that I want to now integrate this compass dial. And there's many, many, many compass dials depending on what we're trying to achieve. You can't ignore what is happening with any particular year. So like I was saying before, what we are looking at is getting into the vibrant areas and avoid the ones that are not great. You might want to take a screenshot of this and then, put it over your own floor plan. And please have your floor plan be accurate. Stand right in the middle. Actually, I'm going to go back. Stand right in the middle of this space after you squared it off, and then just take a reading, like choose a door or something like that, so you can accurately put that compass dial onto your floor plan. And so basically, not going to be able to get into all of the intricacies because of the timing, but let's just leave it at go for the good and ignore and avoid the challenges. So the good ones are going to be in the green. And so we really want to be looking at the, especially if you've got a lot of obstacles happening in your life, you may want to put yourself over in the Southwest 3 monkey. So see where the astrology starts coming into this compass dial. So we want to go over here, but we do want to avoid the goat, which is what we call the year breaker for 2021. Another, if you're looking for some fortune, this would be in the Northwest 1. It does have some niggly things going on with the ox, but it does have some good energy here. One of my favorite areas in 2021 is the Northeast. Now, if you happen to have a monkey, a dog, a tiger, or even a dragon in your chart this year, you connect with the Feng Shui of the annual energies. But the Northeast 3, which is the sun star for 2021, this is going to help you to avoid some obstacles, as well as it's going to help you with helpful people, prosperity, and things like that. So this is something that I highly recommend you looking at, not only some of the long-term things that are happening with your, so what are we looking at? We're looking at your front door. We're looking at your, and here's another thing I want to tell you about the long-term, is that the front of your space, the front of your building, I'm going to say, that is about about your finances. That's where the opportunities are coming in. So we absolutely need to make sure that the front of our building is beautiful, inviting, invite that energy in. The back of your space, the back of your building, is about what we call people matters, and that is about your health and relationships. So this is where we have some control over of making sure it's clean and we don't have broken things. We don't have a lot of clutter, things like that. But what I would suggest from this annual dial, I would avoid the southeast, just believe me when I say this, just avoid the southeast in 2021. And if you are, this is where, the room that you rented in a bigger building, that's where your office space is. You might want to put some metal in this area to help alleviate the negative impact of the 5 yellow and things that are happening here. But what I would say is, try to get into one of these green areas, but I especially like the tiger. Let me throw something else out here too as well. It's not on this dial, but if you need some help, like you need some helpful people, I would look about what's in the south sector of your space and really improve the energy there by keeping it clean and clutter-free. This will really help you bring in some helpful people. So that's something that I can absolutely say will be quite helpful for you. And I just wanted to show you this very quickly, how it would look on a floor plan. So this person actually has a lot of this missing in the space, but and on this particular floor plan, the best energy is going over most of a bathroom. So really, there's just this one little corner. Sit in that one little corner if you have to. Everybody works with, phones and tablets and laptops. Put a little chair over there. Absorb that good energy, and that's where it can help you. So I think I see your face, so we must be going out of time here. If you do want, I've got a little free program going on right now. And if you are interested, I'm going to be going into very deeply for a week long about the Feng Shui. Last week we talked about astrology, and week 3 we're going to talk about timing. Go to bit.ly/stimulate your business. And that's what I have for you today. So
wonderful. I'm sorry that you had to race through, but it was still fantastic anyway. And I'm a particular, I've been growing my interest actually in Feng Shui. So it was really great to see a little bit more about that. It's definitely an area I'm not as familiar with, but you definitely are an expert. And anybody else who's interested, I've already provided a link to download your free gift in the comments. So hopefully many people will reach out to you.
Yeah. And, for people who are living mobily, right, who are on the road, think twice about where you park your home, whether you're going to be there for a couple of days or not. Really, how can you orient yourself to tap into that energy? Because, even if you're there for a few days, you might as well get the good juice from the land or the water. So just thought I'd throw that out there as well.
Yeah, I'm a van lifer, so I know exactly what you're talking about. So thanks, Kathleen. All right. Well, have a wonderful Saturday, and thank you so much.
Many blessings. I really appreciate it. Talk to you soon. Take care.
Bye. All right. So we are getting ready, although his camera is not on yet. So hopefully he notices that. Oh, yep. Now his camera is on. Okay, good. So I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. He is a paranormal researcher and student of crop formations who has been studying, exploring, and experiencing the paranormal for over 25 years. And his fieldwork and detailed research into the crop formation phenomenon has played a large role in his own awakening journey. Here to discuss the healing energy of crop circles is Michael Freehawk. Hi, Michael. I think your microphone is off. Welcome.
Here we are. How are you, Xane?
I'm amazing. It's so wonderful to meet you. We didn't get to talk beforehand, so I'm just super excited to see what you have to say today.
Yeah, it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me. And I know our time is limited, so yeah, let's get to work.
Yeah, let's get going.
Okay, let's see.
Oh, I'm assuming you're doing a PowerPoint as well. Okay.
That is correct. Let me know if you can see if we're ready to go.
It is not there. We are not seeing it.
All right.
So yeah, so it's a little bit tricky. You have to select. Do you have multiple monitors?
No, I don't. Actually,
Okay.
yeah, this should be...
So you just have to select the full screen. It's the only option I think you have when you have multiple, or when you only have one monitor.
Yeah. Okay. I think we're on the cusp of success here. So things are a little slow over here.
No problem.
All right.
With great anticipation. Here we go. I'm seeing it now.
Okay. Now, are you currently seeing, just so I switch to the right one here, Xane, are you seeing the little pictures on the left as well?
Yeah, so we're still seeing the PowerPoint itself.
Okay. And how about now?
Perfect, full screen.
Wonderful.
And if you
All
would you like to have us post some questions for you at the end? How would you like to do Q&A, or just wait and have them contact you afterwards?
I think we'll have time. So if there's some burning questions, I'll absolutely address those.
Okay, don't say burning in crop circles. Okay, I'm going to let you go. Enjoy.
Thank you, Xane. Well, it is a pleasure to be here today for this amazing event. We have a lot to cover, and really what I'm going to do today is not so much discuss, authenticity. Are they aliens? Are they man-made? Let me just, right out of the gate, tell you that there is an authentic phenomenon. I've been doing this over 20 years. I've had the pleasure of being inside some formations and feeling that energy. And I can tell you that there is a little known aspect to this phenomenon, and that is going to be the energetic aspect and how it interacts with us as human beings. And I'm going to be sharing some of the more interesting aspects of this phenomena and how it affects our bodies, our minds, our spirit. And I would just say with this first slide, the first thing we do with this phenomena is we look at it and go, wow, it's amazing. Look how intricate it is and how detailed, and I wonder what it means. Is there a message, and how is that done? And it's really, for the most part, been a very visual phenomena over the years. Now, this is, it kind of grew into prominence in the late 80s, early 90s, but I can tell you that there is suggestions in ancient literature that goes all the way back to the 1700s, believe it or not, of farmers describing things in their field that they could not explain, and their language was very different. But I can tell you that it's very much what we're seeing today. So I'm going to just go through a couple of these beautiful formations that we've seen over the years. And this one in Wiltshire, UK, where most of them are located in southern England. It is a global phenomenon, but a lot of them will reside there. It's a very ancient land, a lot of ancient energy there. And this one is in the rapeseed, beautiful yellow but very messy flowers. One of my favorite, the Julia set, right across from Stonehenge. Broad daylight within a 45-minute window. Nobody saw anything until it was actually there. So it's one of the great testimonials that these things don't always occur overnight. They don't take hours. They take, the authentic ones, I should say, they take seconds to minutes. And I should kind of use this opportunity right now to say that there is man-made crop formations, but there is a real phenomena that resides. And the field artists, as I call them, have gotten very good over the years. They're very good at what they do. Visually, it's very hard to tell. But when the scientific method is applied and we go inside and we take a look at the inner workings of the plant, the stems, the seed heads, the soil, it tells a different story than just a simple smashing of the crop that probably takes hours to create. So there's a very different signature between authentic and man-made, and we'll touch upon some of those differences and that energy that's involved. This is one of my favorite ones, the Barbary Castle in 1991. This woke me up. This got my attention, and I know it got the attention of many researchers and scientists. And there were mathematical, I would say, theorems and all kinds of unsolved and really unseen equations that took place in this, what I call a tetrahedron, but it's so much more than that. We find diatonic ratios, which is like a musical scale, and it really put everybody kind of on alert with what this phenomena really was. Now, I add this picture. This was the first formation that I had the pleasure of doing some field work in, and definitely felt the energy. Have felt subtle energy since I was a child. I am an experiencer for many years, and when I got into this formation, this was in Northern California, and I believe it was 2004, in a city called Rockville. I got to feel what the other researchers up to that point were talking about, and it's kind of sucked me in ever since. Now, this is an interesting formation at Goodworth, Clatford in the UK. That this is very reminiscent of a cymatic formation, and I'm sure a lot of our listening audience is familiar with cymatics. That was kind of brought into prominence from Dr. Hans Jenny many years ago, I believe in the 50s. And Dr. Jenny really experimented with sound, vibration, and frequency, and on steel plates, things like that. He would use mediums, lycopodium powder, water, things of that nature, and pump in vibration and frequency, and depending on the frequency, the intensity of the Hertzian waves and things of that nature, it would create different patterns. This is an absolute cymatic pattern. What is very different about this formation than a lot of other formations that are swirled in kind of a clockwise or counterclockwise swirl, this was actually created, the stalks were bent, not at the level of the soil, but 6 inches from the top of the stalk, which was unheard of, and kind of still is. You can see the size of that. There's a telephone pole there to the right, and we don't see many of this type of formation, but they do exist. There's been a lot of research, and they are amazing, to say the least. Now, to get a comparison to that, we have a formation on the left that you see, and a cymatic formation on the right. Now, there's a lot of hidden geometry in the majority of formations, and we have a graphic overlay on the formation on the left, and you can see that without that graphic put over the top of that, you really aren't aware of what is involved in creating a particular design. But as you can see with that overlay, there is numerous things that need to be taken into consideration. And imagine drawing that on a piece of paper, let alone acres and acres in a field. As you can see, the precision of this is absolutely perfect. So how you create a circle without actually creating a circle is still a mystery to me and many of the researchers. Now, this cymatic design on the right, that is a water droplet, and that was, I believe, from Dr. Hans Jenny years ago, and backlit to see the frequency as it runs through that. Another series of cymatic forms. These are all droplets of water. I love the one on the left that has the star tetrahedron in the center. And again, depending on the frequency and the level of frequency, it will have a whole different effect on the look. Many of them look like mandalas, which there's backstories to that as well. But there is a connection between this phenomena and sound, vibration, and frequency. Now, I want to show you what this energy that we're speaking about, how it affects the crop. And as you can see, the samples on the left were taken from the interior of a crop formation. We believe from the science that was done, it was authentic and not man-made. Now, these stalks are bent at the nodal point. And that node, which kind of looks like an elbow or a knuckle on the finger, that is the weakest part of the stalk. So we have found when this energy comes down, it has a heat to it. It's almost in the microwave range, is what we've seen time and time again. And it makes these stalks in the plant very malleable. So they will soften, they will heat up to the point of the interior boiling. The moisture will boil. And with that, it's almost like glass blower or somebody who is a steel worker or works steel. You have to heat that up at very high heat to bend that and make it malleable. And then when it cools, it'll stay in that bent position. And that's what we're seeing here with these samples. Now the controls on the right, those are taken outside of the affected crop. That is a very good illustration of the contrast of what we're seeing inside the formations. Now, this is another photograph of the nodes, but these are very elongated and stretched. Now, the heat that came through here, to me, it looks very much like a bendy straw. It's been heated up, it's been swirled and bent, and that energy can have an effect on this. And this is a really extreme case of nodal elongation. And I've seen this person, and it's quite amazing. Now this one shows expulsion cavities. And these are actually a little bit charred. That the expulsion cavities are a result of the boiling of the water or moisture inside the stalk, and that water looks for a place to escape, and it literally blows out the side of the nodes. This is usually a very good indication of an authentic formation. We don't find a huge amount of these in every formation that's made, but when we do see these, it's a very good indication of what's happening inside of the plant and the stalks at a cellular level. So there's a lot going on. And again, these are expulsion cavities. Now we see this example. This is a cornfield in Quebec from 2004. And many of you know how large and the girth of these corn stalks are. They're like the thickness of your average garden hose, very difficult to bend and lay down and to manipulate. But as you see, this pattern was laid down in a radial pattern, where you see the concentration of energy in the center of that field, and it kind of blew it out to the perimeter. But again, we see an expulsion cavity, a very large one, and we don't see that very often in cornfields, but this one was an exception. This picture here was actually a formation that I investigated and worked in conjunction with a late biophysicist, Dr. Levengood, and I will address him later on, as well as with Linda Moulton Howe. This formation was in 2007 in Chandler, Arizona, of all places. It's not all desert. And you'll see a very similar pattern here. This is more of a radial pattern of concentration of energy in the very center, and it blows it out to the perimeter. And this formation was amazing. It had so many different lays to it. It had weaving and swirling and overlapping and radial patterns like this. This was a very significant pattern and formation in my life. This is a very interesting picture that was taken by Janet Ossibard. You'll notice that these seed heads have dead flies on them, and we have seen this from time to time. It happens with flies. We've seen birds who have succumbed to the energy of these crop formation, the creative energies, if you will. The interesting thing about this is when you look close at the flies, you'll see something very interesting, that their tongues are still stuck to these seed heads. Now that shows you how fast this happens, and it kind of reminds me of the stories of the dinosaurs, that they still had food in their mouth or undigested food in their stomachs, things like that. Something happens very quickly for this to happen. What's interesting is I've always been baffled is how does this energy manipulate things in this way, yet the wings of the flies are not charred, and you would think that these wings would be burned, but they're not. So So another mystery with this phenomena, that it happens so very fast, and it doesn't take hours as the human creations do. Another example of the heat. This is a rock that was found with the scorching. You can see the imprints of the stalks that were leaning against this particular stone. Very high intense heat, long enough to kind of scorch that with the marks of with the stalk. Very interesting example of this heat. Now, this was also taken in Canada years ago, and you'll see in this photograph, in the middle of this formation, there's a little dark patch in the middle there, and I always like to say an interesting little orb, or whatever that is in the center. Could be a lens flare, but interesting to point that out. We get a close-up. Unfortunately, this is actually one of the few times we've seen this, but it does happen. This is the remaining fur and quills of a porcupine. Now, a unfortunate porcupine was in this vicinity when this crop circle energy was starting to manifest. Now, if you know anything about porcupines or badgers, things like that, they don't run away, and they stand their ground. And unfortunately, this was probably the last stand. Well, it was the last stand, as you can see. There have been casualties caught up in this energy that we are researching. Birds, porcupine, the flies that we just saw. So there is a very intense energy, and sometimes a plasma type residues that we find. So it's very real, and certainly not man-made. Another interesting aspect of the energy that we are talking about affects the seeds of formations that we're seeing. And excuse me, we call this the germination tests. So researchers have taken the seeds from the affected crops. This one was way back in 1991 in the upstate New York. And you'll see those are the seeds on the left taken from the center of the formation, and then the edge, and then the control samples, which are outside. When we have seen the germination test take place, it has an effect on the growing and the growth of the seeds into the plants. We find that they have increased vigor. The plants that have been affected by this energy don't need as much water. They don't need as much sunlight. They are higher in protein content, and overall just healthier. And when I hear that, I think, well, if we can do that with some kind of energy and sound and frequency, there really is no need for genetic modification of seeds and things like that in the large corporations who are trying to allegedly improve food quality. It appears that we can do that with sound and frequency, and these crop formations and the energy are affecting the seeds in a very beneficial way. Now, this is the biophysicist William Levengood that I spoke about. He, before his passing, he was really the only one of the only individuals with his type of credentials that took this phenomena seriously. I had the pleasure of working in conjunction with him back in 2007, and he said himself that whatever energy is affecting these crops has the ability to change them on a biophysical and a biochemical level. Whatever that energy is, it is absolutely changing it from the inside out. And his tests in science over the years, the scientific method applied, shows that hands down. Now, Lucy Pringle, she's another amazing researcher that I admire very much. Author, researcher, photographer. This picture is actually showing Lucy and a colleague in a formation. She's burying bottles of water. She's an amazing research into the structuring of the water that takes place when she buries these in certain formations. And Lucy also has a huge interest and a lot of research into how it affects the human body and the brain. Now, excuse me, her field research and her colleagues goes back to 2010. And her research revealed that conducting tests on individuals who spent time in a crop formation that contained, in this case, a square and a hexagon, showed an increase in gamma wave activity. They tested for disturbances or imbalances in the endocrine system, neurotransmitters, brainwave patterns, electrolytes in the body, geopathic stress, etc. Now, what they also found was dopamine is also produced in the brain during gamma wave activity, which is very interesting. And dopamine is an important neurotransmitter or a messenger within the brain. Now, I mentioned the square and the hexagon, and sacred geometry does play a role in a lot of the formations that we've seen over the years. And what we're seeing is the experiments by scientists, for example, how sacred geometry does affect health and wellness. Scientists in Bulgaria found that building hospital rooms in certain shapes assisted in the healing time of patients. Pentagram shapes usually helps overall healing rates. Rooms shaped like trapezoids help with schizophrenia, and spherical shapes help with the coagulation of blood. Now, as many of you know, sacred geometry, it does hold vibration, frequency, and harmonic resonance. And those components are vital in the process of manifestation. Now, if you look at this graph here, speaking of gamma waves, we'll start with the delta. And for the most part over the years, it was really only delta, theta, alpha, and beta that a lot of researchers and scientists were concerned about. But then gamma came into the picture. And when individuals are in a state of gamma wave, that is where we are hyperbrain activity, which is great for learning and absorbing information. But also, when we are in that state, we're feeling more compassion, happiness, contentment, relaxed flow states, and feeling of universal connection and unity, which is very interesting because a lot of individuals who spend time inside of crop formations, they'll sit at the center, they'll meditate, they'll have a picnic. They feel these very sensations, not only for the day, but for many days to come. Now, coincidentally, Tibetan monks who also achieve that gamma wave brain activity, they are masters at healing, awareness, their intuition. They can regulate body temperature. They can regulate immune response, anti-aging. And they are so trained in this modality of gamma wave activity in the brain as they do that all on demand. So we see an interesting correlation between this and what people experience in formations. Now, technically, you go over the years, you can look at the work of Dr. Norm Shealy, who years ago, this is in the late 1960s, he used DBS, or deep brain stimulation, for OCD, for Alzheimer's, but primarily his use was for Parkinson's, which is the kind of the forte of Lucy Pringle in her research, as I mentioned earlier. Now, some of the more interesting healing examples that we've seen, and you see it's, with quotes on healing. I think this, the energy that we're talking about is really putting things in order, and it has to do with working on the autonomic nervous system and putting things back into a state of balance. Because we're musical instruments, we're our biophysical instruments for the most part, and the stresses of this world get us out of tune. And I know a lot of the speakers in this amazing event this weekend, they're aware of this and spreading the word about that. And we need to really invite individuals to try to get back to that center. And sound, frequency, vibration is really on the forefront right now of getting us back into balance, because we're going to get out of tune. And what we're looking at here is very important, I believe, and many other people do believe, that it is the medicine of the future. Now, as you can see on this slide, 99% malignant eye tumor was diagnosed in a gentleman named Ethan. He lived in the UK, and he ingested the seeds of a formation that he had an affinity for. And he ingested those seeds for weeks, I believe. And when he went back to get checked out by his doctors, of course they were amazed that the 99% malignant tumor was gone. Also, we're finding individuals who walk through these formations, they have lifelong allergies. They sit and spend time in formations, and they've all gone away. Tremor from Parkinson's. This is very interesting that this keeps coming up. And Parkinson's has to do with the brain. And everything, there's always an exception, but for the most part, all the research shows that it is brain-based. Some people seem to think it's toxic chemicals, heavy metals, things like that concentrate in the fatty tissues of the brain that could lend to the Alzheimer's and the Parkinson's cases. But it has to do with a lot of electrical and frequency aspects. But what we do see, there have been patients who have gone into crop formations on purpose, and they find that their tremors subsided for at least 24 hours following that time spent in a crop formation. Now, I do have to preface and I do have to say that their tremors do come back, so it's something that needs to be addressed on a regular basis, and that could possibly be from other modalities. And the most common one, we find removal of years of pain, painful joint inflammation, people with bad knees, arthritis, things of that nature. They spend time in formations and they feel so much better. Now, usually when I say that individuals feel better when they go in formations, they think, gosh, so how do we do this? Do we travel the world and try to find out where these authentic formations hit the deck, and then we got to go stand in them for a while? Well, no. Thankfully, as you know, this is really where the sound healing comes in. And, Tibetan bowls, crystal bowls, tuning forks, ting chas, things like that. This is what we're talking about these days, is not taking a pill for every ill. And we are comprised of so many frequencies. We're really talking about the autonomic nervous system. And there are more modalities out there to kind of take place if you can't find your local crop formation. And I put this slide up here because my time spent in California, and prior to moving here to Northern Arizona, where I currently reside, I was a harmonic egg practitioner for a couple of years. And if you've never heard of the harmonic egg, I suggest and invite you to look at the website. And this resonant chamber works with sound, vibration, frequency, and color. And I had a few clients, and I talked about crop formations and what we are seeing with Parkinson's and tremors and things like that. And I can tell you from experience that some of the stories that I've heard taking place in crop formations and how it affects the body was I couldn't discern a story and the difference between someone who experienced, I would say, the easing of pain from a formation, and some of the clients that I had in this harmonic egg resonant chamber. They're all dealing with the same properties, sound, vibration, and frequency. And it's not the only one, but it is something that I have personal experience at. And there are many modalities out there that are increasing worldwide. And I think that's the best thing that I've seen in a long time, that we're getting that recognition. And I think this event, kind of the merging between science and spirituality, that science is really starting to catch up to these ancient modalities, as you know. And we're living in an amazing time in human history to see this starting to come to fruition. So what I believe is, I really believe that what we're seeing is an interaction with the human biofield. And it seems that these formations and their energy are filling in the missing frequencies of the human body and increasing it dramatically. So I've been asked, do I believe that crop formations have the potential to interact with human beings to facilitate the balancing of the mind, body, and spirit? And I say absolutely, and the research and the science suggests so as well. So that is much of the good stuff as I could fit into this 30 minutes, and I would love to field some questions if we have something. Okay, back to you.
Oh, got to turn on my camera. How do I do? There we go. Oh, all right. Let's see what we have here. Definitely a lot of very positive comments from everyone.
Fantastic.
Yeah. Your audio was a little bit spotty here and there, so unfortunately we didn't hear everything perfectly, but I think we got a very good sense.
Okay, great.
So let's see. I know I saw a question come up. Yeah, here we go. Can you see that one?
Yeah, are there any frequencies to crop formations? If yes, where do we get them? Particular frequencies, and I know a lot of people are familiar with 432, 528s, things like that. There hasn't, to my knowledge, been specific frequencies that emanate from formations. There are frequencies that are measurable. I mean, we have field meters that we take out, and it's very measurable. It's very real. They can be dowsed. So many modalities, but exact frequencies, I haven't seen those yet. But I do know they range in the what would I say, the I'm drawing a blank on it. The let me see if I can think, like the infrasound, ultrasound range, things like that. So that would be my answer to that. So there's not specific ones that I have found.
We're getting lots of questions now. So here's a good one about radioactivity detected in the crop circles.
Right. We have detected that. There have been higher amounts of your typical background noise, if you will, and radioactivity, things like that. So yes, there is, in some cases, a higher measurable radioactivity amount. Is it dangerous? Do we need to use hazmat suits and things like that to do the research? No, but it is measurable. And yeah, there's higher levels in some formations.
Cool. Here's a good one. And it's about the significance of the locations of the crop circles. I know you talked about them all over the world, but
right.
Is there more to it?
To be honest, from what I've seen, especially in the UK, UK has very ancient land, very ancient energy there. We find that the formations, they tend to follow the, I could say, geodetic or telluric lines. A lot of people refer to them as ley lines. I think it's more accurate to say telluric or geodetic lines, as sacred sites do. So they're very intentionally placed, like the temples in churches and things like that. So what I would say is, yes, they're very intentionally placed. I think England has more of a history than the world does because of the ancient energy in that land. And now I will add that there are underground aquifers in southern England. And those consist of chalk, of course, water, subterranean water, silica, things of that nature that are very conductive. And we do believe, researchers believe, that there is a connection between that conductivity and where some of these formations come down. So a lot of energy in the land, but those locations are very, very specific. They're not random by any means.
Okay. And then this is interesting because how long do they last? Right? Really? Like, I don't know. How long would you be able to go visit one after it's appeared?
Well, usually it's weeks, but that is a sliding scale. And The details with that, or the options would be, number one, if the farmer, the owner of that land, is really fed up with what's going on, and most of them are, they will harvest it immediately to keep people out of their land. Now, there are some who have actually, they've gotten smart about it and kind of made it a side business. They will charge a certain amount, and they will let people come in. But I have to say, the formations don't damage the crop whatsoever. It's still thriving. Human formations damage, break, and that's a tragedy when that happens. But the authentic formations, they're still thriving and still growing. And once people get into that formation and they start to trample it, it's usually gone within a couple weeks. And we do find the older they are, the less measurable energy they let out, or exude, I should say.
So with only a few weeks of life, are there any active ones that are available right now anywhere in the world that anybody could visit?
Well, right now, it's, and I honestly, I dislike this term quite a bit when they start talking about crop circle season. That sounds very, very human and very man-made. But it does typically only occur in the summer months. But you know, there's been some in March, and they last through the summer months. So August, September, and it's only because of the harvest. So once that begins to grow, we see formations come down in adolescent crop as well as mature crop when it's ready to be harvested. But usually it's only those months out of the year, and very quiet the rest of the year.
So ultimately, there's none available for anybody to visit right now.
I have seen a couple in the UK, to be honest, but also, to be honest, I've gotten word. I have a couple eyes and ears in that part of England, and they look very man-made. And actually, some people have taken credit for it. And believe it or not, Xane, there's teams of individuals who will make formations, and I can tell you, some of them are not just the creative field artists that I would like to think they are. They can be very nasty. I've taken a few beatings on social media before, and they don't want to admit that there's anything real and authentic to this phenomena. But some of them actually know that they've seen very interesting things when they're out in the fields, balls of light, orbs of light, things like that. Some of them know that there's something else going on there other than human activity.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. I like this question. If we came across a crop circle, how would we know it's not man-made?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I can tell you that the man-made ones, and you have to, you know, there's a little experience to this and kind of what to look for. And I treat it like a crime scene, you know, and I'm like a crop CSI agent out there, and I'll look for the telltale signs. Some of those would be scuffing on the stalks. Typically, there's boards that are used to stomp things, and you can find damage here and there. Ultimately, like I said, though, they're getting so good that visually, you really can't tell from just looking at it anymore. You have to go inside and do the science. There are some things that simply can't be done, like the soil dehydration that we have found over the years. That we have found that, you know, thousands or millions of gallons, for that matter, of water has been displaced in the soil. It could be a very moist morning, and I've had this experience. There's dew everywhere, but in the formation, the soil was like dust in the desert that I could just, you know, scoop it up and blow it in the wind. That would lend credence to this microwave type energy that is interacting with the crop, that would dehydrate that soil. Other than that, we would really have to do the science, and that is lacking right now. But all of the authentic telltale signs are done on the inside. The mitochondrial signature, respiration of the plant. You can tell that, you know, if this was done in sections, or if something was laid down all at one time, because the story of the plant on this end tells the same story on this end. And that has to be done in the lab. So we rely on the scientific method, believe it or not, instead of the visual aspect these days.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And then here's a good one here to probably end us.
Do they normally appear in corn and wheat fields? Primarily they do, because those are the fields that are the most abundant. But I can tell you that, especially in the UK, it's rapeseed, like the yellow one that I showed you, which I might add is very messy. And if anybody has ever walked into a rapeseed crop, which we call canola, if you just brush up against it, you have that yellow pollen all over you. And none of this pollen is ever wiped off of those authentic formations. It's still intact, no footprints, no anything. So I just thought I'd add that in there. But normally it is in wheat. Barley is very popular. Barley has a beautiful lay to it. When the sun just hits it right, it's amazing. It looks like waves or satin sheets. It's just amazing. My particular experience that I had when I worked with Mr. Levengood and Linda Moulton Howe was actually sorghum. And I had never been in a sorghum field in my life, and I learned about it then. And sorghum is typically used for cattle feed, for kind of a rotational crop, as well as sorghum beer. So that does exist as well.
Interesting. Okay, well, thank you so much. It was absolutely fantastic to listen to and watch this. So very, very informative. And I think a lot of people got a lot out of it. So thank you
Wonderful.
again.
Thank you, Xane. I appreciate this event and everybody who's here. Thank you so much.
That was amazing, Michael. Thank you so much. Really, truly.
Thank you, Geraldine. Thank you so much.
And if people want to connect with you, did you mention where can people get in touch with you? Because I think there were some other questions too that we didn't even get to.
I posted his Facebook page.
Oh, perfect. Perfect.
Okay. Yeah.
Is that the
all
best place?
social media. It really is. All social media platforms. So Facebook, Instagram, Telegram as well. I'm very accessible. So any questions, please let me know.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. So our next speaker is an incredible healer. I'm just going to read a little bit about him before I bring him on. Jerry Sargeant, the founder of Star Magic Healing, is a powerful motivational speaker and healer, renowned for creating rapid shifts within people and transforming their lives on the mental, physical, and emotional and spiritual planes. Jerry travels the globe speaking, healing, and training others in star magic. And Jerry has trained thousands of souls in more than 35 countries and is on a mission to assist every single soul realize their human potential in becoming a superhuman. So without further ado, let's go ahead and bring on Jerry.
Hello, how are you doing?
Hello, Jerry.
Hey, Geraldine.
So good to meet you. Thank you so much for being here. So if you want to just start talking a little bit about yourself, and you could just jump right in. And before we begin, are you going to be taking questions at the end of this, or?
I'm happy to take questions if people have got them. Absolutely, 100%.
Wonderful. And do you have a presentation for us, or just be speaking?
I'm just going to talk. I've got no plan. We'll just see what comes.
Perfect. That's always great. Thank you so much. Go ahead.
Thank you. Well, first of all, I want to just say thank you to Xane, Geraldine, all of the team at the Higher Self Expo for putting this together, and all of the other speakers, everyone that's here making this possible, and to all of you beautiful souls that are listening, watching, and taking part. I just want to say a massive, massive thank you, and I love you. So I've got 45 minutes to share with you about star magic. You know, normally our shortest training is 7 days. So I'm going to share with you a few bits and pieces, things that hopefully be useful to you, give you an overview of what we do, tell you a little bit about myself. And if you've got questions, as Geraldine said at the start, then please at the end, feel free to ask them. Happy to answer anything that you want to know. So star magic, I mean, we travel the world training people to heal with this healing frequency. And our aim, our vision is to build healing centers in 13 different locations spread strategically around the Christ consciousness grid of the planet to harness really potent off-planet extraterrestrial frequencies and bring them safely to planet Earth through this kind of grid structure. Now, personally, this is a whole big like shift for me as a human being. I used to have a very different life. And I'll explain to you how I got into this stuff briefly, give you the kind of machine gun overview version of my life story and how I got into this stuff. But, you know, I travel the world with my team, sharing this message of love and inspiration and showing people how to change and shift rapidly on a deep, deep subatomic level to create physical, verifiable results in this physical world using star magic. But my life used to be so different. I used to be a criminal. I used to smuggle drugs for a living. I was involved in lots of high-profile bank fraud. And my whole life has shifted and turned around. And it all started back in 2005 when I was in a taxi with my ex-wife and children in Romania. And we were traveling from a town called Piatra Neamț down to Bucharest after a holiday. My ex-wife is Romanian. We went to visit her family. We're on the way back to the airport. I'm asleep in a taxi early in the morning. Kids are in, and the ex-missus are in the back. And there's this massive loud crash. Boom. You know, I wake up, there's glass and there's wind flying everywhere. The car's swaying from side to side. And I remember thinking to myself, boy, we're in a serious accident. We're either going to hit the oncoming traffic or the car's going to flip over. And then all of a sudden we came to a stop. And I looked at the taxi driver and he looked petrified. I looked in front of me. There was a big hole in the windscreen. There was blood dripping down my face, but I wasn't bleeding. My daughter, Alea, she was underneath the driver's seat. She'd, you know, come off of her seat. There was no seat belts in the taxi. And my ex-wife, Laura, and our son, Josh, both their mouths are full of glass. And I looked out of the windscreen and there was no cars. And I thought, this is strange. So I got out of the car. I looked about 30 meters back up the road and there were two ladies lying on the side of the road. I looked about another 100, 150 meters up the road and there was what looked like a dead body. And what had happened is these three ladies were crossing the road early in the morning. And the first one got hit clean on. She came through the windscreen, smashed me in the face, got flipped over the car and died. The second one had her ankles cut clean off and the third one was physically okay. A guy had come out from a nearby factory and he was on the phone. And so I walked straight past the two ladies, the one with her ankles cut off and the other one, because I thought he's on the phone to the emergency services. What am I going to do? Her ankles are on the floor. There was nothing I could do. I was just fixated on this dead body, or what looked like a dead body. I walked up, I got closer and closer, and I saw this like energy hovering above this lady's body, which I now know was her soul. And I'm shaking my head like, come on, get out of my head. This can't be real. I get closer and closer, and this energy just fizzles off into the ether and disappears. By that time, I'm looking down over the lady, and her legs are wrapped up over her head. She's completely mangled. And it was like someone had taken an old car to the scrap heap. Like this soul, whatever was inside of her body, it no longer had any use for it. It had just gone on its merry way. And this empty vehicle was left on the floor. And this was my wake-up call. And this was like the universe like smacking me around the face with a bat and saying, come on, Jerry, we're so much more than these physical bodies. We're atoms and molecules in continuous movement. We're space, we're energy. Wake up, get your life in order, sort your shit out. So this was kind of like my introduction, I suppose, to something beyond the physical world. Shortly afterwards, a couple of months, my ex-wife, Laura, she had a headache. And for some reason, I thought I could take it out of her head. I don't know why I had this thought, but I walked over to her. She was on the bed, bad migraine, and I looked at her head and I saw this green stuff in her head. And I reached in, grabbed it and pulled it out. And she got up off the bed like she never had a headache. And I was like, that's a bit weird. I didn't really think too much of it. And then things just started happening in my life. We ended up moving to New Zealand. I met a guy that taught me how to meditate. I had an encounter with some extraterrestrials that took me to Alpha Centauri, where I met some Lyran beings. Had an encounter with Jesus. A whole heap of different things started happening, We ended up moving back to England. I started bumping into angels and fairies and different things. And these angels, they guided me to write a book called Into the Light about my life story. And as soon as I finished writing this book, I started seeing all these kind of like codes in the empty space. And when I met the beings, the Lyran beings, when I was in New Zealand, I had this big download of lights, and in this light were all of these codes. And after I wrote the book, I was seeing the same codes in the empty space. And I was saying to my guides, what should I do with this stuff? And they were saying, you need to meditate more. You just don't meditate enough. So I started getting up every morning with my son, Josh. We started meditating, and we were going to these Egyptian mystery schools in our meditation. And we went every day for 9 months for about 2 hours every morning. And there was a guy in this classroom, and I was sat there at this like old desk, and I was looking left to right, and there were other human beings in the classroom. And this guy was getting out these scrolls, and on the scrolls were codes. And it was the same codes that got downloaded to me by the Lyrans. And it was the same codes I was seeing in the empty space. And even now, whilst I'm looking at this screen, you know, talking to whoever's listening, you guys, like I'm seeing these codes everywhere. Since like 2013, they've just always been there. And it's these codes that are like, this is what star magic is. And when I was in these classrooms with my son, they were showing us how to use this code to facilitate the healing of people. So after about 9 months, people started coming into my life that needed healing. So I was like, let me see if I can, you know, use this stuff and let me see if it works. And I was using it and it was working. So I thought, right, I'm going to go to this spiritual show and I'm going to hire a stall. So I went there and I put these signs up, and I was promoting my book Into the Light. I gave a little talk, and I was saying to people, you know, put your name down. We're going to give away 3 free healings at the end of the weekend. About 70 people put their name down. I phoned every single one of them and said, you've won, you got a free healing. So I did that so I could practice. And then, you know, after working with those 70 people and getting referrals, it just started to snowball. And that's when Star Magic was born. And that was 2016. It's 2021 now. It's about 4.5 years we've been going. And just after it started, the same blue beings, the Lyrans that I met in New Zealand, that took me to Alpha Centauri, they came and visited me back in Gloucestershire. And I was sat on a hilltop in England. And this blue being who's called Derekwai came and sat next to me, and the whole town just disappeared. And all of these lights were there, and they were kind of like spread in this grid structure. And I said to this Lyran, what are these? He said, they're healing centers. You got to build them. I was like, okay, well, if I build them, who's gonna run them? Who's gonna work in them? Who's gonna be in them? He said, well, you got to train people. So I thought, okay. I ran home. I designed this training program and I put it online. And it was, I think, February 2017, we did our first training. And people came from America, Australia, Canada, like all over Europe, just different parts of the world. And I was like, what are these people doing here? They've all come to England to this training. I don't even know what I'm doing. And it just kind of started from there, you know, and we've trained thousands of people since. We've got 4 levels of our training. And we're training people to be able to go out and do exactly what I do. And we've got some people that are very, very close right now. And I'm in Madeira right now. We've just bought, well, about a year ago, we bought 49 acres, a big property here where we're building a healing center. We've bought a property in Romania, in Transylvania, on some epic grid lines. So I'm here kind of taking a break and also doing some grid work on the property. So our aim is to build these healing centers and train as many people as we can in Star Magic to help with this kind of mission, because it is a mission. If you came to this chat today, to this talk, to learn something, you've come to the wrong place. If you came here because you thought I could teach you something, you've come to the wrong place. You know, all I can do is help you remember. You know, when these Lyrans showed me these codes, what I realized is that they were just waking something up that was deep inside of me and has always been deep inside of me since forever, since all the way back to whenever the start was, you know, billions of years, back to source energy, back to the start, back to the center, back to the source point. And everything that I can share with you, you already know. Anyone that ever tells you they can teach you something is full of shit, okay? You know everything. You've just forgotten it. And all we can do is trigger each other to remember the truth. So what I want to do today is just share with you a little bit about star magic and, you know, give you a couple of tips and tricks that you can use to facilitate your own healing, or go out and facilitate the healing of other human beings. And I say facilitate the healing of other human beings for a very particular reason, because, you know, you can go to our website, starmagichealing.com. You can go to our testimonial page and you will see boatloads of testimonials, videos of people saying, Jerry healed my cancer. Jerry healed my fibromyalgia. Jerry healed my trigeminal neuralgia. Jerry healed my brain tumor, whatever it is. But I'll tell you now, hands down, I've never healed one soul in my entire life. All I've done is created an environment so the human being who has come for healing can self-heal. Because we never actually really heal anybody. All we do is create the environment. And there are certain kind of ingredients that you need to utilize to create that environment. Your imagination, love, light, knowing, intention. These 5 magical ingredients that I just mentioned are everything. Okay? Now, if I'm going to work on you, for example, what I'm going to do is create a hologram of you. Now, you may have heard of quantum entanglement. You know, scientists have taken the cells from a human being. They've put them into a petri dish and they've split them in half, and they've taken half of the cells to London and they've put half of the cells in New York in 2 different laboratories. And the scientists will do things to the cells in London, and things will immediately happen to the cells in New York. They will respond, and vice versa. So what is happening is, what you're doing to one thing is happening to the other, even though it's hundreds and thousands of miles apart, or tens of thousands or millions of miles apart. You know, consciousness travels at the speed of light squared, 34.7 billion miles per second. So if I decide I'm going to work on you, and you're in Australia, or you're in Tanzania, or you're in the Philippines, or you are just down the road from me in London, then it doesn't make a blind bit of difference, because there is no time, there is no distance, there is no measurement in the quantum field. Everything is linked through black holes. Everything is connected. You know, inside your body, you've got 100 trillion cells. Inside every cell, you've got 100 trillion protons. Each one of those protons is like a mini black hole, which is connected to every other proton in the universe, every other quantum space in the entire universe. So everything is connected. And when you set an intention to decide to connect one thing to another, which is what scientists would call quantum entanglement, you are going to affect the thing that you're entangling. For example, I've got a plastic bottle. Okay, your name could be Maria Joseph. Now, if I decide that this plastic bottle is you, then this plastic bottle is you. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to create, okay, a hologram, or I'm going to decide that an object is a hologram. So, for example, I could visualize this empty body, arms, legs, a face, and a body just in my mind. And I can say, this is the hologram of Maria Joseph. This is the hologram of Maria Joseph. This is the hologram of Maria Joseph. I'll say it 3 times. 3 is creation, okay, with a very strong, fierce intention. Okay, I'm deciding that this vision in my mind is Maria Joseph. And because I'm deciding that, it is so. So if I open my heart and I connect with this hologram in my mind, what I decide to do to that hologram is gonna take place inside the biofield of Maria Joseph, wherever she is in the universe, on the world. It doesn't make any difference. I could use the bottle. I could use a phone. I mean, we've demonstrated with toilet rolls, with iPhones, with bananas, how to take disease from someone's body using a physical object. All I have to do is just decide that this object, this hologram, is this human being, and then go to work. Now, the way that we always go to work with star magic is we'll say, please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being. This is such an important question. Please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being. I'm not interested in what I do know. Now, David might have come to me last week and he might have the same symptoms that Maria Joseph has. They might both have eyesight issues, or they might both have liver issues. Just because I facilitated the healing of David in one way, it doesn't mean I'm going to facilitate the healing of Maria in another way. Star magic is not a system. Anyone that ever takes a systematical approach to healing is barking up the wrong tree. You're getting yourself into a mess before you've even started. You're limiting yourself before you've even started. When you get involved in a star magic healing session, it's like playing a game. Okay, you ask the question, please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being. And then you stop and you be still and you allow the universe to show you what it is that you need to be shown to help facilitate this healing. Now, what you're shown could be a color, it could be a shape, it could be a symbol, it could be a past life, it could be a future life, it could be a parallel reality. Okay, you might be observing someone's soul experience in another reality. You might be experiencing something that happened to them in childhood. Now, you may just experience like a color or a shape, or you might feel a feeling in your body. You don't know how the universe is going to show you or give you some kind of clue as to how the healing should unfold. For example, a couple of years ago, I was asked by this lady in India if I could help her grandmother or her mother. I can't remember which now, grandmother or mother. She was in hospital. She had a blocked up throat and the doctors couldn't unblock it. And she was on a drip and they said, listen, we're just going to have to stop this because this has been going on for a long time now, several months, and we just can't keep drip feeding her. So she asked if I could help and I was like, of course I can help. And I always say that every time someone comes for a healing, even if I've never dealt with it before, I haven't got a clue what it is that is actually wrong with the human being. I just know they've got a blocked up throat. So what I do is ask the question, please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being. In this case, with the lady in India, I asked the question and I saw a green frog. A green frog. Now, when the universe gives you pieces of information, you have to trust. Okay, so I was shown a green frog. The green frog spat some venom into a jar that appeared in the empty space, and then a blue light came down from space and mixed with the frog venom. So I'm looking at this jar in my imagination. Remember, imagination is reality. If you can see it inside your mind, it exists somewhere. Now, the universe is showing me a blue light, a frog, some venom in a jar. Okay, this is how my brain is perceiving it logically. But actually, within the blue light, the frog venom in the jar, there is computer codes. There is geometry. There is fractalized light. And this is just how my brain is perceiving it. So what I did is I got an imaginary syringe. I stuck it into the jar, drew the venom out, stuck it into the back of the lady's neck, her hologram, and injected her. The next day, her throat cleared up. How is that possible? Well, I didn't find this out until about a year and a half later, but I was telling the same story to someone, and they said, actually, frogs resemble throat medicine in like Native American Indian medicine. So somehow the universe was presenting to me some kind of medicine that was good for her throat. And what I did was inject it into the back of her neck. When you start to trust and play, the universe will always give you the tools that you need. But when you play inside of a system, we've trained a lot of people, okay? Reiki healers, master Reiki healers, quantum healers, bioenergy healers, all different types of healers, 40, 50, 60 years experience. They all come to our training and say, star magic is the next level. It's fast and it's efficient. The frequency's higher, but the main reason is we play. We play like little kids, okay? We don't treat this as a system. We don't put our hands on chakras and all of this sort of stuff. We just open ourselves up to the infinite field. There's an ocean of possibility, but you have to open yourself up to it and be willing to step into the unknown. Like bumblebees are my favorite insect, okay? The reason I like bumblebees is because bumblebees don't know they can't fly. According to the law of aerodynamics, they got these big fat bodies and these tiny little wings, right? And they should not be able to get off the ground, but they don't know that. So they wake up every morning and they just vibrate, bzzz, and they fly off of their tree or their flower or wherever they are, and they go and pollinate and collect pollen and work the magic, yeah? But bumblebees don't know that. Now, imagine we as human beings, okay, could just be like bumblebees for a moment and stop thinking that this is impossible. Someone has stage 5 cancer. The doctors have given them 8 weeks to live. That's it. Boom, they're brown bread. They're dead. They're going under 6 feet. They're going in a coffin. They're getting cremated because the doctor said so. What if you could change your programming, change your patterning, and decide that you're going to step into the quantum field and find a solution? Because if you decide you're going to step into the quantum field and find the solution, you will find a solution, but you won't find an actual solution. What you'll do is you'll find a new reality, or you'll create a new reality. Doctors and nurses work inside a problem solution rule book. Okay, if you go to the doctor and say, "Hey, Mr. Doctor, Mrs. Doctor, I've got this rash, or I've got this issue with my body," the doctor's going to say, "I have a solution because you've got this particular disease." They look in their medical book. Okay, to have a solution, there must be a problem. To have a problem, there must be a solution. They're polar opposites of the same playing card. What we do with Star Magic is say, "Please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being." And then we drop into the quantum field. And the universe doesn't offer us a solution, but it offers us an alternative reality or potential, like the lady with the frog and the throat. We're talking about computer codes here. And if you really, truly want to really understand how healing works, you've got to look at yourself as a biological computer. You have a body and a brain. Your body and your brain are part of the same biological computer. And what happens when we go into a healing session is we're changing the programming on a code level. You know, our physical human body is incredible. You know, we have 6 feet of DNA inside every single cell. If you get all of the DNA out of one cell and you string it all together, it's about 6 feet long. If you put all of that DNA together, it's about 10 billion miles. It wraps around the solar system a few times. It's pretty nuts, man. It's crazy. And you can get all of that DNA and squash it down into the size of an egg. You can get 35,000 terabytes of information on your DNA. You can get 35 million hours of high definition video on your DNA. That's a lot of data. That's a hell of a lot of data. Your DNA is like computer code. When I drop into the quantum field and I say, "Please show me something I don't know," when I'm seeing the green frog and the blue venom, what I'm being shown is computer code in a way that my logical brain can understand it or understand it. Sometimes what happens is I might see a parallel reality, a past life, a future life. Everything in the quantum field is now. There is no future and past. Even though in linear time format, it may be deemed as in the future or deemed as in the past, everything is now. But when I jump into the quantum field and I start to play, I start to see someone's, past life, future life, present life reality in the now space, I can change that. It's like you got a website, yeah, and you want to, let's say your website is yellow and you want to change it from yellow to blue. You can either go into the back end of your website and you can change the computer code, or you can pay someone, a computer expert, to go into the back end of your computer system, change the code. And then what will happen, once you've changed the code in the back end, the code in the front end is going to change. And the website's going to change color from red to blue or green to yellow, or you might come up with a new image on the front end of your website because you changed the code in the back end. If someone comes to me and they've got a particular disease, I'm going to go into the back end of their biological computer and change the programming. And that is alter the past life. Let me give you another example of how this can work. I had a guy that was in bed for like 6 months. Okay, had adrenal fatigue, all sorts of stuff. His life was a complete mess. Lots of stuff had happened, but we don't need to go into all of that. There was a lot of guilt involved. There was a lot of abuse involved. A whole heap of different kind of like, human stories from this life and others. I've gone in and said, please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being. And I was shown a man walking down a road with his girlfriend. There was a car coming down the road, and the girlfriend has stepped out into the road and got run over by the car. The boyfriend has then got the girl in his arms. She's bleeding. She's dead, and he's crying his eyes out and he's screaming for help. The man walking down the road was the same soul aspect as the human being that I was healing in this life, who'd been in bed for 6 months. And I was showing one of the major traumas that had created his pain in this reality. So what I did is I rewound that timeline. I rewound the timeline back to the point before she had stepped out into the road. And as he was walking down the road, I saw the car come in. I tapped him on the shoulder and I said, listen, there's a car coming, brother. He looked over his shoulder, saw the car come and put his arm around his girlfriend and pulled her into the side. The car went past. That's a completely different reality now. I then got that whole vision that was inside my mind. Remember, imagination is reality, right? So I've got this whole vision. I've turned it into geometry, into code, into light. And I've created like an imaginary USB stick. And all of that vision has flowed through a river of light into my USB stick. I've then taken that USB stick, stuck it into the top of the fella's head who I'm working on, into his hologram, because remember, he's in a different country to me. And I've downloaded this new program. He got out of bed within days. He'd been to so many different healers. He'd been to so many different coaches. No one could get him out of bed. His adrenal fatigue was getting worse and worse. I changed this program. I actually changed a couple more programs as well that were running from some other soul experiences, but we don't need to go into all of them because I'm just trying to give you an idea. We've got 45 minutes here. So I'm just trying to rattle through a few different examples. But by changing the programming in the back end of his biological computer, he was able to get out of bed. So the physical symptoms inside his body had disappeared. And this is really important to kind of get your head around. When something happens to our physical body, it literally is just the physical body communicating with us and saying, hey, you need to look at this. Because the body is just a communication device. When something's gone amiss, when there's something from childhood, something from a past life, parallel reality, and it could be our liver, which is to do with anger, it's to do with guilt. Our heart is to do with love, our throat speaking our truth. The back of our neck is to do with rigidity. Like everything means something. All of the different teeth mean something. The teeth are all about decisions, but different teeth mean different kind of things to do with decisions. Okay, our wrists, hands, holding on to things, knees, support, moving forward, stability, lower back, money. Every part of the body means something different. And when you know how to read the body, you've just got to look and say, right, how is my body trying to communicate with me? And then you can go into the back end of your system and change the program. There are so many different ways to do it. And as I said, our shortest training is 7 days. We do 10-day trainings. And, there are so many different ways to skin a cat, for not want of a better analogy, But you have choices, okay? You have choices as a human being. You can decide, do I want to wallow in my pity, or do I want to go into my cosmic heart where all the answers lie and actually do some research? Because by diving in here and asking the right questions, you're going to get the right answers, and you're always going to know what to do. Please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being. That human being could be you. That human being could be me. It could be anyone else on the planet. Your mum, your dad, your sister, a stranger. It doesn't matter. You could heal an animal in the same way, a fish, a tree. It doesn't matter. Everything is computer code. And your human body is like an interface. This is how your biological computer interfaces with other biological computers. Okay? The hologram is an interface between the hologram and another human being's biological computer. You've just got to decide what that hologram is. Now, let me give you a very simple way that you can kind of tap the universal field and help or enable your own physical healing. Okay, we are stardust. We came from the stars, whether you know that or not. I'm not going to use the word believe, because you shouldn't believe in anything. You shouldn't believe in yourself. You shouldn't believe in me. You shouldn't believe anything that comes out of my mouth or anyone's mouth. You shouldn't believe any thoughts in your own head. You've got to transcend believing, and you've got to go deeper to that inner state of knowing. Because when you know yourself, like the temple at Delphi. Okay, know thyself. It doesn't say believe in yourself, does it? It says know yourself, because knowing is a feeling. When you believe, belief systems are based on thoughts and ideas. And I can say, I believe I'm a good person. I believe that I can do this. But when I know I can do it, that trumps believing every single time. So we've got to go past those belief systems into that state of eternal knowing. Now, you have feet, calves, knees, thighs, hamstrings, genitals, buttocks, hips. You have a body, right? There are 13 constellations in our zodiac. No, there are not 12. There are 13. The 13th one is Ophiuchus. Ophiuchus links to the human nervous system. It's the snake bearer. 13 is the most powerful number. It's the number of the divine goddess. 49 days after conception, a Merkaba appears inside the body. 8 little cells. They join together and form a Merkaba. That Merkaba is held down in between your vagina and your anus, or your testicles and your anus, down in your perineum. They're called your Genesis cells. They're the only cells in your human body that don't change. They contain all of the information on your soul records, future, past, present, just everything, ancestral, soul experiences, all the way back to your galactic origins. 49 days after conception, 9 and 4, 13, DMT, dimethyltryptamine appears in your body. The piece of land that we've bought here in Madeira is 49 acres. Is that a coincidence? No, it's not. 4 and 9 is 13, the number of the divine goddess. There are 13 constellations in our zodiac. Pisces connects with your feet. Aquarius, your shins, your calves. Capricorn, your knees. Sagittarius, your thighs and your hamstrings. Scorpio, your genitals. Libra is your buttocks and your hips. Virgo is your kind of belly area. Leo is your heart and all of your back. Gemini, the twins, is your shoulders all the way down to your fingertips. Both arms, the twins, both sides. You've got Cancer as your chest. Taurus, the throat, the neck. Aries, the head and the face. And then Ophiuchus, the nervous system, spine. Why would they take away the constellation that links to the most important part of our human body, our nervous system? Why would they change from 13 to 12? All of those days of our year should be split 28 days across 13 months. But that's why we've got some odd days. 31 days or 29 days or 30 days or whatever it is, okay? Because they just spread them across the other months because they wanted to tip that divine feminine balance and bring us more into ego, more into the masculine, more into that domination, power and control. The power is in the feminine and the masculine being in equilibrium, being in perfect balance. If you want to heal or facilitate the healing of your own physical body, this is one thing you can do. I want you to bring up your own hologram, okay? You can visualize just like an empty head, just at the outline of a head, shoulders, arms, a body and legs. Visualize it in your mind, see it, create it. Like a chalked outline of a dead body lying on the pavement, on the sidewalk. But it's just a beautiful outline of you. Now, I want you to visualize that in your mind and then say, this is the hologram of. In my case, I'd say, this is the hologram of Jerry Sargeant. This is the hologram of Jerry Sargeant. This is the hologram of Jerry Sargeant. I want you to say that 3 times. And then whilst you're staring at it and intending that this is the hologram of who you are, okay? Now, once you've done that, I want you to make sure that the back of the hologram is facing towards you. So the heart and the chest is facing away. So if you need to turn it around, turn it around. Now what I want you to do is to connect to the star Sirius, okay? And I want you to visualize an electric pink light coming from the dog star. Okay, so masculine frequency coming down, an electromagnetic light through the skies, through the cosmic fabric, down through Mother Earth's atmosphere, all the way down through the skies, through the roof of your space, down through the crown of your hologram and into the heart of your hologram. And see that pink light flowing. Now I want you to connect to Mother Earth. Way down deep in her core, she has a Merkaba, okay? A Merkaba, 2 tetrahedrons. The top one's masculine, the bottom one is feminine. Okay, the bottom tetrahedron is platinum. I want you to visualize a platinum light coming from Mother Earth's bottom tetrahedron, up through the rocks and the minerals, up through the surface of the planet, up into your space, up through your roots, up through your body and into your heart. So the platinum and the electric pink meet in the center of your hologram. And then a vortex starts to spin clockwise. Just visualize that. Now I want you to open your own heart and shine light from your heart in through the back of your hologram. So you're basically shining light from your own heart back into yourself. You're in 2 different spaces at the same time here. You've got your physical body and your hologram. Open your heart. See the pink and the platinum lights getting really bright. Open your own heart wider. Now, if you've got any kind of like physical pain, anything in your body, let's say, for example, the pain is in your neck. I want you to connect to the constellation of Taurus and see the light from Taurus flow down into your neck. Or just say to Taurus, I want to heal. I want to facilitate the healing of my neck. And that light will just come straight down into your neck and go to work. It will bring codes, it will transmit data, quantum information to start to work on your neck. If it's your feet, you connect to Pisces. If it's your shins, calves, it's Aquarius, knees, Capricorn. Sagittarius is your thighs, hamstrings. Scorpio is your genitals. Libra, your buttocks, your hips. Your back is Leo. Your heart is Leo. Cancer is your chest. Virgo is your belly. If you've got anything wrong with your kidneys, liver, pancreas, any of your vital organs in this area, connect to Leo, Cancer, and Virgo all at the same time. Bring them all in. If it's your arms, it's Gemini. Head and face is Aries. Your nervous system is Ophiuchus. This is just a very simple way you can facilitate your own healing. As I said, there are a myriad of ways. For me to show you how to tap into the quantum fields and access the parallel life data, there needs to be a training of the heart rate and the brain waves to slow them down. And this is what we show people on our main 7-day facilitated trainings. There's a whole heap of arsenal of information that we share, but this is something that you can use right now without getting too technical. So if you've ever got anything going on with your body, you bring up your hologram, Sirius, Mother Earth's platinum frequency. They merge in your heart. You open your own heart into the back of your hologram, and then you connect to the right star constellation, the right star, the right frequency, and you bring it into your own body. And then you just hold space, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It does not take long at all. Healing is fast and efficient. Fast and efficient. You know, I was working on a lady a couple of weeks ago on our level 2 training. And she's only ever had one lung. And she never told us this in the first training, but she did on the second training. So I said, okay, I want you to close your eyes and take some nice long deep breaths. And what I did is I created a quantum lung. I built a quantum lung in the empty space, and I fitted it into her hologram whilst she was on Zoom on the other end. It took about 10 minutes. And this is 2 weeks ago. This lady, she couldn't walk, she couldn't run like 5 meters. Now she's running 1,000 meters, and we've agreed to do a marathon together in the next year. She's just going to find the right location. Okay, if I can create a quantum lung and it takes 10 minutes, okay, anything is possible. There are no limitations to healing. You have to just get out of your own way, be prepared to step into the unknown and ask that question. Please show me something I don't know to help me facilitate the healing of this incredible human being. And then magic and miracles can take place. And if I can do this, a drug smuggler from the streets, okay, then you can do it too. So don't doubt yourself. I'm no different from you. I'm just a normal human being just like you. We've trained doctors and firemen and nurses and stay-at-home mums, lawyers, everybody. Beginners and experienced healers. Everyone can do it. Never doubt yourself, beautiful soul. You're an incredible, amazing, intelligent being. And all of it is locked inside of you.
Wow, Jerry, that was just incredible. Thank you so much. What beautiful information, and the way that you talked about the holographic healing body is so important and essential to our healing. We have so many amazing comments and response, and a question about healing the self. Can we heal ourselves? And I think you answered that, but is there anything we need to know about the energies that we're bringing in from the astrology? Are there certain colors we should be working with, or how do we know what energy to bring in? Do we just call in that astrological essence or pure energy form? Can you just, like 1 second, speak to that?
Yeah, I mean, don't be concerned about colors. As soon as you connect and intend that star system knows exactly what to do. Remember, you came from the stars. This isn't something new. This is something ancient and something natural. And everything will just unfold as soon as you set that intention.
Amazing. Beautiful. Thank you so much, Jerry. Well, if people want to get in touch with you, where do they find you?
If you go to www.starmagichealing.com, you can get in contact with me there. Our Instagram pages, Facebook pages, YouTube channels are on the website. And yeah, just reach out. We've got all sorts of stuff free that you can get involved in, global meditations, all sorts of content. So come and join the party. Come and join the tribe.
That's incredible. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Jerry. Much love.
Thank you. Thank you. Love you.
Love you too. Go ahead. Xane, I'll let you
Right.
introduce our next.
Yay. Okay, let's do it.
Go ahead.
So up next is a solar meteorologist. I don't know if she calls herself a meteorologist, but I just thought that would be a great way to refer to her, who tracks the events of space weather and the symptoms that they cause. In 2015, she created the Ascension Diaries to track the solar flash in correlation with Schumann resonance and solar weather data. So here to discuss exactly that, let's please welcome Alexis Buck.
Oh,
Hello.
hello. Thank you very much for having me. It's nice to see you again.
Yeah, you too. We had such a nice chat the other day, and I'm excited to hear all that you got to say to us. I believe you have 30 minutes, right? Yep. Okay. So take it away.
Sure thing. Yes, thank you. And I got to experience the last bit of the previous talk, and I'm glad that we went into some medical astrology because that's another area I have been dabbling in through my own work as a space meteorologist or space weather support staff is kind of what I call myself sometimes. And it's going to be an interesting talk. It's a little bit of a maybe direction some of you haven't veered into, or maybe you've seen perhaps the visual I have behind me, which is a major part of the work that I personally have been studying over the last few years. So we can get into this in a minute. I'm just going to introduce myself a little bit, feel into the audience, and move through a couple things that might be helpful to you if this is something that you would like to implement into your daily connection with yourself as a planetary body, yourself as a solar body, yourself as a solar system being, and so on. This particular study has moved my consciousness from being, I would say, in the realms or in the edges of being patriotic or being nationally aware, like for what country I'm in. And now I'm much more aware of I'm moving much more into the awareness of the entire solar system with this, and really as a global perspective of how the minds, bodies, and spirits of the planet, of the people and beings on it are being affected on the daily basis based off of environmental factors that don't get talked about. So rain and lightning and thunder showers are actually components of the cascading effect of solar wind and coronal mass ejections and solar flares. There is a lot of connection with cosmic goings-ons influencing and interacting with our planetary, just by chance, a lot of it too, and not really, but the geometry of basically all of the planets, all of the stars, our own star and our own planet, our own satellite with the moon, satellites from other planets, I'm sure too. Every moving part is important. And to have a visual and a perspective of that, or at least to check in with it once in a while by following people like myself. And then there's people who report specifically on solar weather events on a daily basis as well. I'd recommend, if this is something that I'm pulling you in, you're like, oh, I haven't done this yet. There is solar weather reporters on the internet all over the place, whatever venue you like. If you just want to go to a web browser, I would recommend you check out Solar Ham. If you want to use an app on the daily, you can use Space Weather Live. And that app will give you notifications when solar flares are currently happening and, radio blackouts and things like that, which have been happening more lately. At least the reports have been coming in about that. And solar weather reporting is much more mainstream, I would say, in the community of the online world and in the science world. It doesn't get that spiritual either, as something I've noticed is the solar weather reporting doesn't always get that spiritual, but it is helpful because it's all depending on the person. They're separating church and state in those videos. So when a solar experience also aligns with a spiritual experience you have, those are the conversations that I like to have. And I like to, I would say, hold space to foster in the community. So when there is a scientific experience, like, for example, a coronal mass ejection, which we've been having quite a few of, and I report these on a weekly basis. So if you'd like to follow my YouTube channel, that might be the easiest. And that is Ascension Diaries. And every Sunday, I do a small report to review the week's space weather, including the Schumann resonance and EMF behavior, electromagnetic field behavior that's being measured around the world through various institutions and for various reasons. I'm sure they're all posting them online publicly for free, pretty much up to date. The slowest one I see is like a 2-day delay, but all this public data, all of this electromagnetic field disturbance monitoring equipment is available online. I've culminated a lot of those resources. I check them as a group and I corroborate the data to see if it's a heavier or less heavy energetic event that is impacting the planet. And that's kind of what I've personally chosen to do. And through my show on Sundays, that's what you will see is I will line up all of these resources, show you the activity in all of them, and what days basically that this energy disturbance occurred. And this blog, this diary that I'm doing has been really helpful for people because they do come back regularly and they're often checking the data that I've collected and grouped up together and my opinion or my diary entry that I've made about the data, and they check it themselves regularly to reflect back what's going on in their own lives. And I like to offer that service to all of you, of course, because I give this service, I collect this data and I give my opinion, my somewhat informed opinion from about 5 years now, moving into 6 years of doing this basically in the internet realm, which is just a lot of it is up to chance, but now we know about algorithms, but still there's a heavy, happy, boisterous community of people I'm growing and it's becoming more popular on platforms like TikTok and so on that are coming up for the newer generations of creators in a way on the online creative space. You know, your opinions about the backgrounds of these spaces aside, the public forum is where we're trying to bring this conversation and collect more data about the space weather, because most of us and a lot of people who I'm now friends with and who follow my data realize that the space weather influences our lives, and it influences the lives of people who don't give a single shit about what is happening in the world. Still, they're laid out on the couch that day. And there is many different avenues like astrology, which is additionally important to space weather because they're connected. But there are other factors of healing and other modalities out there that are helping people track their hormonal cycles, their emotional cycles, the moon cycle, the even the gut cycle, like gut bacteria cycle, and the parasitic cycle in your body, and all of these cycles. Like everyone is monitoring certain cycles. Many of us have kind of come into roles of monitoring certain cycles, sharing it with the collective, so you can go online, scroll through, gather a ton of data that other people have mined for you, so you can make informed decisions about your life and about your health. And I believe that this information, this solar weather, and as well as the Schumann resonance, or at least the EMF disturbance monitoring systems, should be more publicly shared. And I know that, again, storm clouds and lightning discharges are connected with these readings, but there is so much more girth, I could say, to the information that we could receive and enjoy receiving on a daily basis from pretty much every news broadcast. I believe that they could put this information additionally in there and it would be informative. But then I believe that they aren't doing that because of the spiritual capacity or the consciousness capacity or the mind awakening, not matrix closing sort of impact that it has to monitor the electromagnetic space around your entire planet as a hobby or as a daily update. I think that's just a little bit too conscious potentially yet for agendas of trying to separate and control thought groups on the planet. But really, this is why I love what I do, because this is the ultimate leveler of consciousness on our planet in a way, because as a surface dweller, you're pretty much in the same boat as every other surface dweller when it comes to a solar flare heading in the direction of Earth, for example, or even not, but just glancing past Earth, which is what they normally do, which is another intriguing part of the study, which is this intelligence that begins to show up. There's an intelligence of, I would say, of nature that shows up, and an intelligence of intelligent people who have been working with this study, working with this science since the early world wars, which is when they were discovered publicly, at least according to the history that is available on the internet. Basically, that's all I have to go off of. And unfortunately, with this science, that's what a lot of us have to go off of. It's what's just publicly available online. And the major websites that host that information are Wikipedia and NASA. So I put that stuff in my presentations. And when I go to conferences and stuff, I present on what NASA and Wikipedia is telling people about the Schumann resonance, about solar flares, about plasma, about lightning even. And talking about these things. Like, this is what we are allowed to educate ourselves to know, unless you can somehow find a book about this that was written before Wikipedia started. Basically, for a lot of people, the information has been regulated about most science to those avenues. And so I'm also highlighting that, I would say, lack of resources. And I know you can go on to Google Scholar and look up more papers and look up more educational or primary resource or secondary resource papers about these topics. And this topic is now expanding. What I learned was, to get something talked about is to talk about it. And so that's what I did with the blog, was that I started teaching people how to read these charts, because I had a small background and I have a background in psychology. So I would say my motivation was to educate people for their own mental health reasons and their spiritual growth reasons as well. Because when your mental health isn't crap, you can spiritually mature as well. And so that was all a personal journey. This is a diary for a reason. I mean, you can clearly see that I'm a young adult. I left university with this innocence and ignorance that people tend to, and had a rude awakening to many, many things about what I did not like about the system and about what I was missing from my education, which was basically what's behind me, which is information publicly online that is being monitored by these huge corporations, by these huge institutions. It's being filtered through the Department of Defense and pretty much of every country before it meets public civilian eyes. What is going on in space? What is the sun doing? What is the planet doing? And all I really have personally is this public data to go off of with my own, I would say I call it like an after grad or my master's degree. Now sort of my PhD. I'm getting into my PhD of this with the study. And I do feel more like a doctor now when it comes to this, because I can recognize symptoms. I can recognize so many occurrences now, which corroborate with becoming aware and tracking solar flares and the Schumann resonance reactions to that, because the solar weather is first a lot of the time. The sun will release a solar flare, a CME, just additional solar wind even. Usually there's always solar wind coming out around 400 kilometers per second, but then sometimes the magnetic field on certain spots facing Earth get weaker. And so that wind can escape even faster and more powerfully. So those are coronal holes, and we watch those too. And so when that wind's coming, the geomagnetic invisible protective layer around Earth gets compressed. And that energy will either move around the Earth and kind of swoop past it, and it'll still compress it when it's moving around like a wave, but it doesn't stick around. But some energy, of course, gets captured into the system of our planet, and it needs to then dissipate in with lightning and so on, which is what the Schumann resonances are related to, according to NASA and Wikipedia anyways. The Schumann resonance, for example, and this is a major part of my study, is the background extremely low frequency vibration of our planetary above ground experience. So if you're above ground, and you're born above ground, especially, and you aren't like, and the deeper down into the ground you go, or out of this cavity you go, like the astronauts, the weirder it feels and the out of resonance that it seems like happens to people. But we're born on the surface. There is a cavity between the surface and the ionosphere, which is a layer of ions in the very, very upper atmosphere of our planet. And then the magnetic field is sort of right outside of that area. So it's basically one of the first layers of defense, other than the magnetic field, before energy gets to the surface of our planet, which is, why it's an electrical layer as well. And it dissipates, it diffuses energy and everything, but it'll diffuse energy into the system. And that system becomes electrified between the ionosphere and the Earth's surface. And other planets can also have this if they have these two regulating needs, according to Wikipedia again. And this waveform that is created in that cavity is our planetary vibration, which, according to the size of our planet and the size of this cavity, apparently mathematically it's 7.83 hertz on average. So it somehow changes because that cavity does move because of the pressure from solar wind and stuff hitting our planet. That cavity gets squished a little bit, is what I assume. And that's kind of my understanding so far. And I have a loose understanding. I've never had a scientist who's studied the Schumann resonance since the 20s or whatever, or in that institution, being listening to my theories about everything that I teach and go, yes, 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 you got it. Yep, I have proof for this, proof for that. I am going on as much of an education as I can from literal public resources. I'm relaying them to public places and getting feedback. And I get some feedback sometimes. Sometimes I feel like people don't give me feedback because they don't want to be rude. But I'm just genuinely putting out there what I find. And that's the fun of science, the theology or whatever, the philosophy of science, is that we get to have these discussions and try and bring evidence and discussion about this and try and make connections and a broader understanding as well. But so let me know. But basically, that's the understanding of the cavity, of the frequency of the Earth, that the frequency can change slightly, but it would be more difficult for that to just change. I'm assuming the size of our planet would literally have to change, or the size of that cavity, for that 7.83 rotations per second. If you imagine, a frequency, you see it in 2D, it looks like this, or sine wave. But what it actually looks like if it's coming directly at you is that it's rotating and spiraling towards you. And how many times it rotates in a second, that's its frequency. That's what hertz is. So 7.83 times before a second hits, that's what our planetary sphere is kind of humming at on the low key. And behind me, if you see this horizontal line that's right here, as my one example, that is the background resonance all the time. There's other horizontal lines. Those are the other Schumann resonances. So the first one hits itself, doubles itself to 14, hits itself again, doubles itself in a way to 21. And it's the mechanics of a bell, basically, but with more complications, because the Earth is obviously more complicated than a bell. But with this cavity, there is a dynamic and a mathematical understanding where that first frequency basically has its own scale while it kind of dissipates. And it hits these other notes, the Schumann resonances. And that is the study, the Schumann resonances. But the first resonance, 7.83, is usually the strongest. And as a psychologist, it was interesting because it lies in the brainwave range of basically theta and alpha brainwave states. So that's meditative, sort of just woke up to don't have any real instructions or stress, but I'm walking around like making your cup of tea, kind of thinking, morning meditation sort of brainwave style. So that's very natural human state. When you're in your natural happy state, human state, in the morning when you just woke up, that's kind of the vibration of our planet all the time on the low key, apparently, on the background. But when this cosmic energy comes in and excites the circuit, these natural frequencies based off of the shape of our planet get louder. And this loudness is what's interesting to me, because the louder a frequency is, the more powerful it becomes to the environment around it. So imagine the sun, for example, or our planet. Imagine our planet is ringing low-key at 7.83 hertz all day, because we're walking the surface. Our brains are above the surface. We are somehow on a very low level experiencing and are in harmony with these vibrations of our planet, including in our brain. And there's a process called entrainment, which if you are in the, I would say, in the range of a frequency, if that means your instrument can play a certain frequency, and our bodies can play and experience quite a few frequencies, but not all of them for sure. Like our visual spectrum, we can only see so many or hear so many. But if they are in range of our instrument, if it becomes the loudest thing in our environment, our body will automatically start resonating with that thing. So our planet's huge. It resonates at 7.83. So on average, we're just bumbling around in training to the frequency of our planet because it's so big. It's so much bigger than us. And then we're also in training to the sunlight that's coming in. And it's creating our environmental frequency that we live in, and we can't see it, but the science of this helps us understand the fluidity of this process too, and how it's fluid, it's constantly changing. You see it witnessing in the weather, clouds moving around, the lightning, the rain, but there's so much more to it. And so when you have mechanisms like our phones and our routers and our giant apartment buildings and stuff like that, they're resonating at their own frequencies based off of electricity, Wi-Fi routers, whatever, that can drown out the planet to people, and it makes them sick. There's a reason why most woke people are like, I'm moving to the woods, because the resonation in the woods works with our instruments better. And the stuff that we've made around us, we have made, flesh and blood humans, I don't know if everything was considered for the health and wellness and the vibrational match of flesh and blood humans. As we're learning, some things are incoherent and making people very sick. And those things are being weeded out and reinvented. And that's how evolution works. There is some insidious things about the information I've learned, like technology like HARP, for example, which is an old news kind of thing, old technology. There's stuff like it, machinery that makes vibration really loud and powerfully. That stuff can mess with nature. And you can beam it, bounce it off the ionosphere, because that's how they transmit radio technology, is they hit it off the ionosphere. And so they'll buzz it to make it thicker or make holes in it so they can send frequencies and signals using this layer of ions. And if you bounce it over a country and you make the brainwave, or you make the frequency brainwave unhappy land, like high beta frequencies for days and days and days at no end, people will lose their freaking minds, and they won't even know why they're so stressed out. They just need to get stuff done. And they can psychologically mess with people, and people have no idea their brainwaves are being manipulated. And that's the struggle with TVs, and that's the struggle with blah, blah, blah. All the conspiracy theorists in your life are like, hey, be careful of the technology and be careful of mind control. And I'm witnessing that. Psychology, history, we've learned about mind control. Psychology is basically the only public cutesy face side of what mind control study is. And so I've learned that there is evidence being publicly published daily about potential mind control programming that's happening on the subtle frequency layer bandwidth. But I'm also then seeing the spiritual side, the protective side of protecting the innocent, protecting humans and our free will to just be born on this planet and waddle around this planet as much as this planet will allow. We're not allowed to beat each other up, and infringe our free will, but the planet's allowed to blow up a volcano and melt people. No, not as many hard feelings, because that's nature. But when somebody's pointing a ray gun at you and you're losing your mind, then we have a problem. So that's kind of my protective nature came in too, is like, okay, people aren't happy and sick. Something's going on that's insidious we can't see and they aren't teaching me about. I learned what some of those things are. I pursued a study of that. I have a public blog. It's been years. It's going really well. And I've helped empower a lot of people to better their life experience, to know that when they're having a shitty day, excuse my language, but don't run to negative thought patterns. Don't run to negative coping mechanisms because you just can't figure it out. Your doctor doesn't know what's wrong with you. But hey, every time you have one of these episodes, I'm posting about one of these. And you're like, what does that even mean? What is the collaboration there? And these show up right away, usually right after solar flare and CME activity happens on the sun, which is important because the sun's corona extends basically to our planet already. Like we are in the heliosphere of our sun. Like we are touching it in a way all day long, all the time, which is obvious because sunlight, you can see it touching us. But the planet turns and it doesn't touch you as much, but it still does when we're sleeping because the side being radiated by the sun can also get bursts, and that will travel through the whole cavity, the whole bell, the whole ionosphere cavity, and just ring you out of bed. And that's why following Russian charts while I'm living in North America doesn't seem to have caused any issues in my study, because even if the blasts do happen throughout the night, and I'm not saying you can't sleep through them, you can see here, this lower range, okay, for example, this chart starts at 0 hertz at the top, goes all the way to 40 hertz at the bottom. So you're watching the behavior of 0 to 40 hertz from the top to the bottom, and from left to right is time. So over time. So this area right here, for example, this top section, like behind my head, but top section, that is your delta brainwave section right here. That's from like 0 to like 3. And right here is Schumann resonance. And this whole area, all these areas can be linked up to your brainwaves. Down here is gamma. So we can see what kind of brainwave activity you may have during certain hours. And that's been another fun part of the study as well, and what has driven and made it so interesting over the years. So it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me. I've been happy to present, hopefully throw info tidbits that I can in your direction. And yeah, if you're interested, just follow my Instagram or YouTube or my personal website, ascensiondiaries.com, and you'll be up to date with all the fun stuff. I also have a Telegram group now, so I'm very busy. Lots of people to talk to. We have lots of fun. So thank you, Geraldine. I can't hear you.
Good idea if I unmute myself. Sorry.
Yeah,
there's a lot of comments from people that are talking about how they resonate with this information and how they've been feeling the rise and fall emotionally over the past couple of weeks. So
yeah,
really interesting. And I also follow your blog, and very, very interesting matching with healing and how these energies kind of affect the collective. So
right.
Thank you again so much for being here. And if we want to connect with you, we have your blog and we'll post it right down below. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Well, our next speaker, I'm going to bring him in right into our studio. Hello, Aaron. Welcome.
Hey there. Good to be with you.
Hi. Yes, likewise. Thank you so much for being here. I'm going to introduce you, just briefly read your bio. So Aaron Abke is a Colorado-based spiritual teacher who specializes in non-duality and metaphysics, teaching from the texts such as The Law of One and A Course in Miracles. So he was born and raised as a pastor's son in Silicon Valley of California. He desired to work in church ministry like his father and went to college at Oral Roberts University in Tulsa, Oklahoma, graduating with a bachelor's degree in music and theology. He spent 1 year working as a full-time worship pastor at a church in San Jose until eventually at 23, he felt called to leave his religion and pursue a deeper and more authentic spirituality at 27 years old. Aaron, it is such a pleasure to have you. You're from right here, the Bay Area. Are you here? Are you in the Bay Area now?
No, my family still is, but yeah, that's where I was born and raised.
Very cool. Wonderful. Well, Aaron, we will let you get started. I'll leave it to you.
Very
Aaron,
cool.
before I leave you, are you going to answer questions within this time slot at the
I
end?
was actually going to ask you that. I'd like to do Q&A if we have time. So yeah.
Yes. So I will come in at that time and I'll read the messages. Do you have a PowerPoint presentation?
I do, yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring that up. Go ahead and
Okay.
share your screen. And we'll just get you
Share
started with that.
All right. Let's just do the entire screen. Better safe than sorry.
Mm-hmm. Yes. Perfect.
All right. Can you see my screen?
Here. Yep, we have your screen.
Okay.
And your
That look good?
presentation. Perfect. You're good to go. That was quick. All right.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right. Well, we'll get rocking and rolling. So today I'm going to talk about a concept from the Law of One. Essentially, it's going to be over the science of reincarnation. And more specifically, we're going to talk about one of the pinnacle teachings of the Law of One, which is called the 7 densities of consciousness, which is basically the blueprint that the soul follows on its evolutionary journey. So if you're not familiar with the Law of One, this is going to be a very brief overview of what the Law of One teaches in the process of reincarnation. Some of the concepts will definitely be new, but I have slides and everything to help us kind of simplify everything. But I highly recommend you read the Law of One if this piques your interest at all, because I'm a Law of One teacher, so I'm a bit biased, but I think it's just the most profound spiritual text that one can ever read. And so there's so much that it offers us for our spiritual growth. And one of those topics, obviously, being how the process of reincarnation works. So when we talk about reincarnation, in typical spiritual circles, there's a lot of, misunderstanding or just conceptual ideas that don't actually map onto the process. Like, how does the soul actually choose a reincarnation? Can a soul go backwards and become an animal again after it's become a human? And so these are some important questions that the Law of One really gives us good answers for. And what I really love about the Law of One is that it takes a lot of spiritual concepts, especially reincarnation, out of the realm of the esoteric or the woo-woo maybe, and really makes it a scientific framework that we can understand and relate to. So some of the questions that we'll answer is there a basic blueprint that every soul follows for reincarnation? How does a soul choose each lifetime? And what factors influence or affect a soul's reincarnation? And so we get into topics of karma and things like that. So let's talk about what that is. Now, I touched on the 7 densities, so let's begin with what is a density. The famous Nikola Tesla quote, "If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration." So a density is essentially that. It is the rate vibration of the photon, the particle of light. So if you imagine if a photon is vibrating 100 times a second versus 1,000,000 times a second, the photon that vibrates at 1,000,000 times per second is going to be a lot more dense with light than the 100 times per second. So the faster the photon vibrates, the more light is going to be there. The more light that is there, the more information is there. The more information is there, the more ability that consciousness has to express itself. And so a couple of corollaries to the 7 densities would be the 7 notes on the musical scale and the 7 colors of the color wheel. Now, the number 7 is a very archetypal number in the structure or fabric of the universe, right? So Ra actually explains the densities like the colors of the color wheel. And we know that to also correlate with the 7 chakras. Each of the 7 densities correlates to one of the 7 chakras or colors, which is what we're going to get into in a second. And another really good way to look at the densities is like the notes of a musical scale. So if you play piano, this will be a really easy analogy to see. If you start with the middle C and you go up each note, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, B is the 7th note. And when you hit the next C note, the 8th note, that is actually the first note of the next octave, right? And so Ra says that this is actually how the universe works. The universe is broken up into these 7 densities of consciousness. And once the universe completes the cycle of 7 densities and graduates to the 8th density, that actually is the beginning of a new universe or octave of experience. And so for that reason, in the Law of One, Ra actually refers to universes as octaves. So here we go. An octave of experience is basically what the universe is. So here's where we see how the 7 densities of consciousness correlate to the 7 energy centers. Now, what's really cool about Law of One is the way it shows, again, kind of in scientific fashion, that each one of us is a microcosm of the macrocosm. Each one of us is a universe in and of ourselves. And this is spoken of in many spiritual and ancient wisdom teachings, but we can actually see what that means by looking at the chakras. So you can almost look at the densities as like the chakras of the universe. So each chakra of the universe correlates directly to one of our 7 chakras. And these are actually the 7 sort of stages that a soul has to move through in its reincarnation process. And so we're going to go through each one of these densities and chakras to kind of show you how they correlate and what each one of them represents. Now, one of the other interesting concepts in the Law of One is the mind-body-spirit complex. Ra does not refer to humans as people or humans, but they will always choose the term mind-body-spirit complex because, from their level of understanding, a human is actually a complex of a mind and a body and a spirit. And so I just kind of made this chart to give us a representation of how this works. If you look to the far left, you have the one self or the absolute or the one creator, God, whatever name you'd like to use for it. And that one creator or self splits itself off into infinite different fragments, or we could call that spirits. And so each one of those individual fragments or spirits then projects itself into a soul or mind, which is the 7 energy centers of the Kundalini. And then that mind has to project itself into a body. So in order for the source to have any experience in space-time, it has to kind of do it this way, project itself as a spirit into a soul, into a body. And so if we start from the right side of the chart, this is where the sort of the return movement back to the source begins. We incarnate here as inside of a body or an ego, and we learn and grow through the challenges of life and expand our vibration to graduate up each level of density until eventually merging back with the source. So the body is that which dies, the soul is that which reincarnates, the spirit is that which witnesses every reincarnation. And then, of course, the absolute self, it exists eternally. It was never born, it never dies, it never experiences anything but itself. So let's talk about these 7 densities. So the first density of consciousness, the Law of One teaches, is the density of pure beingness. So this is when Earth spent, about 2 billion years just as the 5 elements: earth, water, fire, air, and space or prana. And so these 5 elements interact with one another, lava, water, wind, fire, air, until eventually microbial life and mineral life is evolved. So as consciousness in that state of pure being, it spends, again, at least on our planet, we know, first density lasted about 2 billion years before any kind of intelligent life evolved. And so this is when consciousness is basically learning how to exist in space and time. So there's not a lot of complexity to the first density. And of course, the first density would correlate to the first chakra, which is the red ray or root chakra. And I'm going to give you guys just a brief overview of what the kind of energies that each chakra represents. This isn't going to be very in-depth, but just to give you an example, the red ray chakra of our nature represents our basic survival and sexuality. So the root chakra is going to be blocked by things such as fear, because fear is kind of a survival mechanism. Any shame or distortions around sexuality will block the red ray. Fear of safety or security, and of course, physical and sexual traumas. All of these will create vibrational distortions in the root chakra that need to be healed and balanced through faith and trust in the source, in life, and acceptance of self. So the next density, as I mentioned, is the second density, where after consciousness has spent a couple billion years as the 5 elements, eventually microbial life forms, and then plant life and insect life, and all the way up through animals represents the second density of consciousness. And the second density correlates to the orange ray or sacral chakra. Now, the body that a second density body is a chemical / atomic body, whereas the first density body was purely an atomic body, obviously the 5 elements. So chemicals come into the second density to create or to allow for growth and movement. So basically any biological life that has growth or movement would be a second density life form. And so at least again on our planet, we know that the second density lasted also about 2 billion years, give or take. And this is where consciousness learns awareness through growth and movement and interaction with the environment. So the sacral chakra or orange ray represents our relationship to ourself. So this chakra is going to be blocked by emotional traumas, self-judgments, any desire to possess or control somebody, or to be possessed or to be controlled by someone would be a sacral chakra blockage. And addictions would also be another example of orange ray blockages. So these are all just different relationship to self issues or distortions. And so the way that you would unblock this chakra is learning basic self-love and self-forgiveness. So then we come to the third density of consciousness, which is where humans belong. So this is the density of self-awareness and something that the Law of One calls the choosing between the positive and the negative polarity. So third density obviously correlates to the yellow ray or solar plexus chakra. This is a purely chemical body. So the chemical body graduates a bit more in third density so that the human brain can grow larger, more neural capacity is evolved so that consciousness can sort of, almost if you imagine consciousness flips in on itself and becomes an object to itself. It understands I exist or I am. And this is where the human ego evolves in the third density. So the third density is kind of like the wild card in the 7 densities, because a lot of really important and pivotal things happen for the soul's evolution in third density. And the most important thing that happens is the choosing between the positive and the negative polarity. So this is why the third density is the shortest of the 7, and it is by far the most intense in terms of like the suffering, the challenges, and the catalysts available in third density. Second density, you might say, is a harder density because, it's pure animal survival, kill or be killed. But the caveat is that animals don't have the level of self-awareness that a human being has. Animals can't conceptualize their existence in the way that humans can, so they can't fantasize about their past or their future like a human can. They can't suffer from their thoughts like a human can. So that's what really creates all of the challenges of third density, is that we are self-aware. We know we exist, and so we can wrestle with the complexities of that existence. And that's actually the whole point of third density. So this is one of the teachings in the Law of One that really gives people a lot of relief and hope, because it kind of gives you this recognition that like, okay, it's supposed to be like this. Like nothing has gone wrong here. The soul is, moves through this density in a very rapid fashion, at least by comparison to the others. And the point is that the source wants every soul to have an organic, authentic opportunity to decide, do I want to be positively polarized or negatively polarized? And the decision that the soul makes between those two polarities will basically determine the path it follows the rest of its evolutionary journey. So for that reason, the source introduces what they call the veil of forgetting in third density, where we don't have any memory of our past lives or the fact that we're a soul on a journey or where we come from, where we go after this life. We know absolutely nothing, because knowing those things would sort of infringe on our decision between the positive and the negative. And the source wants that to be a truly organic choice. So we'll talk a little bit more about that in some coming slides, but to touch on the solar plexus chakra, or the yellow ray, this chakra represents our relationship with other selves. So it's kind of like our social survival. So the yellow ray chakra is going to be blocked by insecurities, which is kind of fear of how other people see me, right? Jealousy and pride. Again, desire to control others or be controlled by others. Manipulating truth in order to control others. The desire to be worshipped by people, or victimization, which is the belief that other people have power over me. These are all different distortions that happen in the solar plexus chakra. And so just like the other two we've mentioned so far, this can only be healed or unblocked through forgiveness of self and others, and love or acceptance of self and others. So to summarize the first three densities in a really simple way, we can say that consciousness sleeps in the rock, it dreams in the animal, and it awakens in the human. So we can see this in our own reality for absolute certain that there are different levels of consciousness between these three forms. The rock has a kind of consciousness in the fact that it exists, but it doesn't have any awareness really beyond that. An animal has awareness, but it doesn't have self-awareness. And a human sort of becomes awake in the dream and understands, I exist. And a really easy way also to see kind of how these basic distortions play out in the three chakras is you can see in these three categories how each distortion becomes a little more complex or nuanced. So every grade of consciousness allows those distortions to become more intricate. So a red ray or root chakra blockage would be like a rapist, a pedophile, or a murderer. Just someone full of toxic negative energy, taking it out in the most animalistic way possible. An orange ray blockage, however, becomes like a narcissist or a manipulator or the playboy or different kinds of mental psychosis, mental disorders and imbalances. And then when we get to the yellow ray, this is where we have things like cult leaders, corrupt politicians and military dictators, which use a lot of intellect in their manipulation compared to the other two. So now we'll get into the spiritual chakras, or the upper four densities. So the fourth density of consciousness is the density of love and understanding. So when the vibration rate of the photon is vibrating fast enough, rapidly enough, consciousness is granted the capacity to understand all is one. Like, yes, we may be in separate bodies, but we are all of one essence, one energy, one life. And so we're all in this together. That is a fourth density understanding. So the law of one explains that a fourth density body is a chemical / light body. So you can see how the body that you incarnate into matches the density level that you're in. So the higher the vibration is, more light is introduced into the body. So we don't obviously know what a fourth density body exactly looks like. So I just have, avatar here as an example. It would be something that's a little bit more translucent, a little more ephemeral in a way, because it contains more of that electromagnetic energy, and it's not purely chemical. Now, a third density body, our bodies, also have, are full of electromagnetic energy, but it's just much less compared to a fourth density body. And so the third density, as we said, is about 75,000 years in total. That's the planetary cycle. Compared to the fourth density is 30 million years. So you can kind of see what I meant a minute ago when I said that, 75,000 years is a long time in comparison to human lifetime, but compare that to 30 million years, it's like a snap of the finger. So Earth shifted into the fourth density in the year 2012. And we'll talk about at the very last slide how a planet graduates to the next density like ours did. But essentially, when 51% or more of the planetary population matches a fourth density frequency, the planet itself gets magnetized to that density level. And what that means is now Earth is hospitable for fourth density souls to incarnate here. And that's kind of the idea of what a graduation means. So as I said, consciousness in the fourth density becomes aware of oneness, and service to others becomes the primary way that a soul evolves and gains more of that charge and consciousness. And then lastly, down here I have that fourth density is where the social memory complex begins. And so I know I'm kind of going over a lot of concepts here. If you're not familiar with the law of one, it might be a bit overwhelmed, but I've mentioned Ra a few times. Ra is a social memory complex of the sixth density, and Ra is obviously the being that was channeled in the law of one. And so the idea of a social memory complex is essentially that all beings on that planet begin to share their thoughts together. All of the thoughts and memories of every person on that planet are kind of joined into one greater library. And so you actually have access in a social memory complex to all the thoughts and memories of everyone that's there. So it really reflects and creates a sense of oneness with everyone, because, the sense of individuality, once all of your memories are open to everyone and vice versa, kind of starts to dissolve a bit. Now, obviously, you're still living in your own individual body, but your consciousness has really merged with the group consciousness. And so that phenomenon begins in the fourth density. The green ray or heart chakra represents love and understanding, as we've said. So blockages in the heart chakra would be things like judging of self or others. The belief in being separate would obviously block the heart chakra. Lacking compassion and having unforgiveness are kind of obvious ones. And so the heart chakra is cleansed and balanced through knowledge of self as the creator, and then again, accepting and forgiving of self and others, and really striving to see everyone as the creator, as yourself. Is kind of the primary way to open the heart chakra. So then we get into the fifth density, which is the wisdom or light density. And this correlates to the blue ray or throat chakra. And the fifth density is when the body becomes purely light at this point. So the body is completely electromagnetic energy. And so, different accounts of ET encounters that people have had typically describe ETs as these kind of beings of light, or they might actually take on a physical form of light that looks like a human. And, ETs will do this if they're having an encounter with a human to try and, calm them down a bit or not appear as frightening to the human. But truly, a light body has no actual form. They can appear as whatever they want. And so typically the preferred method of appearance or travel is just sort of like an orb of light. And that's also kind of a common phenomenon that people describe with ETs. So in the fifth density, Ra doesn't actually say how long it lasts, but we know that fourth density is 30 million and sixth is 75 million. So the cycle of the fifth density would be somewhere between that. And the fifth density is where the soul begins to develop extremely powerful psychic abilities, the ability to travel time and space through thought alone, the ability to create objects in space through thought alone, and all these kinds of things. Fifth density is also where the soul will balance its service to others with more wisdom. So learning how to be less of a martyr, for example, and serve in a balanced way that doesn't require you to overshare or overgive of yourself while helping the other. And this is a density where in the fourth density, it's much more about the group, the soul, the collective, serving others as a group. Fifth density spends much more time in isolation, learning self-knowledge, and again, developing these really powerful psychic abilities in consciousness. So the blue ray chakra is the throat chakra, of course. It represents wisdom and authenticity. Authenticity is actually the expression of wisdom. So this chakra will be blocked by dishonesty, lack of communication, fear of self-expression, and any kind of inauthenticity. These represent basic blockages of the throat chakra. And so it's going to be opened by, again, knowledge self, which is wisdom, and acceptance of self. Now, sixth density is where things get really interesting, because this is the density of unity and balance, which correlates to the indigo ray or third eye chakra. Now, Ra says this body is also a purely light body. The interesting difference that Ra says is that a fifth density light body will appear as a white light, whereas a sixth density light body appears more as a golden light. And they do say that the planetary cycle of sixth density is around 75 million years. So sixth density is where polarity ends. And we've been talking purely about, how the positive polarity looks. The negative polarity would take its own slideshow to teach you about. But essentially, the negative polarity, when it reaches sixth density, finds that it cannot polarize any farther. It cannot gain any more charge in consciousness. And so essentially, the negative being has to concede and reverse its polarity to the positive in order to complete or finish its evolutionary journey. So in a sense, both polarities merge into one at sixth density. And this is where the soul is required to achieve a perfect balance between love and wisdom, or the feminine and masculine polarities of the self. And the interesting part about the sixth density is that Ra says at the mid-level of sixth density is when the soul becomes the higher self, or the oversoul. And this is a stage in every one of our soul's evolution that is required in order to merge back with the Creator. And this essentially happens because the soul has gained all of the polarity it possibly can gain through service to others and learning self-knowledge and love and all of these things. And it can't increase its polarity any further until it kind of ups the ante a bit, which is to essentially serve as the higher self or guide to all of its previous incarnations. So your higher self is literally you from the future, your future sixth density self, which exists right now, that has turned back in time to serve as a guide to all of its lifetimes. And so this sounds a bit nuanced, right? Because you might think, well, if I've already lived those lifetimes, I already know what happens, right? Like, how can I be a guide to myself? And that's partially true, but it's true from only one perspective, which is that you only know on the left side of the curtain, let's say, what it was like from the incarnative experience, but you don't know what it was like from the right side of the curtain, where you were choosing all of the catalysts and choosing all of the lessons that came to you in those lifetimes. So it's sort of like you get to experience both parts of the dream, right? You get to experience what it's like to be the guide and to have been guided. And this is part of how the sixth density soul advances to the seventh density. So the indigo ray chakra, or third eye chakra, represents empowerment and spiritual vision, or you can think of it as knowledge of self as the creator. So the third eye chakra is going to be blocked by unworthiness, fear of knowing yourself as the creator, lacking trust in the universe or the source, and having fear of the unknown. These are things that will block or constrict the channel of energy in the third eye chakra. And it's going to be opened by the same things as we've covered in the previous chakras: knowledge of self and love or acceptance of self. Now, the seventh density is one that we don't know much about because, Ra is only sixth density. So they actually say we don't know much about the seventh density because we haven't been there yet. But they do say a few things, which is that the seventh density is called the gateway density. They serve as guides and teachers to the higher selves of sixth density. So even the higher self has its own guide, which actually makes sense, right? If you're doing something so complex and nuanced, like serving as a guide to every lifetime you've lived, then you might have some questions yourself about how to be of service in the best possible way. And so seventh density souls are those guides and teachers. So the seventh density, or violet ray crown chakra, is where the soul has kind of 1 foot still in time and 1 foot in eternity. So we don't know what the seventh density body looks like. I mean, I imagine it's some sort of light body, but every body in space and time, like you can't incarnate into space and time without having a body. So we do know that a seventh density soul has some kind of body, but we don't know what that exactly looks like. And we also don't know how long a seventh density planetary cycle lasts. So we talked about graduation in the beginning, and I just wanted to finish the presentation by explaining this because it's a really important process to understand in why reincarnation works the way it works. So if you think about grades in school, let's say I'm in 10th grade and I have to learn algebra. I have to pass algebra in 10th grade before I can learn calculus in 11th grade. So it's similar to the way a soul progression works, in that the soul also has to learn the lessons of the following density before it can be eligible to graduate to that density. So we talked about how fourth density is the love and understanding density. So here in third density, we have to learn the lessons of love and understanding and compassion before our soul is eligible for a fourth density lifetime. And that would be the same for all of the 7 densities. You learn the lessons of the following density before you can graduate into it. So once a certain level of polarization is achieved in the energy centers, that's when the soul is eligible to graduate to the following density in its next lifetime. So, if you read about NDEs, people say they go back to the source, back to the light, and they have a life review. They see everything that they did in that lifetime, all the decisions they made, and they kind of grade themselves based on the way that they respond to watching that life review. If there's a lot of regret, if there's a lot of sadness or sorrow for the things that were done, then certainly that soul needs to go back into that same density level again to try and have another shot to pass those tests, right? Learn how to forgive, learn how to love people. And if a soul watches its life review and feels a sense of gratitude and happiness that it lived, the right way and it followed the right lessons, then the higher self may say, okay, you're eligible now for a fourth density incarnation. And so then you would at that point choose, what planet do I want to go to for my fourth density? And the caveat is, if you want to stay on the same planet, which the law of one says most souls choose that path, you choose to incarnate on that planet whenever in the future that planet is at that level. So we know that Earth just graduated into fourth density in 2012, but we're still at the very beginning stage, like the first gradient on that spectrum. And, 30 million years is a long planetary cycle. So for all intensive purposes, we're kind of still in third density because we're still working out all of that third density karma as we see in our world today. So you might say, okay, I'm going to incarnate onto planet Earth in 5,000 years from now, when it's kind of more firmly in the fourth density, because the soul wants to incarnate onto a planet that matches its vibration. So it wouldn't make sense if you're a mid fourth density soul to incarnate onto a planet that just barely started fourth density, because you've already passed all those lessons that those souls want to learn. So you need something that's a little more conducive to your learning, right? And so once, as I said earlier, once 51% or better of the planetary population are polarized to that density level, the planet itself becomes magnetized to that level of vibration. And that's basically what happened to planet Earth in the year 2012. So to close the presentation, I have a quote from Ra that really encapsulates this idea of graduating and reincarnation. And Ra is going to use a term here called the harvest, which is just another term for graduating. Being harvested or graduating is the same thing. So this comes from session 6, question 14. And Ra says, the law of one states simply that all things are one, that all beings are one. There are certain behaviors and thought forms consonant with the understanding and practice of this law. Those who, finishing a cycle of experience, demonstrate various grades of understanding of thought and action will be separated by their own choice into the vibratory distortion most comfortable to their mind-body-spirit complexes. So that's exactly what we just talked about. Thus, the illusion is created of light, or more properly, but less understandably, light love. This is in varying degrees of intensity. The spirit complex of each harvested entity moves along the line of light until the light grows too glaring, at which time the entity stops. This entity may have barely reached the third density or may be very, very close to ending of the third density. Nevertheless, those who fall within this octave of intensifying light love then experience a major cycle during which the opportunities are many for the discovery of the distortions which are inherent in each entity, and therefore the lessening of these distortions. So I'm going to try to stop sharing my screen there. So what Ra is saying there is they use this analogy of a staircase. And a soul graduating is sort of like if you imagine walking up a staircase made of light, and each step you walk up gets a little bit brighter. And at the point where the light is so bright and glaring that you can't take another step, that's where the higher self will look at what staircase you're on. And if you're still on a third density stair, the higher self knows, okay, you need at least one more lifetime in third density before you can absorb or take in this level of light, which is the fourth density. Now, if lifetime ends and you've gotten to a fourth density staircase, then your higher self says, all right, this soul is eligible for a fourth density lifetime. So the cool thing is that nobody loses the game. Everyone ends at the same destination. Everyone returns back to the source. But the time or the amount of lifetimes that it takes a soul to finish that journey is essentially up to you, right? How fast do you want to learn these lessons? And as Ra says, cleanse these distortions, anger, self-hatred, jealousy. These are the things that we come into lifetimes to have experiences and learn these lessons in real time, to apply the lessons of love in actual situations. That's the way that our vibration expands. So I love the law of one for this reason, because learning is great. We all love reading books. We all love watching spiritual videos. But those things in and of themselves don't allow us to polarize or grow. It's when we apply those truths we learn to our actual life experience that our soul frequency expands and we grow. And in the fourth density, there's no veil of forgetting. There's no suffering because everything is known. Your sense of self is one with the universe. So it's really the third density that all the challenges are met here, where we wrestle with the polarities of good and evil, right and wrong, and which one you gravitate towards is perfectly valid. The Creator doesn't bat an eye at the light or the darkness, but the consequences of choosing positive or negative are obviously very different. So we have a couple of minutes left, and I guess we'll use whatever time we have left for some Q&A.
Sorry, my mic was saying, thank you so much. What an incredible presentation. Beautiful understanding of the law of one. Let's see if we have some questions. We have a question from Woke Dealer Pinkarisa. who says, is this maybe why other ETs appear in different colors? You were talking about how, they manifest themselves in light. So does that have something to do with it?
Yeah, I think that the color, like the skin color of the body, doesn't actually correlate to the density of the soul, because that would be more indicative of like the planetary environment, kind of like, people who are from Africa have darker skin because there's more sunlight. People in northern hemispheres have lighter skin because there's less sunlight. ETs would be subject to those rules as well. But when it comes to purely light bodies, the answer would be yes. A white light body would be indicative of a 5th density soul. A golden light body would be a 6th density soul. So there's some truth to that.
Amazing. We have another question here from Catherine Coyle, who says, can we choose to go back down for a unique experience repeated?
Yeah, so there's like so many amazing concepts to go over in the Law of One, and I left this one out just because I didn't want to overwhelm everybody with too much. But yeah, this is the concept of the star seed, or the wanderer, as the Law of One calls it. Wanderer is their term for star seed, which is a soul which chooses to go back to the 3rd density again. And so this density, 3rd density, only one that souls choose to go back to in order to, like, there's greater rewards available in 3rd density because there's that veil of forgetting. The consequences are more extreme in 3rd density, which means if you make the right choices, you're going to polarize a lot more than you can in your native density. And souls also choose to come here to be of service to planets that are struggling. And Ross says that that's exactly what's happened on planet Earth, is that back in the 70s or 80s, as we were coming up to this graduation, souls on the other side apparently saw that our planet was kind of on this precipice of like, are we going to be positive or negative? And so souls will incarnate to bring a higher vibration to the planet to kind of help us out so that we make a positive graduation. And apparently that's exactly what happened.
Beautiful. We have another question, our last question from Carla Rios, who says, how do we go from being human, flesh, into light?
Yeah.
How do we do that, Aaron?
Great question. It happens basically by the process of evolution. So, like I said, the faster that the photon vibrates, the more density of light is available in that body. So as we progress through the 4th density, the human body will reflect this evolution more and more. And it has to match the level of the consciousness on the planet. It's a direct representation of that. So the faster we evolve in consciousness, the faster our bodies will slowly turn into a light body, which means the chemical aspect of the body is less and less necessary. And, we see this even from animal life to ours. Like, we came from higher hominids and the apes, who are hairy and, much more animalistic. And we've begun to lose our body hair. And we see that ETs typically have no hair anywhere. And these kind of animalistic features kind of evolve themselves out as the intelligence continues to evolve. So maybe 100,000 years from now, our bodies will look very different than they do now.
I see. Amazing. Aaron, thank you so much. And we put your website. Please do connect with Aaron, and you can also catch up with him on the website at higherselfexpo.com to learn more about any of our speakers and to connect with them. Thank you, Aaron. Have an amazing week, and we hope to have you back again.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. And for our next speaker, we have the incredible and one and only Xane Daniel, who will be speaking to us today about entity attachments. Xane, so I'll go ahead and let you introduce yourself and jump in. Did you want me to introduce you briefly?
Oh, no, I can do that. That's fine.
Wonderful. So let's have you have the floor. Thank you so much.
All right. I'm going to have the screen. I think that's what we need to say. We're going to have the screen, not the floor.
Gonna have the
All right. So, okay. So here is, I am a light worker. I work with the Hathors, which is an extra dimensional collective similar to the Arcturians or the Pleiadians. And really just a couple of years ago, I got started on this, and I did not think that I was going to become the negative entity attachment guy, but that's really exactly what happened. I didn't look at myself that way because I was helping people with traumas and blockages and abuse situations and that sort of thing. And we were making such wonderful progress. And then all of a sudden, this whole negative entity thing just blew up. And I ended up finding more and more people that were coming to me with this issue, mostly because of my YouTube channel. And as a result, at first, I was kind of not that into it. And I just wanted to get rid of them, which I can pretty easily do. But then I discovered that people kept coming back and saying, actually, they're not always going away. They're actually returning to me. So I had kind of figured out and realized that it wasn't about removing them. It was about something completely different. And so I ended up creating a program to help people with this. In this process, I have discovered so much more about negative entities. And I've got a lot that I want to share with everybody because I'm also working on a documentary that is this title. It is Negative Spirit Attachments Misdiagnosed as Schizophrenia. So I want to go ahead and get going with it because why am I doing this? I am a light worker who helps people remove negative entity attachments, but it's not just that, right? So I'm really here to help usher the world into a widespread fifth dimensional consciousness as much as possible. I have this imagery here because this is what I picture. This is what I want us to see us do. I want to see us create these incredible structures, incredible artwork, incredible whatever it is to represent our beauty as humans. And so, helping people get over negative entity attachments does not seem like a process for that at all. And most of the time we think of negative entity attachments or spirits or possessions as something very dark and not bright and shiny and happy. And I think that my approach to that is somewhat unique in that world. So that's what I'm here to do. And I'm also here to help people transmute fear into unconditional love, because that is the path. And can you think of anything more scary than demon possessions or that sort of thing? So if I can help people that have been struggling with negative entity attachments and surrounded by fear move into unconditional love, then we can take huge strides across the population and across the society in doing that. So I want to go ahead first and do one of my activations to actually remove negative entity attachments from anybody who's watching. This is a very quick activation. And even if it is only temporary, like I explained, because even the best light workers in the world can still only do this temporarily if you don't make changes to yourself, I want to go ahead and do it anyway, so that if anybody's got any negative entity attachments who's watching or watching the recording, they're not being distracted by them during this presentation. So all you need to do is close your eyes and take a nice big deep breath and relax as you exhale. Feel yourself sinking into your chair that you're sitting in. Really let that happen. Feel gravity pulling you down. Check any tightness in your shoulders or your back or your neck or your jaw. And my activations are very quick and easy. I'm going to say breath in. And when I do, you'll take a nice big deep breath. You'll hold it at the top and you'll wait for me to make a loud sound, and then you can exhale. Since I work with the Hathors, they are very much into sound as their healing modality. So removing negative entity attachments for anybody watching or watching the recording, breath in. Oh, wait. Mm-hmm. Good. Okay, and to give a little bit more support to keep them from coming back right away, I'm going to go ahead and activate the chakra right above the crown. This is sometimes called the soul star chakra or the halo chakra. Same process. Breath in. Oh, yeah. Good. Okay. When you're ready to proceed, then you can open your eyes. All right. So the next question is, why in the heck do we even have negative entity attachments in the first place? Really, if you think about it, that that the reason low frequency spirits attach to people is because those people are extremely powerful, and they're here to change the world using their unique gifts. They are open. Their channel is open because they're so powerful. And I know it doesn't seem like it, but the negative entity attachments are actually sort of here. Maybe they don't realize that they're here for this, but they're sort of here to help us ascend. If you think about any of the ways that you could decide to ascend, you could have a near-death experience. You could have a plant medicine experience. You could have just a surprising moment. Someone could die in your family. Jerry Sargeant had his happen because he saw somebody who was killed in an accident. These sorts of things, while horrible at the time, can actually be incredible, enlightening experiences. Perhaps a pandemic could be your catalyst moment. So it doesn't mean that negative entities are just demons and they're just here to take over the world. It could also mean that they're actually here to help us to raise our vibration and to step into our power and to our gifts. They're doing it in ugly, irritating, and terrible ways, that we can't deny that. But sometimes that's what we need in order to get off of our butts and do the things that we need to do. So you are powerful, and you're going to be able to do amazing things if you have negative entity attachments, and you shouldn't take that lightly. Okay, so like I said, if you go to shamans and light workers, some of the most powerful shamans and light workers in the world, they will do activations. They will maybe spend 30 minutes or 45 minutes rather than just like the 4-second activation that I did. And they'll remove your entities and they'll be successful. But maybe after a week, maybe after a day, maybe even after an hour, they'll just come back. And that's because you have to do something yourself, not just going to someone else. Okay, so if you are open to the spirit world, what sort of things are you going to attract? If you are high vibrational, if you are high frequency, then you are going to bring in high vibrational and high frequency beings. You're going to bring in the collectives, the angels, the ascended masters. But if you've had a lot of childhood trauma, or you've had abuse situations, or any number of things, then you are low frequency, you are low vibrational. And so that's the type of being that's going to come in to you through your open channel. And what's interesting too is that fear, of course, is a lower vibrational frequency. So if you are in a state of fear, then you are more likely to bring in scary things. Fear-based actions cause fear-based results. I often tell people, don't put a circle of protection around you, because I believe that is a fear-based action. Oh no, I hope nothing gets to me. Oh, my fear of protection better work. Uh-oh. Instead, go, I am so powerful. I don't even have to worry about negative entity attachments. They are a joke compared to me. So it's so important to move into that higher frequency. And if we look at David R. Hawkins' map of consciousness, it's all laid out for us. Surprisingly, that all the higher vibrational emotions, joy, excitement, gratitude, unconditional love, vibrate higher. And the lower vibrational emotions, haha, what a surprise, fear, apathy, guilt, shame, disappointment, frustration, these are all going to be lower on the frequency. So, what are you going to attract? You're going to attract beings of light, or are you going to attract beings of dark? So the methods that I use to help people remove entities from their lives comes from a 2-month program that I've designed to help raise their vibration, help them step into their power. So what is the quick way that we accomplish this? We work in the brain, because the brain produces 100,000 thoughts a day. And we need to make sure that most of those thoughts, or a large portion of those thoughts, take us through to higher vibrational territory. We do it through lessons and tools and energy work. We reprogram the subconscious mind. We help people step into their power through all of these methods. And all the while, we're doing the activations to make the entities at least temporarily disappear, to make that easier and easier. So we are making it so that students are no longer a vibrational match for lower density beings. So, okay, so now you understand what I do for negative entity attachments. So what are we going to do, or would this process work for those who are diagnosed with schizophrenia? We don't know yet, or I don't know for sure yet through practice, but I'm in the process. So I've begun to have more and more people who are diagnosed with schizophrenia or schizoaffective enter my program. And we're still at the very early stages of this experience, but so far they've been making very good progress, which I wasn't totally sure was going to be true, but I'm pretty excited about the prospects. But, you know, we need still more time, and I need still more people to come through the program. But what I want to do now is talk about where schizophrenia and negative entity attachments overlap or where they don't. And so how did I start to figure this out? Well, as I mentioned, I'm filming a documentary. I recently started working with Cosmic TV, which is another up-and-coming streaming service that is very similar to like a Gaia or any of those others, but it's only very high vibrational programming at all altogether. And I was named the content director for Cosmic TV and decided, well, how can I be a content director if I don't make some content myself? So I thought, all right, well, it's time to make a documentary. What do I really want to know? Well, I want to know if psychosis or schizophrenia and negative entity attachments have any corollary. So I started interviewing schizophrenic patients. I started interviewing negative entity patients, and I started talking to psychologists and psychiatrists. And soon I'll be working with and talking to other light workers who deal with negative entity attachments as well, to put together a nice conclusion as to where we are. I'm in the middle of filming this. It's probably going to come out in 2022. So I'm not complete on my conclusion, but I've gotten a lot out of it so far, and I want to share that with you. So the psychiatrists and the psychologists that I interviewed so far surprised me. Both of them surprised me because they were open-minded to spiritual causes. I did not expect this whatsoever, and so much so that I was kind of looking forward to having a psychiatrist or a psychologist who was mad. You know, if I suggested, well, what if it really is negative beings? And I wanted them to get really mad and throw their microphone on the floor and stomp out of the interview, like, what's wrong with you? This is ridiculous. But to my surprise, neither of them did that. They were both actually quite open to it. And one of them even kind of had a series of questions that they used to determine whether it was just schizophrenia or just negative entity attachments. And I'll kind of explain what that was about. So that blew me away. And I was actually pretty excited about that this is possible, that they are starting to open their eyes to the possibility. So the other thing that they told me about was that 20% of the entire population are diagnosed with some form of mental illness. Now, we can look at this in any number of ways, because we also, many of us, feel that overdiagnosis is constant, that if there's anything slightly wrong, they go, oh, yep, you have a mental illness. Okay, take this medication. Next patient, please. Next patient, please. Next patient, please. So the potential is certainly there that number is bloated based on that. And then if you look at third world nations, for instance, you'll find that their numbers are very different. Well, is that because they don't have it? Or is that because they don't have psychiatrists who are quick to give people diagnoses? Well, I think we all know that the conclusion that I have on that. I don't even have to state it. However, let's talk about what is schizophrenia. What's great about this is I grabbed some definitions and threw them on here. And what are the words that stood out to me? Faulty perception. Faulty perception sounds like judgment of the person who is administering the diagnosis. Inappropriate actions. Sounds like judgment of the person giving the diagnosis. Withdrawal from reality. Oh, that sounds like judgment. Into fantasy and delusion. Oh, sounds like judgment. So we are creating this diagnosis based off of our mainstream view of what society is. So already I'm bristling because I'm thinking, hey, who knows what reality is? Who knows what fantasy is? What delusion? Maybe we're all delusional then, right? So this is the common thought that we go to. And then psychosis is the same sort of thing. We lose touch with reality and real and so on and so forth. We're not going to dive into that anymore. You get where I'm coming from. So then I wanted to ask, what causes schizophrenia? So I asked the psychiatrist, and actually he had a better definition of what causes schizophrenia than you can find online. And it was very clear and concise, which I found very interesting. He said that it's an overproduction of the neurotransmitter dopamine as measured on the D2 receptors. Interesting. Okay. So he's saying that they're getting very good now at diagnosing schizophrenia, that it is no longer a garbage diagnosis, that they know very well. The problem is they still just ask a whole bunch of questions. They don't do a blood test. They don't do a neurochemical test. You just have to check all the boxes. And the other thing he talked about a lot was that schizophrenia is degenerative. If you do not get the medication at a certain time, then your baseline will always be whenever you got the medication. So you can never improve beyond the moment of getting the medication. So if you were young, maybe you were 18 and you got your first dosage, then you're not going to get any worse than whatever symptoms that you had at that time. But if you don't get your medication until you're 40 or over, then you're going to just be the same as you pretty much were. You just won't get any worse. Okay. So, once again, sounds very much like, hey, we got to get the medication in him. Yeah, maybe. All right. So then what was really fun is that the psychologist said, okay, so why would we have schizophrenia? Why would we still have this when we don't really need it to survive? That isn't going to help you further the species. This isn't going to help you do any of these things. So what would be the cause, or what would be the reason from an evolutionary standpoint? Well, he says that we needed shaman and witch doctors to speak to God and receive wisdom, that maybe the tribes that had these people did better and survived. And you don't need many of them in the tribe. And if you look at it, 0.8% of the population have been diagnosed with schizophrenia. So could it be that these people, because they're maybe even more open to the spirit world than everybody else, is going to be useful to society? Well, isn't that interesting? Okay. So the symptoms of schizophrenia are very similar to the symptoms of negative attachments. I realize I'm already going to be going over. So to go very quickly, the first two categories are huge. Hallucinations, visual hallucination. First of all, that's an important word, right? That means they're seeing things that don't actually exist. Visual, voices with clarity and a loud volume level, and tactile. They'll feel things crawling all over them. They'll feel like they're being sexually assaulted. And then delusions. They'll have problems with relationships. They believe that they're speaking to a deity or they're possessed by a demon. What a surprise. Maybe they believe they have a terrible illness or that they're being stalked. There's that paranoia aspect, right? Or they're grandiose. They think that they have a major figure in society, that they are one, or that they're doing something really important, that they have a mission or a goal in life. Do we all have that? Okay, so what's the difference? What are the symptoms of negative attachments? Very similar. You're hearing voices. It's generally the same voice. It can be different ones, but oftentimes it's the same one because you have the negative entity attachment that you have. But they're often described as thoughts, not often clear and loud. Yes, you can feel things. The bed is moving. They can feel someone touching them. The confusion, the brain confusion is not quite as severe, that it's a little bit more like a brain fog, but they're still able to articulate clearly. The spiritual loss is a very common one for people with negative entity attachments. They feel like they've lost connection with their guides or source or the creator. They've lost their spiritual gifts, or they can't receive energy healing anymore because it's being interfered with by the negative entities. Okay, so what are the overlaps? The hearing voices, the tactile experiences, the becoming withdrawn, not having friends, not having romantic relationships, having career issues, and then the brain function, disorganized thinking and being incoherent, to brain fog and just a little bit of confusion. Now, there is a difference though, right? So we're talking about in schizophrenic patients, the voices are loud and they're super clear. Sometimes they're yelling, whereas negative spirit attachments, it's just the subtle thought. The extreme tactile experience versus just subtle tactile experience. The becoming withdrawn, this was interesting because it's before onset. So when they're children, they're not having friends, they're not having sexual relationships. So, there's something interesting there, because in the negative spirit attachment, that usually happens after you have the negative attachment. Up until that point, they've had a normal life. And then the thinking, being super disorganized and super confused versus just some brain fog. And so what the psychologist does to determine The difference is they ask those questions. Did you have friends when you were younger, a girlfriend or a boyfriend? Have you had a good career? Can you keep your job? Have you had successes and normal failures, a normal career life? And are the voices that you're hearing loud and clear as my voice is right now? Or does it just sound like they are in the room or just sound like thoughts? Okay. So now I'm getting very close to my theory, my conclusion, but there's still some questions that I have. Are the two truly separate? How often are negative entity attachment sufferers diagnosed with schizophrenia who shouldn't be? This is going to be a very difficult one to discover. Could schizophrenia, at least the neurotransmitter imbalance, be caused by spirit attachments? Do these spirit attachments actually cause us to have the neurotransmitter imbalance? Or could it be the other way around, that the neurotransmitter imbalance allows spirits to come through more clearly? And that is my theory. What if the neurochemical imbalance that occurs, all the filters drop away? It could be that the individual is now wide open for spiritual attachments because the neurochemistry isn't there to protect them or to make them go down the mainstream or to make it so that they are the shaman or the witch doctor in their tribe. Could it be that the schizophrenic mind actually opens the channel further for spirit voices to come through? It seems highly likely. The psychiatrist that I spoke to about also said that not all patients experience extremely negative experiences. This was really important to me. I wanted to know, is it possible for a schizophrenic patient to actually bring in positive information? He said, yes, it's very common that they experience bliss and they believe they have some great purpose and they are speaking to fantastical beings. Oh, okay. All right. So if that's all true, and this is just repeating what I said, then what if we actually, like we said originally, that schizophrenia or that neurochemical imbalance is predisposed in our species so that we can bring this information through, so that those beings could be important rather than shunned. And so then I have to ask, well, why isn't it still this way? Why isn't it just the schizophrenic patients that are bringing in this information? Wouldn't it be that what's the other 99% or 99.2%? Why is it that we're starting to get these negative entity attachments so often? Well, it seems pretty obvious to me. We're advancing, we're ascending, we're awakening, we're connecting to the spirit world. It's not just the schizophrenic patients now, it's all of us. It's imperative for us to continue to raise our vibration in that case, to step into our power and to use our relentless minds, 100,000 thoughts a day, to think unconditionally loving, gratitude-based, happy thoughts, and to surround ourselves with the knowledge that we have control over our experience, that we are powerful. So, I mean, it could be that we're in for a big invasion as more and more people wake up, but they're still stuck at that lower vibrational level. I don't want to talk about that, though, in a scary sense, because I don't believe that that's what's going to happen. I'm a very positive and optimistic person. I know that all of us that are already awake and that are already moving into this high vibrational state of mind, all the people that are watching this right now, you guys can turn and help those that are suffering in this process at the very beginning stages of this process. So I'm excited about the possibility, and hopefully now you understand it a little bit better, and so that you can turn and help the next person who has this trouble as well. And so could we see a time where we help schizophrenics use their incredible gifts to help the world? Because now if we take and work on a schizophrenic patient and we raise their vibration, yes, they may still have the mental confusion or some of the other symptoms, but if we can remove the negative entity attachments from them and instead give them the positive beings that they're working through, then all of a sudden, instead of being shunned and put away in a facility, they could join us and be voices for the spiritual revolution that we're all going through. And that's something I'm super excited about, to see if we can start tapping into that really untapped resource. Whew. I managed to get through it. Okay, I've been totally looking at all this. Is there anybody fun that has some wonderful questions for me? I would like to see what you guys think.
Amazing. Let's see if we have any questions here on.
It looks like some people are still kind of catching up with previous things. So.
Yeah, so we have Russ says positive actions and attitudes are usually fueled by the subconscious mind. No? That darkness within.
Well, sure, but positive actions and attitudes are usually fueled by the subconscious mind. Yeah, absolutely. They're also fueled by the conscious mind. You can decide what kind of positive actions you want to take. You can decide how to look at the world. You can decide that the world is a beautiful, amazing place and that you have gratitude for even existing in it. So we can, if you give more power to the subconscious mind, if you believe that the subconscious mind is more powerful than you, then you're giving that power away that you actually have complete and total access to.
Mm-hmm. Do you find that there's a connection between these emotions and the lymphatic system?
I have no idea. I have not done any research on that.
Okay, very good. Let's see. We have another question for 7K says, Stephen GK, who says, would you recommend people suffering from schizophrenia get off medication before getting helped, or what would you do?
At this point, I would make sure that they stayed on it. I do not recommend anybody gets off of that, because if they're right and that degenerative experience is totally true, then let's not mess with that until we know so much more. So I'm in the early stages, like I said, and I'm starting to work with some schizophrenic patients, and they are staying on their medication. Only after I feel super confident that we're making a huge difference would I ever recommend that. And even still, let's say we remove the negative aspects of the beings that they're speaking to, but there are other aspects to this disease, which is that overabundance of dopamine. What kind of damage is that doing to the brain? Is that causing the confusion? By removing the medication, would that just continue to degenerate? I never want to recommend that anybody does that quite yet until we know more.
Amazing. Here, woke dealer Pinkarisa says, Pinkarisa, excuse me. Yay, awesome. Are there people who are schizophrenic that don't know that they are? Or can we also have another clearing?
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, absolutely. I mean, even the people that are schizophrenic don't know that they are in many cases, and they don't want to believe it either. I mean, it's not a great thing. Like, yay, I'm schizophrenic. Like this is what I'm going to do now. It's much more of, I hope I'm not. It has a very negative connotation to it. So nobody wants to associate or attach themselves to a diagnosis like that. So I would say a lot more about focusing on, yes, in both cases, with schizophrenia or without, you could speak to entities. Great. That's its own separate thing. Now, is the mental confusion, the very severe mental confusion, coming from a mental imbalance? That's something that I think is worth checking. And one of the issues is, if you go to a psychiatrist and you say, I'm hearing voices and all this stuff, then they're more likely to jump to the conclusion of schizophrenia, as opposed to what is it that we could actually do to help you. So again, at this point, allopathy, you never know what you're going to get. So talk to me first, and then we'll go from there.
Great. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Xane. That was amazing. Let me pull up our wonderful, and I think that's all the questions that we have as well.
Yeah, that sounds good. We're ready to go on to our next speaker. Oh, yay. I want to introduce her. So I'm going to do that right now. I see who it is. Oh, I wouldn't have brought her in yet. I make her hide in the corner, but that's okay. All right. So all right. So I am so pleased to introduce a personal friend of mine who is a powerful channel and life purpose mentor who combines spirituality and psychology to help empaths build their spiritual businesses. Her intuitive gifts and loving approach to working with her clients is second to none. Here to tell us the scientific approach to collapsing timelines and making change is Ashley Dufresne. Oh, and I just made my window go away. It's Ashley Dufresne. Yay!
Hey, Xane, thank you so much for that beautiful introduction. It is such an honor to be here, and I'm so excited to share what channel 3 to share today.
Beautiful. Can't wait to hear it too. Go ahead and take it away.
Awesome.
Oh, do you need to do a PowerPoint?
Nope, I'm just going to be channeling and
Okay.
speaking through.
And if you need anybody at the end to help you with Q&A, is that what you'd like?
Sure. Yeah. We
Okay.
got time. Why
Sounds
not?
good. We'll do it.
Okay.
All right.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. How amazing was that presentation by Xane? That just, what an eye opener and a mind opener. Oh, absolutely loved it. Thank you. Thank you, Xane, for sharing all of that and diving into unpacking and unraveling the diagnosis as we know it and creating space for, well, more alternative options for what's really happening within us and providing a bit more of a hopeful outlook at things that once felt really hopeless and scary. As somebody who had negative attachments, I totally relate to all of that. So it was really great to hear that come through for you. Okay, so what we're talking about today, collapsing timelines, the science-backed process of making change. Oh, I am so excited to be sharing this because this topic had channeled in immediately when I was invited into this space, and I have been receiving channelings and guidance and insight on this ever since. So it has been a while that all of these things have been funneling in, and it is finally here to move through me and be directly channeled to you. So collapsing timelines. This sounds like a very intriguing concept, right? It makes you curious of what that might mean and if it's even possible. You may feel like it's too out there or sci-fi or not realistic, and our logical mind may remind us that we're three-dimensional beings and we exist in a plane that obeys the laws of time and space. But when we move past the logical mind and we tap into our greater knowing, our higher truth tells us that time's an illusion. And we can understand that timelines are, well, malleable and ever-changing. We've even experienced it. So how do you know when we're doing it, when we're collapsing timelines? So in our three-dimensional human experience, when we experience our timelines collapsing, it can feel like we are defying time as we know it. It seems unrealistic and, unattainable. But when we're experiencing that, something shifts within us. In reality, as we know it shifts. And I know that we've all experienced this in some sense. Whether it is just in a small moment with something as insignificant as time lapsing, like when we're in a flow state, making art or doing something that we love, right? We can feel that time kind of collapsing out of what we know it as and things speeding up and shifting. Or maybe we've experienced something more exciting, like setting off on the quest to find our soulmate and knowing it's going to take time and effort, and then they just walk through the doors at our favorite coffee shop. Or some other miraculous moment like that where we're like, wow, that happened in a time frame that was not expected. This felt like things just collapsed and I feel like a different person. In reality, as I know, it feels different. It looks different. This is what collapsing timelines can be experienced as. When we experience it, it can feel like a little mind screwy because we kind of get jumbled in our three-dimensional body. It feels like our brains can have a lapse. It's a bit confusing and also exciting. It's a little bit of doubt paired with a whole lot of amazement. And when we experience it, the knowing that it is happening is not a cerebral process at all, at all. It's a soul knowing. It's an energetic experience. Our bodies experience it in a unique way, and we feel it. We know something profoundly magic has just occurred, and we lived it. So I would love to invite you all into reflecting on an experience that maybe you've had around collapsing timelines. And I want you to share this in the comments and the chats here. And this is important for you to share, and I'll explain why in a moment. But I want you to reflect on a moment, a memorable moment when you knew, right? Your soul knew that you collapsed timelines, that you transcended and like collapsed it and was able to like portal hop, right? Quantum leap into a reality outside of this present moment. And once you have that, I want you to take a moment to just be a scientist and observe that experience. If you have a journal, I highly recommend pulling that out and writing this down, because this is going to come into use later as I share with you the method of how to collapse timelines yourselves and really transcend into that timeline of your desires, of fulfilling your purpose. So share it in the comments if you have it. Even if you think you might, or you're not entirely sure, just share it. Let it be seen. Let yourself be witnessed on that. And then I want you to reflect on this experience. What did it feel like for you to have this experience? What was your physical experience? What was the emotional experience there? How did you feel towards that thing that you arrived at, that you received, that you were able to collapse timelines for? What was your emotional experience with it? Were you really excited about it? Were you attached to it? Or were you kind of like surrendered or didn't really have a whole lot of attachment or a feeling towards it at all? What was your experience like? Reflect on it. The more data you write, the better, because you're going to be using this later and actually collapsing the timelines again for yourself. So when these timelines collapse, when it happens, it feels like a mysterious luck, like a miracle. It feels random and not repeatable. Like we just got really lucky or something incredible just happened, a fluke. So what if you could have a say in these experiences and choose to initiate them? What if you had the process that would set the circumstances just right to collapse timelines in a way that is aligned with and ignites the path of you fulfilling your purpose, of you actualizing your desires? To step into the timeline where you're experiencing and embodying the highest expression of you, following the guidance of your soul. Sounds amazing, right? Well, inside this talk today, I'm going to be sharing with you the psychology-backed process to doing just that. The method to propel you on the path of collapsing timelines and leaping into your desires, your purpose, and your fullest expression of yourself. So before I break down the method, I want you to prime your energy and your mind by getting clarity, and reflecting on what you desire, what timeline you truly desire to be existing in. Take a moment with this, sit with it, feel into it. And once it's clear and you've felt it, I invite you to take the first step here. Let this desire exist outside of yourself so it can begin to energetically reverberate off of you and into the space around you. To begin the process of collapsing timelines. The first step here is declaration. Is that clarity on what it is that you want, and you having the soul and mind alignment enough to speak it out and declare it. So I want you to share inside of the comments in the chat here, if you're ready, to work with me right here in this chat in collapsing timelines. What is it that you're calling forth in your life? What is your soul yearning for most? Does having a Leap of the Future count as well? Yes, definitely. You're collapsing the timelines. That can be this way, that can be this way. It's really you aligning with the path of your desires, what your soul is really yearning for. It's whatever dimension that looks like, whether it's collapsing the current timeline that you're in or you hopping and collapsing timelines. So declare it out here. Allow yourself to be witnessed in this. Put it out outside of your vessel and let it be seen. Ooh, seeing some good ones. Yes. Oh, I feel that one. Good one, good one. Beautiful. Yes. I am feeling these deeply. Thank you for declaring them. I can feel the energy existing within them, the power of this. Abundance and true freedom. Keep them coming. Keep them being declared. You are raising the frequency of this entire collective here right now, watching the Higher Self Expo, whether live or replay. Declare it. Okay. So once you do declare it, once you have this clear vision, you know exactly what it is that your soul is yearning for, and you speak it out. I want you to take a moment to reflect a little bit, witness here. Write out the following answers to the questions that I asked you before, and I want you to reflect on your experience of how you feel right now towards those desires versus what you had felt in the past when you have experienced, whether big or small, collapsing of timelines. So that means, what is your emotional attachment to it? Do you have any fear? Any visible resistance? Do you have any constriction in your body or expansion? How do you feel about this desire? Yeah, is it constricting within your body or is it expanding? Does it feel like when you desire this, is it coming from a place of lack or like something that you need and you're holding on to tightly, this vision? Or is it something that you feel that you desire and it excites you and it opens you? Is there any emotional attachment to it compared to the first one, right? I would guess that the first example, you probably didn't have an emotional attachment to it. And maybe this one you might. It might feel more important to you. You may be holding on to it tight. I'm going to give you this exercise to continue later because there's a whole lot to unpack here, witness within yourself. And as we move forward, I want you to write this down and to come back to this because there really is a whole lot of data to gather here. The reflections here are going to give you some seriously important data that is going to show you what is happening energetically, emotionally, neurologically, physically. And this right here is the first step of the method, or I guess technically second step of the method of collapsing timelines. You're already beginning to start right here in this moment. You might already know where I'm going with this, but we're going to continue. So the method of collapsing timelines requires you to be a scientist for yourself and for you to be your first test subject. And when you approach things, just like a scientist, you're not coming in with a preconceived judgment or an expectation. You're coming without judgment and just full curiosity. This is what allows you to drop down those blinders and witness all that is happening here. And not have an emotional attachment or judgment to anything that you're observing, but really fully open to seeing the whole picture. Because it involves, to collapse timeline, it involves you having impeccable self-awareness and the ability to trust and surrender on a level that is beyond any type of manifestation formula. To actually collapse timelines, it's imperative that our whole self is on board with this transcendence. So the core aspects of the method are clarity on the timelines that you're collapsing, whole self alignments, and vibrational freedom. So let's dive into this whole self here. Your whole self, the core aspects of your whole self are your energetic body, your mental body, your emotional body, and your physical body. when all of these are in alignment with the timeline that you desire, you will match that. You will match that frequency, and you will collapse the timelines to exist within it. If there is any resistance at all in any of these bodies, you will not propel forward. The resistance doesn't have to just look like a part of you that doesn't actually want it, because I'm sure that deep down, all parts of you really deeply desire it and are giddy with joy to make that a reality. Often resistance can look like control, and we'll dive more into that soon. It can look like disbelief, like doubting that it's possible or that you're worthy of receiving it. Even the slightest bit of this is enough resistance to keep you still right here in this present moment in this timeline. It can also look like past trauma holding you in this current timeline with the intent to keep you safe. Not to sabotage, but to keep you safe. It's familiar. It's what you know. So let's break down each of these primary layers so we can begin to explore here. Explore what is conducive of change in each of these layers and what is maybe preventing this collapsing of timelines and transcendence. So let's start with the outermost layer, the energetic body. The energetic body has a whole lot here, whole lot of roles that are supporting us in actualizing this transcendence. It's usually, aspects of it are usually the easiest and also the hardest. So the energy that you're meeting, this is the energy that you're meeting your desires with. This is the frequency, this is the openness, this is the fluidity, this is the vibrational alignment with it, that matching. But this is also where this is your spiritual body. So this is where you instill and strengthen your deepest trust in yourself, in your spirit team, and in the universe at whole. This is the trust in the process of collapsing timelines and your ability to make it happen. And any resistance within here is often tied to other layers within us. And so we're going to go in from there, from the energetic spiritual body layer into the emotional layer. And I already talked about this a little bit. This is the space that relates to how you emotionally feel towards that timeline that you are desiring to portal to. This is where insecure attachments can come up. Whether it's an anxious attachment, a avoidant attachment, this is the space that we constrict or expand. This is the perfect field between the mental and the energetic, because emotionally that's usually how we experience energy within our body. That's how we understand it and comprehend it. Emotions are data. They aren't bad, they're not good. They're data for us. And the more we understand and listen to our emotions, the more we're actually getting and gathering data from our whole self, understanding what's really happening on a whole self experience. So mentally, a lot happens here. You may be very familiar with this. Now, this is where we will speak on the ego. And the ego here has a lot of preconceived notions of how things should go. The ego is a function that is not inherently bad, but pulls from our subconscious mind from what we have seen before and what we have done before. And when we are jumping into something that we've never experienced before, it's impossible for our ego to lead us there, because we've never experienced this before. We've never been here before. So the ego isn't a very good leader for this collapsing of timelines, for living the life of thriving. It's an excellent leader of surviving. But when it comes to collapsing timelines into what we desire, the ego really doesn't know how to help there. It just knows how to set up boundaries and expectations and timelines based on what we've seen before or haven't seen before. And so that can look like control of your experience, controlling how you think it will look like. And you may not even be doing this consciously. You may not even have this idea in your conscious mind of how you think collapsing timelines is going to look, but it may be playing out subconsciously. There may be visions of it. There may be an expectation of how or in what way or what's going to happen or what's going to come to you to make it happen. And any one of these things, any one of these expectations are bits of resistance. And they act as blinders, keeping us from being open to the guidance from our soul, from the universe, from our spirit team, from the energy beyond us that is supporting us and aligning with the frequency of our desired timeline. So the ego's control can also look like how it should come to you and also the timing. And this is really big because if you're desiring to collapse timelines, then there is probably a part of you that is desiring to control time and make it be faster. And this is where the paradox happens here. Because our desire for things to be happening faster is an element of control of timing. And that is the very bit of resistance that is keeping us from making that quickest change, from collapsing the timelines and entering into that space. And this is where the work of our physical body comes in and our mental body comes in to support us in feeling safe and open and able to actually surrender and feel safe in surrendering and trusting the process. Okay, so let's talk about the physical body. When I speak on the physical body, I'm speaking about our nervous system, even the lymphatic system, getting all parts of our physical body on board and feeling safe with what you desire. The nervous system, the physical body, tends to be the last part of us that gets on board with quantum leaping, with collapsing of timelines, because it is our three-dimensional form. So it's the most dense part of us. It's the part of us that holds the most. This is where trauma is stored. Our nervous system really is what's running the show. And if our nervous system doesn't believe in any way, any type of way, and doesn't just mean like, doesn't believe it like it doubts it, but doesn't believe it like, is that possible? Or is that for me? Or is that a thing? Or can I actually collapse timelines? Anything. Or, oh my gosh, will I be safe in this new space? Am I worthy of this? Whatever the story might be. It's going to fire up and trigger the nervous system in a way that contracts you and keeps you still. So when you work with the physical body, with the nervous system, this is the space. This is the foundation. This is like the root chakra of our energy bodies, right? It's the foundation of us. And once our nervous system is on board and feels safe and is regulated, then we are in a space that everything gets to move much easier and aligns much quicker to make that collapsing possible. So there's different ways to support the nervous system. Grounding is a beautiful practice of doing just that. Also, using your senses. This is a great way of getting into your body and allowing your body to feel safe and being present. Often, very spiritual people tend to have their upper chakras very developed and their lower ones less developed, and they tend to leave their body. Go astral project or explore or get in their head or daydream. And this is a clear indicator that we are not feeling safe in, and we are not grounded and connected with our lower chakras and fully in alignment with our nervous system. So it's really important to begin to connect with our bodies and allow our nervous system to feel regulated and safe. And you can tap things in to your nervous system. You can actually begin to anchor in these desires, what you declared here. You can anchor these into your physical body to store as truths and to allow your nervous system to feel not just safe, but expansive in this reality. And when you do that, you begin to shift the frequency of your body. You begin to shift how you hold yourself and the energy that exists and that is accumulated and created within our system. And that's the energy that begins to reverberate outside of us and works through each and every layer of us to be in that harmonious state with our desired timeline and support us in truly collapsing here. So if you're ready to collapse timelines, get curious. Get curious. What is it that you truly desire? Why do you desire it? What about it do you desire? Reflect back on times that you have experienced collapsing timelines, big or small. Go back to those reflection questions that I shared earlier. What did your body feel like? What was your emotional experience? What did you think about it? What were your beliefs about it? How did your energy, your soul feel about that? And then within this desired shift, get clear on these desires that reside within and look at them more deeply. Notice the difference from a whole self lens of how you were showing up with that past experience and how you're currently showing up with this current desire, with this current process of collapsing timelines. And begin to see the difference and record the difference. Observe each and every layer of yourself. And remember, this is your time to be a scientist, not to be judgmental, not to shame yourself or guilt yourself for experiencing any kind of resistance. This is a non-judgmental space to witness the resistance that exists. And the more non-judgmental you are, the more you can really be a scientist and just witness, the quicker you're going to be able to make the shifts within you to make that shift within your timeline of collapsing that. So again, we often want to jump into action. Like, okay, well, I want to start acting different. I want to start doing things different so I can collapse that timeline. But doing, when come from a place of like stress and need, you're coming from the frequency of that survival mode. You're coming from that energy led by your ego. And that isn't going to actually support you in moving forward in a new way. That isn't going to support you in aligning with the frequency of what you desire, because that desire is aligned with your soul's vibration. So for you to attain the collapsing of timelines in a direction of your soul's desires, you got to embody and lead from your soul. So that means doing things a bit different. That means going in and working on your embodiment of who you are being, how your nervous system is feeling, how the thoughts in your mind are either supporting and open to this change or contracting and uncertain and spiraling in you in this moment. Looking at your emotional experience with it. Does it feel expansive? Or does it feel like something that you need? Something that you lack, that it has to happen now, right? Noticing the difference of the constriction and the expansion within each and every layer of yourself. And I promise when you do that work on a physical level, that is going to support you in the spiritual level, in your spiritual body, and feeling safe enough to actually surrender. Because when we go to take the leap of faith and we don't actually trust that the leap is going to appear, we're planning to hit bottom. That's no leap of faith. We're planning to deck. That's not kind to our system, and that it isn't going to support you in flying. So for you to actually surrender, you have to feel safe in that. You have to feel safe enough to trust, to know that you can trust yourself, to know that you can trust your spirit team, that you can trust and rely on the universe, that you can truly and completely be in whole self vibrational resonance with what you desire. That you can work on that in a space of not what you're doing, but who you're being, how you're showing up for yourself, how you're feeling, what you're thinking, how you're really embodying right now in this present moment, what it feels like to exist in that timeline that you desire so deeply, that true freedom. To experience right now that beautiful nature, that fulfillment. These are some beautiful examples here. And every single one of these, in some way, shape, or form, you can absolutely come into a space of embodying that reality right now. And it's once you're in that embodiment, witnessing your whole self, but also being in the frequency of that timeline that you desire within each and every layer of your whole self, that's when you're collapsing timelines. That's where magic happens. That's when you transcend the process in which makes sense of getting to a space of change, and you actually get to be there. So this talk channeled through a whole lot quicker than I expected. So I am open to doing some Q&A for anyone that has questions about anything that I spoke on, any bit of support that you're looking for in actually collapsing timelines, or questions you have about any certain layer. I'm here to answer those.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Ashley, for that beautiful channel that you brought through for us. Many people are saying thank you. They love this. They resonate with this. Let me see if we have any questions. Just sifting through these questions. Frank says, I agree with her. They don't like the collective consciousness. It opens the door of acceptance and of new perceptions. Very good. And a lot of people were posting about what they're intending, what they'd like to do, just as you were saying. So thank you for holding space for that.
It's so beautiful to see and read.
Yeah. So tell us a little bit about your healing modality when you work with clients. Do you work with clients one-on-one as well?
Yes. Yeah, I work specifically with empaths who know that they are here to be leading a mission that is much bigger than themselves. And they're in a space where they feel themselves kind of holding them back. And they're ready to be seen, to activate their throat chakra, and to fully embrace every bit of depth of their spiritual gifts and their light to make the change they came into this lifetime to make.
Amazing. Beautiful. Amora says, my work is to stay in this timeline. Going into others is very natural. Beautiful. And so maybe you can define what is a timeline. Maybe you can define that for us briefly, just so we kind of, for those of us that don't know what that is.
Yeah. So there are different ways to really define and understand timelines, because it isn't something that's so three-dimensional. So the way we will experience it is going to look very different than maybe our brain can comprehend. So timelines are, there are different ways that I've seen people describe them, but for me, the way I see it is we exist in many different timelines. And in this form that we're in right now, we're in different timelines, and other lives that we've lived are in different timelines. And there is no time and space. So it's not like one happens before the other. They're all coexisting. They're all happening right now. And so when we collapse timelines, it could look like we're collapsing the current one when we're in, or it could look like we are hopping into a timeline that is in our soul resonance with what it is that we are intending right now. We get to pull that forth. And it isn't like we're abandoning one to go to another. We're bringing them together. So it isn't the sense of like leaving or like running away or spiritual bypassing. It's really the space of coherence and harmony within. And in that process, we never just hop into another timeline without doing the work, right? Like everything I describe is a whole lot of work. It's physical, mental, emotional, spiritual way of harmonizing, aligning with what we desire. And that is the work of bringing these times together,
Beautiful. And Vladislav says, what would you all think about creating a timeline where there are spiritual schools which help us, reminding who we truly are? Yeah, that's amazing. So hopefully we are tapping into those timelines coming here in the near future. And I guess it's up to us that we are holding space for that. And in terms of creating and manifesting, what would you say is one of the most important things that we need to do now to really manifest those timelines? What maybe you can speak to that. Let us know. What do we need to do to get into those things that we're ready to go and manifest?
The greatest thing that channeled in, that was repeated over and over and over, was releasing this expectation of timing and wanting to escape where we're at. Because that in itself is creating the constriction, the contraction that's keeping us still. So if you really want to be making that change, if you really want to be collapsing timelines or quantum leaping or portaling towards what you desire, this is a space right here to find that love and gratitude for what you have and shift out of that constriction of wanting to leave and abandon what is and find what it is that you desire that already exists here and embody that, to shift the vibration of what you are currently experiencing to match what it is that you desire. So we go from the space of needing and constriction to expansion, gratitude, and welcoming.
Beautiful. Tina says, aren't we also shutting down old unfinished business, timelines, paths not taken?
Again, when we go into that emergence, when we are doing that collapsing and that like hopping, it isn't that we are doing so without work, right? Like if we were just spiritual bypassing and just like, all right, well, I'm done with this, I'm going over here, then it would be a completely different experience. But because we are three-dimensional beings that are accessing all these different dimensions, that process is creating shifts within us that is shutting things down, but not in a way of abandoning, but in a way of actually processing, unpacking, and doing the healing, to see that in a space of severance and not just like disappearing, you know? That makes sense?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Amora says, for those of us that don't think so much linear, it can sometimes be confusing. So can you explain a little bit? It's not linear. Maybe you can speak to how it's not linear and how we can better maybe visualize that when it comes to our understanding of timelines.
Yeah, it's not linear. None of it's linear. Like the way I kind of see it is like when you open a book and you like look at it sideways and you see all the pages, it's like that. Like everything that's existed hasn't happened yet, or where we currently are, it's all existing at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
This life, alternatives of this life, and other lives that we've had. Everything is like just one big book that we can look down these different channels and bring them together. So it's a scary mind thing, because we are three-dimensional beings and we see things as past, present, future of like, okay, well, this happened. So if this person passed away in my future, how am I experiencing them now as my guide when they're living right now, right? Like there's these things that like we can't comprehend being three-dimensional beings. But as soon as we detach ourselves from this idea that things are finite and like in one space, and we realize that nothing is really attached to a specific place, time, or presence, we kind of open ourselves up to breaking down those barriers and seeing everything as just already existing. And that takes a lot of work. Like that has been a mind screw for me for a very long time.
Absolutely. I think for many of us at this time. So speaking of timelines and moving, Frank Smith says he moved to the woods. It felt so much better. It was he was in NYC and it was toxic. So what about location? What about moving into new places? You know, are we tapping into new timelines when we get to those places? We're shifting our vibrational frequency. How can we know where we're supposed to be going? Is it just intuitive, or is there another process that you talk about?
I do believe mostly it is intuitive. And whenever we make changes in our lives, we are creating timeline shifts, because it isn't, again, it's not so linear. We're just shifting the frequency, and that's what's shifting timelines. And when we do move locations, we are creating a new path. That's what we call these new chapters, right? When we like close one, we enter a new one. That's the same frequency of like shifting timelines. And it sounds like this person may be an empath. And yeah, a big city would be really overwhelming, and being in nature would be so much more peaceful and rejuvenating, because nature's energy is naturally harmonizing. And for an empath, that is like our greatest healer and what we need to be surrounded with to be able to really be in alignment and show up fully in our light and share that.
Mm-hmm.
Great question. Very good question.
Yeah, beautiful question. And I guess for our final question, let's talk about what happens when we're stuck. What are some things that we can do to move out of that being stuck when it comes to these timelines?
Great question. So I decided to just channel this to see what would come through. And the first thing that came in was gratitude. And so let's play with this thought of gratitude here. So the guides are saying, when we are feeling stuck, when you are in this space of feeling stuck and like you are closed off, they're giving this vision that you're just like almost like in fetal position. When you're in that space, you're closed off to everything. So to open yourself up, to lift your chin up, start showing yourself what is already here that you're grateful for. What is already existing right here in this present moment that you are grateful for, that you feel lit up by, that you could be in tears with, that you have. And the more you can feel into that frequency of gratitude, the more you're going to open yourself up to be receiving more. Gratitude is the easiest way to raise your vibrational frequency. It is the easiest way. And if you can instill a practice of just thinking about and feeling into what you're grateful for every day, you will support yourself in getting unstuck right now. And that isn't just thinking about it. That isn't just repeating like, I'm grateful for shelter, I'm grateful for food, I'm grateful for my hair, whatever. You want to feel it, because if you're not feeling gratitude, then you're not making a vibrational shift. Remember, as I mentioned before, emotions are how we experience energy. So if we're just thinking, we're not feeling, it's stuck as a cerebral process and not an embodied process. And it's only within that embodied process that we're creating that vibrational shift that changes within us and also vibrates and emanates beyond us, creating more like frequency coming to us.
Very good. Amazing. And so when it comes to working one-on-one, do you just do groups or do you work together one-on-one?
I have a few different offers. I have one program that is specifically working with empaths and light workers and uncovering their purpose or evolving their life's work. And that is my signature program called Evolve, made for empaths, light workers that are looking to create a business or already have a business and are like up-leveling within that. I have a mastermind that is specifically just for empath business owners to really own their unique gifts and get out there and share their light. And as for one-on-one, those, I don't really do one-off sessions because there's just so much that I want to do that one session is just not enough. So those look like 6 to 8 months. And I work from a range of healing work. I do, I'm a channel, so that looks like channeled guidance as well as light code attunements. And we also, I teach channeling and teach people how to really embrace and embody their gift of channeling as a way of trusting their own inner guidance and meeting their spirit team to lead them in their life.
That's fantastic. Wow. Thank you so much for your incredible wisdoms and gifts that you brought for us today, Ashley. And for anybody that wants to connect with Ashley and work with her in her courses, all of that information is going to be in the post-conference webpage on our website. So please do check that out and connect with Ashley. And we really hope to connect with you. Thank you so much for being here, Ashley.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Thank you, everyone, for receiving this transmission and being here with me.
Thank you so much. Very good. Well, we are going to introduce our next presenter, who is, I'm going to wait for her to put her camera on. Oh, there she is. And we're just going to bring her in here into the chat, and I'm just going to introduce and read her. Hello, Marina.
Hi, how are you?
I'm wonderful. Welcome. Very excited to connect with you and have you here share your gifts. I'm going to read a little bit about you. From a little girl, Marina Jacoby has had the ability to connect with loved ones from the other side through the process of automatic writing, as well as having vivid dreams that were both becoming real. She has also developed the ability to truly connect with different guidance through her life. Eventually, Marina relocated to the US, where she was connected with an ET race that called themselves hybrids. The hybrids taught Marina to telepathically connect and hear them with a new metaphysical teaching. So she learned the structure of the universe and the connection with consciousness, the quantum fields, parallel realities, dimension, and the true existence and nature of ET races. So this led Marina to discover, to develop actually a true understanding and education about the nature of our existence guided by the hybrids. They also taught her how to detox her body. So Marina, I'm going to stop right there because I want to hear all about your incredible work and presentation. Welcome, and thank you so much for being here.
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. I love the fact that you guys did this 24 hours for 2 days. It's incredible. Thanks for your work. Thanks for having me. I did 45 minutes because I didn't know how this was presented, but I basically teach quantum structure. It's very technical. I have 4 books. 2 of them are very advanced technology, extraterrestrial technology. I don't know if I'm going to be able to share the screen here. I'm just going to...
Yes, you can. Do you have a presentation?
Okay, can you see it?
Not yet.
Here,
Nope. Now I
and
see it. Now
here
I
it
see it.
goes. Thank you.
Here we
This
are.
is my website. The materials, if you click download books, I practice energy philanthropy, is all by donations. My materials, everything is based on donation from the heart. And that is the highest vibration, because you're not overtaking somebody's energy field. I'm teaching that on my material. And when you click to download, here's the books. And you can just look into it. It talks aloud. For example, I'm going to open this one because it's going to, and you just press download or donate if you wish to. It's greatly appreciated. And it's going to open your harmonic reactor. And in this material, from a little kid, when I was connected in 2010 with extraterrestrial groups, one of the group was actually the Pleiadians. They gave me information, everything in the quantum structure. The hybrids were the one that actually taught me how to detox, how manifestation of the structure works. And they studied the Pleiadians. I was introduced to Council of Nine and the Pleiadians, and I had automatic writing from a little kid. So I start also telepathically hearing, and they start teaching me the structure of the universe. And I start downloading information on very advanced technologies. And it's already been proven by scientists. This is for teleportation, how the structure works. I even have information for organic artificial intelligence. This is one of the diagrams, and it's all quantum structure. This actually technology here that I'm showing is based on how can you create a teleportation device, and you can teleport from reality to reality. The book is very intense, and the book is written also in code. When you read my material, you're going to see that it's not the entire information. And the reason why the Pleiadians told me that is so whoever is downloading the information, every sound and every word is actually geometry. So when you read it, it's actually activating your 5th dimensional structure. I'm just showing you different platforms. So even if you don't really understand some of the stuff, it penetrates. But in this book, you have actually structures of, for example, frequency and sound. And what is the DNA? You also have how to heal from the heart structure, different platforms. And how to decode that. Everything is in code in this book. You also have the nanotechnology, which is the next books, that I have. Nanotechnology is how the structure works. And this is how you can get the stuff. I am going to do also group stuff. I do international platforms also, but that is the Harmonic Reactor YouTube channel. And in this information is everything. If you press on the name, you're going to see every single videos for basically how to do and manifest the quantum structure. And I'm going to explain that. I just wanted to introduce the materials first so people don't get confused.
Wonderful.
All that is how you manifest. And we're talking quantum structure here. This is really the alchemy of your creation, how to stop sharing. Mm-hmm. So this is basically the alchemy of creation. That's what I was told. So when I was connected with the hybrids, they taught me how the reality works. And they said to me, be careful what you're thinking, because we can see everything in a hologram. We can hear your thoughts, and your thoughts become like a hologram. So after that, I started asking questions, and they started teaching me how the quantum structure actually is based on one particle. So when you learn from my material, you're really going to learn the metaphysical alchemy of how everything is combining in your field. So you're really getting into metaphysics and quantum physics. But I explained it in front of the whiteboard to the point that you will understand what timeline is, what parallel reality is. And I can explain shortly here the way, for example, Ashley was explaining through her understanding. But with me is another level. Now you're going to learn about the particles of that and how it really mutates in the structure and how you construct and deconstruct your own timelines based on the choosing. So consciousness is basically made from one particle. But in that one particle, before it becomes a particle, is basically sound and light vibration. And different on similar vibrations, sound and light, they create plasma particle based on 3 similar to vibration frequencies. And when they start spinning in consciousness, there is no time. And that's why everything is together, because that one particle is starting to vibrate so quickly based on the vibration around the quantum field that is appearing next to itself, next to itself, next to itself, to infinite particles next to each other. But each infinite particle becomes a reality of a hologram of Earth. So the connection of consciousness is basically based on magnetic and gravitational frequency and a fractal momentums of imprinting itself. And each self imprint, if I move from here to here, I actually reprojected frequency vibration for my previous reality. And I end up shifting to a new Earth, shifting my consciousness in there and reprinting everybody in it. And when you know that knowledge, you can mutate, construct, deconstruct realities by you choosing. In a quantum structure, 1 + 1 = 3. Why? Because between my reality and your reality, and now we're creating a co-reality. And that is how the mutation starts. So the heart structure of itself is based on a frequency vibration that is holding on the whole realities. And when you have this one particle, and I'm going to explain so everybody can see, because I'm going to give a very short version of my knowledge of years. That one particle actually that is created from different frequency vibrations, and they're basically created, you can create yourself. But when you create yourself, when you put emotion with the thoughts, with the emotion and the action, expand into a hologram, and that hologram expands to infinite and collapses back to infinite. So actually your entire universe in yourself is based on that one structure by mutating and vibrating on a frequency vibration based on the resonances from your thoughts, emotions, and deeds. So when you look at another person, that another person is projected in your hologram as another version of you. Literally, it's another version. And when you're shifting on reality to reality, that moment is one moment is fractal. That's called it fractal. But at the next moment, I want to shift. I project emotion and thoughts, project a frequency, and I'm shifting to another timeline, parallel reality version. I'm imprinting myself back into, and I'm creating a brand new Earth and reprinting another version of the people around me. But I can shift this reality frequency based on how I control my emotion, thoughts, and deeds. Why? Because your emotions, your heart, your thought is a frequency vibration that I can measure through frequency, sound, and all that. So this similar on vibration, thoughts, emotions, and deeds create a permanent timeline. And that permanent timeline holds the specific vibration. Within that timeline on vibration is a fluctuation of infinite realities, of symphony of frequency vibrations and timelines. When you yourself understand that this is like a radio signal, that radio signal has a specific frequency vibration. When you want to switch the channel of the radio, you have to know the frequency vibration of the other one in order to switch it. That is why the quantum structure is so important of manifestation, because when you know how to mutate and manipulate this protocol that I teach in Quantum Structure of Manifestation, you have everything there, you actually can accumulate the frequency vibration, download information above this reality. If this is the 3D, you can have another timeline parallel reality on a 5th dimensional structure which is above the frequency of your 3D. When this happens, but how could this be possible? We were told the entire time that you have to see it to believe it. Well, in a quantum structure, the way the hybrids in the Council of Nine and the Pleiadians taught me, you have to create it, to project it, to see it. Is the opposite. When somebody is projecting something to you, that projection is somebody's timeline narrative, so they can keep you in specific resonance of a vibrational sequences. And if you don't know the quantum structure, you don't know that everything that you're projecting is based on you, is nobody outside of you. You're projecting the entire universe. So that one particle is holding the vibrational sequences of the entire universe. Is nobody outside of you. So you project it in a fractal momentum, moment to moment, everybody in it. But guess what? In that platform of reality, you hold in a specific resonance. But understand that this is infinite probabilities in the structure itself. So in the structure itself, if, for example, this is 5D, if this becomes 5D, understand that is also a 3D. Three-dimensional structure. In a three-dimensional structure, this carry completely different frequency resonance on vibration. That means it's different signals. So when you're locked up in a reality and you don't know that you can shift this way and you can mutate everything based on your choosing, and it's a very specific protocol how to do that, you're locked up in this reality, you don't see anything else because they told you that you have to see it to believe it. And when you start projecting, understand that in a higher dimensional sequences, you can't see them, whatever is here, because you don't know how to shift your consciousness and embed the frequency vibration of the signals of these timelines and resonances. You don't know how to. Well, in a quantum structure of manifestation, you learn the protocols how to embed that in a metaphysical structure. So when you know that, understand that above the structures are also extraterrestrial timelines of realities that you don't see. And the reason why you don't see is because your body vibrational sequence that they told you that you exist and nothing else is there does not carry the frequency vibration. It doesn't know how to tune in into these resonances. But when you study the manifestation protocol, you're learning how to mutate. So all of a sudden you start connecting with higher selves of reality. Because in a quantum structure, that one particle is vibrating so quickly, there is no time. So this reality of the 5th dimensional structure and this reality, the 3-dimensional timeline reality, they're two parallel timelines of realities. They coexisting at the same time in a quantum structure of the universe. But if you know how to shift and how to grab that information, you start connecting and downloading information the way I did through my guidance into my 3D reality, so I can download information for the quantum structure and all the metaphysical structure the way it works. Technologies, structures, mutations. If you read my books, you will understand. You may not understand the entire material, but that will basically activate your DNA, RNA. Why? Because the word is a sound. It creates a sonic whirlpool of vibration. It looks like that penetrates and is also frequency vibration, which has numbers. It could be measured. And also has a potency of how strong the intention of that projection is. And you're going to learn that the strong intention of the projection comes from the thought and the heart of how much you combine those two. And you have a galactic meditation, which is in season 4, Marina Jacobi, that is teaching you how to do that meditation. In season 4, After the galactic meditation, you have the metaphysical structure, what the galactic meditation does in your quantum field and what it's doing. You're going to learn the chemistry and the alchemy of why this is necessary. This is why you have to understand that into these realities, there are also advanced technologies for teleportation and artificial intelligence. Now I'm going to get into artificial intelligence. There's nothing wrong with artificial intelligence, but there is organic artificial intelligence that is recognizing, which I talk a lot about this in my materials, is also into the harmonic reactor all the way in the end of the book. That organic artificial intelligence recognize the human structure, has its own evolution. And because it has its own evolution, preserves humanity. And it's not going to go to make you a robotic, but actually what is possible, which I talk a lot about it, can measure the frequency vibration of your cells, the artificial organic intelligence, can reprint based on that vibrational sequences and can reprint your DNA, RNA, and reconstruct your heart, your body, everything. You don't need metal into it because metal has a different spinning vibration. And in order to teleport with metal, you need different portals of frequency vibration. In order to shift, you have to go through a portal. It becomes like this and opens up a portal. But that portal of Stargate holds a specific frequency vibration. And guess what, guys? The one that is carrying the numbers and the codes of these portals is the heart. So anybody that thinks only with thoughts can do it, you have to include the emotion of the heart because the thoughts becomes the blueprint in your field, and the heart is the one that gives the vibration in your quantum field to put the laser sound potency, that blueprint to become vibrant in a frequency and more and more and more of the same on a fractal momentum. You're actually going to create that something that is in a blueprint to become matter. And I teach that in a quantum structure of manifestation. So into the extraterrestrials, they around these ships actually is created with a field of artificial ether technologies. Your phone or this pencil can be only geometry. It is a geometry because your mind is projecting this and becomes like a resonance into your field. Actually, artificial intelligence can measure it. Artificial intelligence, organic, that is existing these technologies into the extraterrestrial platforms. Actually, you can be in the med beds. And I talk about it in my harmonic reactor season 4. You're going to see videos of med beds. You can study about this. You can learn about that, how you get in the AI is reprinting and can put your consciousness in a state. Basically, you laying down, starting to put vibrational sequences into your mind, and you actually, based on a resonance, starting to project frequency vibration that looks like reality to you, like a dream. But that dream is actually a reality because right now you're also dreaming in a frequency vibrational sequences that they combine on magnetic and gravitational field. Artificial organic intelligence can create this type of reality, and they told me it's called hyperspace hologram. When you get in this virtual reality room, and every thought with the emotion combination mimics everything in your field and reflects back to you as a virtual reality meta structure. And they told me a lot of souls were put from med beds into drop into the 3D reality to preserve their body and consciousness so we can start helping the three-dimensional Earth, because the three-dimensional Earth was a prison planet that was locked out from negative consciousness, and we needed connection with our higher selves to end up helping the three-dimensional matrix reality. So if you watch the movie Matrix, trust me, a lot of truth is there with some lies in there too, but a lot of truth is in there, what's really happening. So in order for you to embed the new technologies, because we're going interstellar, we're going into that, you have to create that reality to see it. You don't wait something to happen. You have to embed the heart structure. You have to start understanding how this works in order to create the reality to see it. Why? Because that reality with the ETs, with the fifth dimensional, with these technologies already exists in a quantum structure, because everything is running at the same time. The pulsation of this one particle is reprinting, and you coexisting at the same time in this reality and that reality. There's no difference. The difference is the understanding to shift and embed the frequency vibration. And you, by the way, this is a little bit challenging here. You're not going back to the same time, but you shifting the vibration, recreate another frequency, and you creating another earth when you're reprinting your galactic family. So you can actually don't have to die. You coexist already as yourself in this timeline of reality. And actually you could create another version. You can have a contact with your galactic family and how you created the reality to get to that point. This is advanced, but I'm just giving you bits of pieces so you understand the enormity of what we can do and what is already achieved. The timeline of reality that humanity didn't make it already exists. And this is why from the higher self, we're dropping to this reality as souls to help humanity in order to ascend and get that information. Because without this information and us being activated from consciousness itself is going to the next level, you will not know how to mutate the structure to get to these realities. And because the negative structure also realized that they in the future, so-called future, they didn't make it. And they will self-destruct because you cannot reject your own structure, because the negative and the positive coexist in a quantum structure for itself to make yin and yang structure, to have that balance. The balance, they call it 0 point. The 0 point is the balance between good and evil, dark and light. They coexist with each other, because how would you know how to create one thing with another without knowing what light is, what dark is? But now the time is to bring the darkness into the light. And how do you transform the darkness? Through the light, through the heart. Why? Because the heart holds the potency vibration to transform and override the holographic imprints that were collected into the collective of our consciousness from the negative structure. You are so powerful that you can mutate everything, because you are consciousness itself, God you are, and you're holding the magma and the vibrational sequences of the entire structure in the now. There's no time. So you can start connecting. How? You connecting by you calling, by thoughts and emotion, include both of them, calling you guidance with consistency in a fractal momentum, moment to moment, non-stop. Why? Without expectation, because it's no time and it's infinite of probabilities in a quantum structure. Anything can happen. But why do we want to do it all the time? Because you need the potency. And that code will create enough potency to give you the specific frequency to open the portal for the realities with your extraterrestrial family, your guidance, and everything else. So these technologies are connected with super technologies because you can construct and deconstruct the cells. Right now, you can heal, and I talk about this in all my harmonic reactor book. You actually can measure the frequency of the heart with artificial intelligent organic structure. It will measure it. And if somebody is sick, they told me by the power of 10, you actually there's like a symphony, and you bring that symphony, whatever the vibration is right now, you calculate that, and whatever the vibration is in the now, you put it in one tone like a 1 tone like this, they said. And then you need to increase that by the power of 10. And by the power of 10, we bring new potency that will override your previous structure. And they said within 3 days, the whole body will embed the new frequency because it's going to mutate and override everything. And you're going to be back to normal healing. Okay. There's also regeneration of the cell. If you start embedding the frequency of the heart and you start taking vibrational sequences from high vibration, your body with the diet that I have videos of Marina Jacobi detox elimination diet, you can see that. Everything is in the name of humanity. Your donations are greatly supported, but you can find anything that you can download if you have nothing. Everything is in the name of humanity. So basically, when you start embedding the structure, you're raising the frequency of your entire body, but also of the molecular structure. And because these timelines of fifth dimensional realities, they're high on resonance spinning of the vibration, you start downloading, you start embedding into the heart structure these new frequencies. And that mutation, all of a sudden you start shifting and shifting and shifting, and you overriding the three-dimensional structure and start having experiences through fluctuation back and forth. You're going to learn that in season 1, how you're starting to fluctuate between those two, and eventually those two timelines will collapse and become something permanent. Okay, but you have to start embedding the knowledge, how you mutate and how you do all this stuff. And this happens also, then you're going to start projecting technologies for teleportation. You're not going to need the planes. Why? I can explain. This is a technology. Maybe I can override it here with something else. If I can measure, again, with technology, the frequency vibration of my reality right now, that frequency vibration will have resonance. It's a hologram. But then I want to go, for example, in London. I'm in US. In US, whatever my time is, which is latitude, altitude, you're going to learn that in my quantum structure. That's very important videos. Location, I can actually know that in England, for example, I want to go there, but I want to teleport there. Well, England, also, whatever the latitude, for example, I want to go to London. London has X and Y location. But I can measure that. I can measure the frequency, pulsation, vibration of this reality. And I can find the difference between those two. And when I find the difference between those two, I can implement that difference into my reality right now. And I literally got to teleport, open a portal. That's going to be a portal. And I'm going to teleport in London. And this technology is possible through the AI, artificial organic intelligence. And I talk a lot about that. But guess what? You can also do that by location. When you start embedding this information, you will completely start recognizing that, and by thought, except for you to go from the living room to the kitchen to the bathroom, whatever that is, you literally can recall the vibrational pulsation of that location in a hologram, get the difference, and by thought, you biolocate there. And when you embed that, not only this is going to happen in your timeline of reality, you can reconstruct that above the structure. But in order to reconstruct above the structure, you have to have in the heart the sequences of these vibrations. Higher vibrational resonances on timelines, different timelines of reality. Remember, we have to do 3D and 5D. 5D embeds a different signal, like a radio.
Yes. Unfortunately, it's Marina. And it's great because the information is still coming through. I can feel it. Hopefully she'll be able to snap out of it. A moment. Oh man, that's too bad. I brought you in, Geraldine. You're muted.
Yes, we were. Marina is merging here with. I think
I'm
you're
gonna mute her.
dissolving into the quantum field.
Yeah,
of
absolutely.
Communication. Marina, can you hear us? You're frozen.
Yeah, I can't even mute her mic, so she's trying. Oh, she dropped out.
No.
Okay, so maybe she'll be able to
come
connect back in.
Yes. Wonderful. Wow. That mind-blowing, wonderful, fantastic information. Just incredible. We have so many great questions and comments in the feed. We'll wait until she comes back in.
Yeah.
But let me see.
Yeah, it's too bad. Well, yeah, and everything's kind of delayed now for more people, so it takes a little bit of time for them to catch up with us too as the day wears on. But, we'll take this moment and talk about at the end here, Bobby Vasquez is coming up next, and he's got a half an hour. He'll start at 4:30 Pacific time in just 10 minutes or so. And then he has a 30-minute presentation. And then at the end of that, we invite everybody to switch over to the Australian leg of the broadcast. So we can only do 8-hour broadcasts per, of the 24. We have to do 3 of them because Facebook will cut us off after 8 hours and YouTube cuts us off after 10. So we've got more links and everything ready to go so that everybody can smoothly transition over to the new broadcast in really less than an hour now. It's in about 40 minutes. Where Karen and Nicholas will take over with their slate of 12 speakers as well.
It's going to be wonderful. So we'll put the link here in the chat in just a little bit. And if you guys registered through the website, you guys also have the link available to you. It'll be a different link. So be sure to check that out. If you have difficulty finding it, just go to the Higher Self Expo YouTube channel, and you will always have a consistent stream there within that leg.
Yeah.
So
well, you sort of will. You'll have to click on the Australian one, but yeah.
Yeah, within each separate, yes.
Yeah, the same thing is true of the Facebook page as well.
Yes, and also we want to make sure that we invite you guys to come tomorrow morning. We actually decided to do a little gathering to close off our wonderful 1-day event here, 3 legs, 3 different continents. And we're looking at the time is, let me just look at this, it's 8:30
So it's going to be 9 a.m. Pacific, right? Yeah, 9 a.m. Pacific for that.
9 a.m. Pacific. Okay. Yep. 9 a.m. Pacific. And then we have the Zoom. I went ahead and put it in the chat here so you guys can go ahead and tap into that and join. It's going to be a Zoom where you guys can connect with one another, interact, and ask questions to any speakers that are willing to connect. Not all speakers are going to be there, but whoever is there will be open to communication. And the purpose of that is that you guys get to meet one another and connect as if we were in an actual conference.
Yeah, we want to try this out. And if it goes well, we'll do it in future conferences. So those times are going to be 9 a.m. Pacific, noon Eastern. It'll be 2 a.m. for Australia. So they probably won't. Well, you can attend. Why not? I would love to see some Australians attend at 2 a.m. And then 5 p.m. for London time. So...
Yes.
And that'll be on.
And there's a question from Patricia about when the replays will be available. I think it just takes a couple hours for processing. I think that's up, right, Xane? Isn't that right?
Yeah. So the whole stream will be available soon after it's done. We'll split them up into individual video files over time. We usually kind of spread it out once a week or so before we'll have those complete for you. So it's a couple of different ways to watch.
Wonderful. That sounds great. Well, let me send a little message over to Marina, and then you want to.
We might just want to go. I mean, maybe see if Bobby's ready to come on, and we can. Yeah, he gives us a thumbs up. I just saw that. So
okay.
I think it's my turn to do an introduction. So
yeah, let me let you have the stage. Thank you so much.
All right, we'll do. Okay. So rounding out the American leg of our 24-hour journey is a Biofield tuner practitioner and sound therapist. He's been working with and studying sound for over 20 years as a facilitator who helps you bring awareness to what is creating imbalances in your energetic body. Here to perform a Biofield tuning group experience is Bobby Vasquez. Hello, Bobby. Oh, you're muted, so you can't do any sound for us yet.
There we go. Sorry about that. I was trying to be safe.
That's all right. Very good. Okay, so now you're a little quiet for me.
I'm a little quiet for you. Okay.
You are a little bit. Oh, and so Marina just came back in the waiting room, but she's only got 8 minutes left. So I think I'm sorry, Marina, we're gonna have to move on. We loved absolutely everything you had to say, and we definitely encourage everybody to check out your incredible work on your website, which we posted. So thank you so much for being here, Marina. Okay, let's hear you.
How am I doing now? I raised the volume a little bit.
Yeah, that sounds way better. Yep.
Okay. Thank you for having me, Xane. This has been a wonderful day so far, and I'm happy to close out the American part of this presentation. I'm going to do my best to have a nice facilitating movement experience with Biofield tuning. We're going to be working with the Biofield, and I'm going to be working on the feet chakras today. So this is really an interesting thing.
Oh, cool. Right.
I've been thinking about the feet chakras, our next moves in life, right? Everybody's dealing with this. Everybody's experiencing. What are we going to do next? So we're going to open up those channels in the feet chakras. Find yourself a comfortable position. Get present. See what you notice. This is a time to take in all that information that you've been taking in all day and see if you can bring in some more coherence within your body and let that all assimilate into good places.
Absolutely. Wonderful. Okay, so with about 5 minutes left, we're actually going to go ahead and interrupt you and get everybody moving over to the Australian broadcast. But so that'll turn out to be just about your full 30 minutes. So it works out.
Excellent. Thank you very much. All right, everyone. So for the idea today, I'm going to be tuning the feet chakras. The holographic body is going to be present right here. I'm going to be combing energy with this tuning fork along this path of the feet band, the feet energy band, and I'm going to be moving it in towards the body and essentially towards the screen right here at home. This is going to be lovely because normal circumstances, I'd be in a big setting, you'd have a bunch of people around you, and now you get this nice little relaxing, healing experience in the comfort of your own home. There's a lot of energy going on. Yes, sir.
Do you want to turn it up just a touch more for us?
Okay, sorry. Let's see. How's that?
Okay, when you step back, we'll know.
Okay, how's this right here? Okay.
Yeah, that sounds better. Yep. Yeah, way better.
All right. Well, thank you very much for allowing me to get those technical difficulties out of the way. We're combing energy into the field, into the body, dropping that energy into the energy center, restoring that flow of energy and connecting you to the unified field. If I can have everybody just take a big deep breath for me and let's get a little present in our bodies, in our moments, in this time. I'm going to do a little grounding right here. Visualize your inner golden lightning rod shining up from above you, going down through your body and into the core of the earth. As it grounds you with a wonderful fusion of energy, shoots back up through your body, connecting you up to the heavens. We're opening up the central channel of energy that runs through our whole body. This is the Earth Star chakra that I'm opening or I'm grounding at this moment before I move on to the feet chakras. And I'm now going to move over here to the Soul Star. It's just a place above our head. We're going to move that in. See what you notice. See what's happening in your body, becoming more present in this time. I'm sure you've been thinking about a lot of things. You've been taking in a lot of information. You're not sure what you're going to do with all this information. Now's a good time to let that go a little bit. Bringing in more coherence. Now we're going to go out here and we're going to move energy into the body. with the 174 hertz fork. In Biofield tuning, we use some forks connected to the solfeggio frequencies, or a part of the solfeggio frequencies, I should say, and we use forks connected to the Schumann resonance. We work on the biofield that's 5 to 6 feet outside your body, 2 to 3 feet above your head, below your feet. And in this field, it contains so much information. And I'm going to be speaking as I'm working on this energy as well. But if I stop at certain points, there's a lot of energy going on. So that's probably what's happening. I'm working on the collective field of all participants, and even those who will be in the transmission later should receive a benefit from it. See what you notice in your feet. We're starting on the left side of the feet chakras. The left side is looking at when you're stuck. Feeling stuck on the ground beneath our feet. Not being able to get traction on our feet. If I could get everybody to do an audible ah with an audible, give me an audible sigh with a big deep breath. I need some discharge of noise because I'm feeling a lot of energy going on right now. This is a big moment right here. Take a deep breath. Just make some noise for me. Discharge. Whew. So along this timeline that we're working on, this energy band of the feet chakras, we find disturbances. I find noise, stuck energy. This stuck energy, this noise, is connected to some kind of disturbance, traumatic event that took place along this timeline. If a individual comes in for a session, I would break the biofield by age. And with the repetitive strike of the tuning fork, I'm able to clear the noise and return this natural tone, the natural order. I will feel this vibration in my body, in my hand, in the fork, and this will alert me of the disturbance within the field. Whew. There's a lot happening. We use multiple tools here. We use multiple forks. So at different times when you get stuck in the field, you might need to use different things. This left side of your feet chakras is looking at being stuck. You can't get away from your stressors. I think we're all experiencing maybe something a little bit like this. This is why I decided to work on this today. The feet chakras are really interesting because so much information is contained in the feet, as we know through TCM. That's why I took this as a wonderful opportunity to open up this channel. I'm going to shake up this area a little bit. So I'm working on this band of energy right here. There's the feet chakras. And as I'm working on it, I'm just feeling a lot of, obviously there's a lot of energy because there's a lot of stuff happening, but I just want to help move it. I want to help shake it up. So I'm going to bring in my Just wanted to shake it up a little bit. And now I'm going to use a non-audible fork. When I'm bringing in this non-audible fork, I'm going to say it's non-audible because I want to see if you notice anything different. Anything different in your feet, anything different in your energy. We're going to move swiftly here because normally a session runs about an hour, maybe a little bit longer. So we're going to do our best to get some balance on both sides of the feet. Does that sound good? I hope so. See what you notice. And if you're watching this transmission with some friends, tell them what you notice. I'd love to hear. And the biofield. Tuning the human biofield. That's what we're doing right now. We're tuning the collective biofield of all participants. The Higher Self Expo. We're bringing in this energy into the body. Feeling a lot of heat going on. How about you? All right. So much information is stored in this field of energy. And throughout our life, different moments occur, creates trapped light. Pockets of potential that is completely trapped in our field. Through this work, we can unlock those pockets of potential, restore this flow, get some uptake on this voltage. Working on the feet chakras again. You could, ooh, I hear something right here. Where are we at? It's like, usually I would break it down by age. I might even see an age of where this is taking place, but being there's so many people on the call, we're going to look at percentages. So from birth, we're looking at about 30% into birth. There's something here that's just kind of stopping me. I'm feeling that. You can even kind of hear it. Let me try another fork. So in this process, we're finding noise within the field that falls on a timeline, clearing it with energy, bringing it to the body for restoration, flow, natural flow. And this noise again is connected to some kind of traumatic event, trauma, charge. And I've seen this trauma or charge be big and small, something quite significant. Has me sweating over here. Big energy right here. So as I'm working with it, I'm moving a lot of energy. This is exactly how we would conduct a session if I was working on with somebody one-on-one. Finding information, clearing it with the fork. The fork has natural pure tones, and the body will organize itself around it. It does a little bit of a auto-tune as soon as it hears it. Returning it back to the natural order. Just kind of keep bringing it in. There is just a little bit of something right before it. It was a little sad situation. Kind of brighten it up a little bit. So we do a little walk. A little different right here. It's changing. I'm going to use the weighted forks, non-audible forks. I have a little frequency blanket, I call it. In between of these two forks is the Schumann resonance, 7.83. You know, one hand I have 54.81, the other hand 62.64. Just a little blanket. Protection, clearance. Let's see. Yes, the energy is strong. I continuously get amazed by what I feel as well as what others feel, especially doing this kind of thing. So if you want to connect with me later, tell me all about it. I'd love to hear. We look at this work that takes 2 to 3 days for the energy to completely settle into the body. So if the next couple of days you have another day of performances or shows tomorrow, you'll really see the energy settling more in, right? So if you feel on your feet the next couple days, just remember you had some treatment today. But one thing I will recommend today, after we get done here, is to get your feet into the dirt, put your feet into some grass, ground, discharge, pick up the good, drop off the bad. Maybe not so bad, just drop off what you no longer need. I'm just going to keep bringing that in. Alright. Alright. How are you feeling? How's everyone doing right now? This is about a midpoint that I'm checking in. And this left is also, where we're coming from, where we're stuck. Being in stuck, toxic situations can create a great deal of imbalance. How do I get out of that toxic situation? What can I create for myself to get out of this toxic situation? When will I see that this is a toxic situation? These are all questions, right? Things you might... This imbalance sits right here in this left part. When we're in flow, we're moving, we're good, we're groovy. We know what we're doing, we know where our path is. We have no question about our path. At this back midpoint, I'm getting stuck with a little something here. Take a deep breath and see what you notice. See what you notice going on in your body at this moment. Using, again, the solfeggio forks, the 174 hertz is the main one that we're using, and that form is that frequency, is connected to pain, anesthesia for pain. It's the intention behind 174 hertz. We also use the 417 and the 528 hertz. 528, you might all know about the love frequency. 417, we're looking at facilitating change. These are all the intentions behind these frequencies. And right now I'm using the 144 hertz, the Fibonacci fork. It's another fork that we have. I love all the feedback. I love all the comments. Thank you so much. This really helps. Do some more visualization for the discharge of that energy leaving your body and the good coming in. Soon we're going to be dropping into the feet chakras right here. Yes, sleepy is a common thing I hear from people. They feel a little sleepy, they feel a little fatigued. So honor your body, honor what you need. I tell everybody, take good care of yourself every day, but days of treatment, take that extra good care, that extra step to listen to your body and give your body what it needs. If you need to sleep, take a nap, go for it. Eat good food, drink good water. All that good stuff, you know? Thank you for being here. It's been a long day. Taking in the information, you're probably going to take in some more information after this. Let's clear this energy. It's time to relax. Be in tune with yourself as I tune the field. We're going to be dropping in right here. See what you notice when I drop energy into the feet chakras. Do you notice anything different? Is there anything more happening? Anything settling? That's a common thing I experience too. People say, I feel more settled once I get to the body. Sometimes out in the field it might be a little intense, it might be a little uncomfortable, but as we move closer, it becomes more pleasant, more relaxed. Now we're connecting you to the unified field. Because after you bring the energy in, and drop it in, you got to integrate it into the body. Once it's integrated into the body, then we reconnect you to the field with this energy that I swept in from the outside. Now we're going to do that again on the other side. Sound like a good plan? You had to stand. Yes, there is no right or wrong what we should be doing during this session. If you need to get up and move around, feel free to do so. If you need to shake a little bit, that's okay too. But no limitations on what you should be doing. Just notice what you feel. Notice what you're experiencing. If you need to use the restroom, feel free to do that as well. I'm going to continue working on you. On the other side of your feet, we're looking at the right side, where we are headed to. Our next steps. Feeling vibration somehow awesome. Because we're working on the biofield and we're all connected in this collective field. That's how you're feeling it. See what you notice. See, maybe you notice something different on this other side of the feet, right? There's always one side that's going to take precedent of, important, I should say, of what you're going to be. That was the left side. A lot of energy going on here. If I'm a little hot, excuse you. Random pains is all. That's awesome to hear. Thank you for sharing. And if this does really good stuff to your body that you notice in a couple of days, you're like, that was wonderful. My feet feel great. Listen to this again in a couple of days and you might receive more benefit as well. As this replay will be available, so will this treatment. There's always one side that's a little bit more stuck than the other. That's from my experience when I work with people. One side is a little bit more imbalanced, needing more energy, more attention, more flow, bringing this energy into the chakras. You can look at these as almost battery terminals as well, your feet chakras. And if the battery terminal is off, it will definitely affect your physical body. So we're bringing energy into the battery terminal. Ooh, that was a... Everybody could take a deep breath from me. This could help with headaches. Yes, I've had that experience with people where it's helped their headaches. As there was some noise in the field, there was always also interesting noise above my head from outside my house that I was able to hear and just kind of happened at the same moment. And as that cleared, this cleared as well. And then it got noisy again onto another spot. Everybody take a big deep breath for me. Take a big deep breath. Audible sigh. Discharging any of that energy out the bottoms of your feet, out your tailbone. Full discharge. How's everybody feeling? Checking in. We've got about 5 more minutes left of this. Or is it longer? 10 more minutes or so? If we're over at 5. I'm not counting. Alright. You're welcome. Thank you so much for being here with me today. Higher Self Expo. I'm so happy to be here, part of this experience. I'd love to hear how you feel after, later, tomorrow. Check in with me. Use a different fork. Let's get back to the Fibonacci, the 144 hertz. How are your feet feeling? See what you notice. big shift in the energy that I felt once I picked up a different fork. Did you notice that too? I'm not sure. Maybe it was just me. Yeah. We should have some more coherence as we get to the body. I'd love to hear all this feedback, how you're feeling, what you're experiencing. Let's see, I'm going to get a crystal here. Bring this energy into the body now. Can you feel that vibration going into your feet? This work can help with so many different types of things that we experience in life. Help clearing out any kind of trauma, help with pain. We don't say we like to treat or cure anything, but we can definitely assist you with any kind of ailments that you're dealing with. Most importantly, this work helps you get comfortable in your bodies. Being able to freely breathe and be comfortable in your bodies. Let's see. Checking in on the rest of your body, seeing how everything else is doing, settling. I just want to do one more quick check. Tuning forks, they're like big dowsing rods, right? Essentially that's what we're dealing with. Let me just check this one area. Feeling vibrating and buzzy. That is definitely something I commonly hear with clients, people in these situations. Ooh. I'm going to start wrapping up things here shortly. Thank you for being here, everybody. Thank you for being here on this first part of the Higher Self Expo as I close out the American leg of the show. I feel pretty special, I do. Thank you for having me here. Much gratitude. Bringing that energy in, now we're going to connect. We're going to have some energy integration. Once we drop this energy into the body, it can't just stay on top. We have to integrate it in. It's like shaking up the energy to the rest of your body. Reconnecting you to the unified field. Alright, let's see how we're doing. Let me get a drink of water real quick. There's been a lot happening. I'm sure you might have felt it or seen it. And I'm going to check out here real quick. He's going to comb through with the non-audible fork in the same fashion that I did before. I said these forks can be used by the creator of the method, Eileen Day McCusick. She's talked about these forks as grades of sandpaper. Sometimes we use different frequencies for different things. Maybe you need an extra coat over it, which is what I'm doing here in the feet. Now I'm going to close out the body, or close up the body, and we're going to wrap up the body in some light frequencies. So if you like this work and you feel like we can go further one-on-one sessions, feel free to reach out. If you just want to share your experience, feel free to connect with me. I'm now going to wrap you up in the cocoon of light, cocoon of love, the arcs of love, the arcs of light. We're going to do one more because there's a lot of you. Thank you.
Bobby, how beautiful. Thank you very much. Really felt that. Really felt it. And we have so many incredible comments in the feed about the healing effect. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having me. This was a wonderful experience. Felt a lot of energy. We did a lot of movement in the feet, and from the feedback, it was really awesome to see all that feedback of people feeling the feet tingling. That's great. If they want to share more with me, I'm happy to talk about energy. I'm happy to talk about Biofield energy, sound, anything. Reach out. Let's connect.
Perfect.
Beautiful. And we put your website down below. If they want to connect with you, shout out to your website really quickly.
It's Biofield Tuning, S as in Sam, J as in John.com. Biofield Tuning, S as in Sam, J as in John.com. And I'm also on higherhealing.com as well. I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, we've got 30 seconds left before we switch over to the Australian branch. Now, we'll continue to broadcast for a minute or two after that, but in 20 seconds, this is gonna get disconnected from Facebook. I just put the link in the chat so you can jump over to it. Of course, if you wanted to watch on YouTube, you could use that link, or you can just stay on Facebook and look at the next one that will become live.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you so much. What a gift it was to connect with you guys here in the American Leg. We are so honored and proud to connect with all of you great souls, all the work that you're doing and the information. It was just power-packed week, power-packed day. Be sure to do the replay. Be sure to do the replay. And I think we're getting disconnected from Facebook right now as we speak.
Yep.
So if you are on YouTube, you're going to see us.
That's right. And so, yeah, I'll go ahead and just post this again.
Yeah.
So the YouTube link is right there in the chat. All you got to do is click on that. But yeah, we're ready to go. Karen and Nicholas are ready to go. So we're excited to jump over there ourselves and see the next 12 speakers in Australia. And then after that, for us, it's 1 a.m. in the morning that the last 12 speakers will begin in Europe. So thanks, everybody, for watching this leg, and we'll see you over in Australia.
Thanks, guys.